Chapter 52-57. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Police. He's lying. Xiao Tao immediately pointed at Lin Ling and said, "We lent him our phones. He must have done something behind the scenes. Now he even said that he would be paid. If he's not a scammer, what is he?" The few police officers were very fair. They looked at Lin Ling then asked, "Who borrowed the phone?" "It was me," Xiao Xuanling quickly said, then explained for Lin Ling. "I don't think he's a scammer. It's true. This is all a misunderstanding." "Xuanling, you're still too kind. For someone like him who has no money and no job, if he wants to live, he must have cheated. Let the police investigate and we'll know," Xiao Tao quickly said. "Police uncle, I'm Lu Yingying from the Lu family. The Lu family that develops real estate in Wujiang district. You should know that she's my classmate," the girl holding the LV jewel also said. Lu family? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The Lu family was one of the wealthiest families in Xiaozhou City. They started off with real estate and had a net worth of more than 1 billion. In a fourth-tier city like Xiaozhou, they could be considered nouveau riche. "All right, we'll investigate." The few police officers nodded and looked at Lin Ling. "Excuse me, where's your ID?" Lin Ling did not have an ID. He said helplessly, "It's with my friend. He's on his way." With that, everyone suspected that Lin Ling was a scammer. In this day and age, who would casually hand over their ID to their friends? Lin Ling must be looking for an excuse. Sure enough, the few police officers also felt that it was strange. No phone, no ID. This kind of person was very suspicious. Beep beep. At that moment, Xiao Xuanling's phone rang. It was an unknown number. She immediately picked it up. "Put it on speaker," Xiao Tao said immediately. She wanted to see who Lin Ling's accomplice was. "Mr. Lin, we're here. May I know where you are on the pedestrian street?" The other party spoke very politely. Xiao Tao immediately looked at Lin Ling. Her eyes were filled with the look of seeing through him. "Pretend, keep pretending. I'm at the door of an antas store. As for the exact location, I'm not sure," Lin Ling immediately said into the phone. "Okay, we'll be there in a minute. We're driving over now." The voice on the other end was filled with anxiety. Then he hung up the phone. Drive? Everyone present almost laughed out loud. It was broad daylight now, and small cars were not allowed to pass through the pedestrian street. Otherwise, how could it be called a pedestrian street? He is indeed a swindler. He has no skill at all. Take him to the police station. Xiao Tao and the others spoke one after another. Even the few policemen felt that Lin Ling was too strange. He spoke and did things as if it was a matter of course, without any law or discipline. Screech. At this moment, the sound of car brakes could be heard. Then more and more of them appeared. Many people looked at the street and saw a large number of luxury cars driving in. There were Porsches, Maseratis, Ferraris, and even the worst ones were Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Moreover, there were so many of these luxury cars that they occupied half of the pedestrian street. What a beautiful car! The whole street was in an uproar. For a fourth-tier city, Porsche cars were relatively rare. What was even rarer was that so many luxury cars were gathered together. "Mr. Lin." The luxury cars stopped and a middle-aged man walked out. He was wearing a suit and looked like someone with a strong background. However, Lin Ling did not know him. "Mr. Tang asked me to come." The man came in front of Lin Ling and said respectfully. Then he looked at the policeman and said, "We have a pass." The few policemen did not say much, but asked, "Someone said that he is a swindler. Do you have his ID card?" Yes. Tang Chao had already prepared Lin Ling's ID card, so the man took it out. The policeman scanned the ID card and saw that it was fine. He immediately looked at Xiao Xuanling and said, "I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding." At this moment, Xiao Tao and the others were looking at those luxury cars in shock. Even the daughter of the Lu family was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. That was because many of those luxury cars were limited edition. Even her garage did not have them. Moreover, with so many luxury cars gathered, even if she had seen a big scene, it was the first time she had seen such a luxurious lineup. How could such a person be a swindler? The steering wheel of one of those luxury cars was probably more expensive than Xiao Xuanlin's phone. Xuanlin, you have to be careful. Luxury cars can be rented these days. Suddenly Xiao Tao frowned. She still did not believe Lin Ling. After all, if he owned so many luxury cars, why would he wear an anta? Therefore, those luxury cars definitely had nothing to do with this young man. You must be Mr. Tang's man. Lin Ling looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, I borrowed her phone and promised to give her some compensation. Look, what are you giving her? That's easy. The middle-aged man immediately bowed slightly to Xiao Xuanlin and said with a smile, Miss, we will give you 500,000. What do you think? 500,000. Not only Xiao Xuanlin, but everyone present also stared. 500,000 just to borrow a phone to make a call? Was he crazy? Xiao Xuanlin was also shocked. She had seen some rich people throwing money around on the internet. They would throw out millions and millions, but she had always thought that it was an isolated incident. In society, it was not so easy to encounter such a thing. But today she encountered it. Not enough. Then 1 million. The middle-aged man was still smiling politely. The street was silent. The few policemen smiled bitterly and turned to leave. They all knew that this was probably a misunderstanding. However, borrowing a phone for 1 million was an eye-opener for them. 1 million. Xiao Tao was also shocked, but she kept shaking her head. This was fake. It was definitely fake. How could a young boy wearing an anta be so rich? She could not help but stare at Lin Ling. She wanted to see Lin Ling's heartache. After all, she thought that Lin Ling was faking it. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. To him, money was not as valuable as a stone in the Dao Pagoda. How about this 2 million and a luxury car? You can take the car here if you like it. The middle-aged man saw that Xiao Xuanlin was still silent and said again. At that moment, the people on the street were dizzy. They could not wait to give their phones to Lin Ling. Even the girl holding the Louis Vuitton bag had such thoughts. As for Xiao Tao, needless to say, her face was full of envy. However, Xiao Xuanlin was obviously not someone who was greedy for money. Her parents had taught her since she was a child that she was not allowed to accept money from unknown sources. Therefore, she shook her head and said, No need. I'm just borrowing a phone. If you feel that you owe me, then treat me to a meal when you have time. The reason why she said a meal was that she was afraid that these people would pester her and insist on giving her money. Miss, as long as you don't care. The middle-aged man suddenly smiled and did not try to persuade her anymore. Tisk, it's just for show. Xiao Tao's eyes suddenly flashed. These people knew that Xiao Suner would not accept it, so they deliberately said that. This meant that the 1 million or 2 million and the luxury car were all just empty words. Ding dong. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin's phone beeped with a text message notification. She immediately picked it up and saw a line of words written on it. Your savings card account ending with 0457 received 3 million renminbi at 10:24 on December 8th. Chapter 5258. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Looking at the text message, Xiao Xuanlin was stunned. Xiao Tao snatched the phone from her and was also stunned. He really received 3 million. Xiao Tao shrieked. 3 million for a phone call. How could there be such a cheap deal? The girls were stunned on the spot, and the people on the street were stunned as well. After that, an uproar resounded. After all, they had lived for so long, and it was the first time they had seen someone pay 3 million for a phone call. 3 million. That was enough to buy a house in a small town like Xiaozhou. If it were a normal family, it would be enough for them to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. Hey, I can't accept this money. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin reacted. She wanted to find Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had already disappeared. The luxury cars on the street were also leaving. Xuanlin, he even knows your bank card. I'm afraid he's from a powerful background. But how could someone like that not have a phone? I think he's looking for an opportunity to hit on our little beauty Xuanlin. But this method of hitting on her is unprecedented. Xiao Tao and the girls were envious. If a man were to hit on them like that, they would definitely say yes. As for the Liu family's daughter, her expression was a little ugly. She had the temperament and status, So why was there no man who would do that to her? She looked around and saw that everyone was looking at her with envy, but they were all looking at Xiao Xuanlin. That made her even more annoyed. His previous feat of borrowing 3 million for a phone call was no different from a public proposal. Girls liked romance and vanity, and she was no exception. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce was driving down the street. Lin Ling was sitting in the car. He looked out the window and saw that there were tall buildings all around. It was completely different from what he remembered. Of course, compared to him who had traveled extensively and seen all kinds of fairyland, these tall buildings were still too short. What surprised him was that his hometown had developed so quickly. "Mr. Lin, where are we going?" The middle-aged man turned around and asked with a smile. He was driving personally, because Mr. Tang had repeatedly reminded him to serve Lin Ling well. He was very curious about Lin Ling's identity, for Mr. Tang to treat him so politely. However, he did not dare to disobey Mr. Tang's words. After all, Mr. Tang's background was too great. Of course, compared to ordinary people, his background was not small. He owned several corporations in South China, and had a net worth of tens of billions. Now he was willing to put down his status and drive for Lin Ling. Moreover, although he was curious, he could see a kind of calmness and composure in Lin Ling's eyes, as if he did not care about anything. This allowed him to confirm in his heart that this young man's status was indeed not low. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? "Let's go to Xiaozhou Academy." At this moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded. "Put me down a few streets in front of the academy, I'll walk there." "All right." The middle-aged man immediately nodded. A moment later, the Rolls-Royce stopped by the roadside, attracting a lot of attention. Lin Ling got out of the car and walked towards Xiaozhou Academy according to his memory. Xiaozhou Academy was the university where Lin Ling had studied before his death. This academy was one of the top universities in Xiaozhou, but compared to Wuxia, it could be considered a third-rate university. The reason why Lin Ling came back was naturally not to study, but to take a look. He had a feeling that if he went back, he would be able to settle some of his worries. Although it was a small matter, it could still fulfill his heart. Not long after, he arrived at Xiaozhou Academy. He saw a large number of young people entering and leaving this ancient academy, performing the Song of Youth. Lin Ling looked at this scene and smiled. Then he blended into the crowd and entered the university. Although he had disappeared for a long time, Mr. Tang had already taken care of everything for him. It could be said that when Lin Ling said that he wanted to go to Xiaozhou Academy, Mr. Tang had immediately arranged for someone to deal with it. Therefore, Lin Ling easily entered the university. "Hey, isn't this Lin Ling? Haha, long time no see. You're too good at skipping classes." Not long after, several young people looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They were Lin Ling's classmates. The person who spoke was from a family that owned a factory and had a net worth of tens of millions. He was considered to be one of the best in the circle of classmates. Li Jian. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and recognized this classmate. "Don't tell me you've forgotten our names? We graduated from high school together." Those classmates were suddenly speechless. "Where have you been all this time? I haven't seen you for a long time. Tell me honestly, did you run out of money and did some sneaky things?" The young man named Li Jian laughed. He seemed to be familiar with Lin Ling, but he had always looked down on Lin Ling since he was young. "He's probably locked up in the police station." The others laughed as well. Lin Ling was an extremely low-key existence among his classmates. If they had not seen Lin Ling, they would have long forgotten about him. Lin Ling smiled and did not mind their contempt. "Let's go to class." Li Jian and the others led Lin Ling to the classroom. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's appearance caused an uproar in the class. All kinds of jokes could be heard. "Lin Ling, I thought you didn't want to study anymore. He disappeared for a whole year. Where did he go this year? Don't tell me he went to start a business. Look at him. He's dressed in anta. He's doing pretty well. It's just anta." Many classmates joked with Lin Ling. They were used to Lin Ling's character. He was easy to talk to and always kept a low profile. Of course, with Lin Ling's aptitude, he could not afford to be high profile. In short, he was just a passerby since young. Moreover, many of them had studied with Lin Ling since junior high and high school. They knew Lin Ling very well. "Hello everyone. Lin Ling naturally did not care about the mockery. On the contrary, he felt warmth in his heart. He felt that his soul force and cultivation realm were increasing. It was as if meeting these long-lost classmates satisfied the regret in his heart. He had been fighting in the universe for thousands of years. His heart was numb. It had been a long time since he experienced such an ordinary scene. He walked to his seat and sat down. The classmates quickly forgot about Lin Ling. After all, he was just a passerby. Jokes were more or less enough. At this time, a class teacher came to class. He glanced at Lin Ling and continued with the class. It was as if Lin Ling had never disappeared and never returned. They did a good job. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He hated being treated as a different person after returning. This was exactly what he wanted to see. You're good, Old Lee. You disappeared for a year and came back. I really thought you stopped studying. Beside him, a skinny guy came over and said with a smile. He was Lin Ling's best friend in high school. His nickname was Didi-da. The main reason was that this guy was too talkative. He was endless and kept on beeping. However, you came back at the right time. This year's juniors, TSK. They're really pretty. Many people in the class are targeting them. However, it's useless to tell you this. First, you're a blockhead. Second, even if you're interested, you can't get her. The skinny guy kept talking in Lin Ling's ear. Chapter 52-59. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Ling was speechless. As expected of Didi-da-da. He recalled the incident the last time he came back. At that time, he was running a midnight snack stall. When he left, he had alarmed the nearby area. Now that it had been so long, he wondered how it was going. Lin Ling spent the entire class with Didi-da-da nagging. After the class, the teacher left. Everyone started to get lively. Haha, the next class is free activities. The basketball match is about to start. We can't lose to those guys from class 2. I heard that there are freshmen participating in this basketball class. We can't lose to them, especially in front of the freshmen. The class was bustling with noise. That's right. We can't lose to those freshmen. We must win today's match and then beat class 2 tomorrow. A girl with a face full of pimples stood up and said. Now the main players and substitutes have been decided. However, the rest of you need to help too. Didi-da-da, Lin Ling Lu Wei. The girl kept pointing at her classmates and said, You guys are responsible for moving the drinks to the field. Us. No way. Why should we move the drinks? Didi-da-da was unhappy. You can choose not to go. However, the prerequisite is that you can represent our class in the competition. You can choose the main players and the substitutes. I'll say this first. If you drag our class down and lose, our class won't forgive you. The girl said coldly. Her name was Cui Ping. She was also the class monitor. Me. Didi-da-da could not answer. Move the drinks obediently. With your skinny arms and legs, how can you win against others? Since you can't participate, you can only do your best. Li Jian and the rest were jeering. Their faces were full of contempt. This is pissing me off. Didi-da-da was unhappy. However, Lin Ling patted him on the shoulder and said, Move it then. You don't need to do much. They are the ones who are tired from playing basketball. I know. However, why should we be the coolie while they are the heroes? Then do you know how to play basketball? I don't. Didi-da-da had no choice but to carry the drinks obediently. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was indifferent. He had originally come back to experience these things. At this moment, a large number of people had already gathered in the school's largest field. A red horizontal board was hung, announcing the friendly match between the freshmen and sophomores. Of course, although it was called a friendly battle, the smell of gunpowder was actually very strong. The main reason was that this year's first-year juniors were very beautiful. The second-year seniors were all very tempted and couldn't wait to perform in front of those juniors. However, the first-year juniors naturally weren't willing to do so. They couldn't wait to torture their seniors. Come on, come on, come on. Cheers could be heard all around the field. Suaping's eyes were fixed on a young man on the field. The young man had fair skin and a height of 1.83 meters. Every time he dribbled or threw the ball, it would cause waves of cheers. His name was Chen Junjie, and he was also the most handsome guy in their class. Not to mention the second-year students. Even the first-year students had a crush on him. Hurry up, all of you. What kind of men are you? After staring at them for a while, she turned to look at Lin Ling and the rest. That was because most of the drinks in the field had already been consumed. F***CKme. That be *TCH. Didi Dada was already sweating from exhaustion. There are so many people in this field, and everyone is drinking our drinks. When are we going to finish moving? That's right. There was another person beside him who was also dog-tired, and had a disgruntled look on his face. It's just moving the drinks. Why are you guys complaining so much? Just continue moving. Lin Ling had a nonchalant look on his face. You aren't even sweating. Are you slacking off? Didi Dada looked at Lin Ling as if it had discovered a new continent. Lin Ling was sweating. How heavy could those drinks be? Forget about the drinks. Even if he was carrying the entire Xiaozhou, he wouldn't sweat. It's you. Just as Lin Ling and the rest placed the drinks by the field, a young girl suddenly ran over. She looked very happy. The young girl was wearing a basketball jersey and sneakers. Under the long johns were long and slender legs. Most importantly, if she wasn't Xiao Xuanlin, who else could she be? It's you. Lin Ling was also very surprised. This damn. Is this junior blind? She actually took the initiative to talk to old Lin? Didi Dada was dumbfounded. In their opinion, Lin Ling was really very low-key and inconspicuous. Even if the beauty talked to Didi Dada, it was impossible for her to talk to Lin Ling. Moreover, she was a great beauty. Didi Dada. She's the campus belle Xiao Xuanlin. The guy surnamed Lu exclaimed. Didi Dada blinked. Campus belle? Why is there another one? She's a first-year junior. She just came here not long ago. That's why the campus belle list changed. Of course you don't know. The campus belle took the initiative to talk to Lin Ling. Is she blind? Or is God blind? While they were criticizing in their hearts, there were also many gazes around them. Their gazes were mixed with anger. In fact, today's friendly competition was mostly aimed at the campus belle beauties. However, the prettiest campus belle was not paying attention to the field. Instead, she was talking to a senior who was moving the drinks. On what basis? You're studying here too? I always thought you were studying at a famous university overseas. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin said excitedly. She did not expect to see Lin Ling again. What? Famous university? That kid was almost expelled. Didi Dada screamed. Xiao Xuanlin ignored him. In her opinion, for someone who could casually give out 3 million, studying at a famous university was child's play. Moreover, he was moving drinks? Oh, write your money. Xiao Xuanlin said again. It's just a small matter. If you treat me as a friend, don't mention this again. Lin Ling said with a smile. How about this? After I graduate, I'll slowly return it to you. Whatever. Lin Ling did not care at all. Both Didi Dada guys looked at him with disdain. Money? How much money could Lin Ling have? They remembered that he used to borrow money from them for meals. Lin Ling, why aren't you guys moving the drinks? What are you doing there? At that moment, a cold voice was heard. They saw that the basketball match was being paused, and the class monitor, Chen Junjie, was looking at them coldly. He was pissed, extremely pissed. Previously, he scored 10 points in a row and beat De by 2 points to end the first quarter. The audience was in an uproar. However, Xiao Xuanlin did not see him. Instead, she was talking to Lin Ling. How could a person moving drinks be compared to him? What an arrogant tone. We're all servants now. Didi Dada was furious. Why aren't you guys moving? Even the class monitor, Cui Ping, stood up and spoke. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded at Didi Dada and continued moving the drinks. Junjie, those 3 are trash. They're at the bottom of the class. Even after graduation, they'll be doing manual labor. Ignore them. Cui Ping said to Chen Junjie and handed him a towel at the same time. I know. However, we're trying so hard to fight for it, but they're flirting with girls. That's ridiculous. Chen Junjie frowned. Don't worry. You guys will pour the drinks away later. They can only continue moving. Cui Ping smiled. However, She did not know that Lin Ling had heard everything they said. This made Lin Ling frown. Although he did not mind the ridicule from his classmates, he did not want to be treated as a fool, especially when Didi Dada was implicated. Chapter 5260. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Didi Da asked curiously when he saw Lin Ling suddenly stop. We won't be moving these drinks. Lin Ling didn't return to the classroom and walked towards the field. I didn't want to move them for a long time. Old Lu, let's go and look at the girls. Didi Da couldn't wait and followed Lin Ling back. When did Lin Ling become so bold? The young man called Old Lu was surprised. They walked back to the field, but Xiao Xuanlin hadn't left yet. She was surprised when she saw Lin Ling. You guys? We won't be moving the drinks, Ling Xiao said. That's good. Why don't I ask my classmates to help? Xiao Xuanlin suggested. In her opinion, Lin Ling, who could casually throw out 3 million without batting an eyelid, wouldn't be able to do such heavy work. Moreover, she was also surprised. After all, Lin Ling, who was a rich second generation, could do such low-key work. This was much better than other people of the same age. Lin Ling, what are you doing? When Ping saw Lin Ling and the rest sitting, she immediately walked over angrily. You 3 useless trash. I asked you to do some work and you dare to slack off. Cui Ping pointed at Lin Ling and the rest. Her voice was very loud and attracted many people's attention. At this moment, Didi Da and the rest felt extremely embarrassed. They were seniors, but now they were being mocked by the juniors. This class monitor Cui Ping really didn't give them any face. Why are you moving? We are tired, Didi Da said angrily. If you want to move, do it yourself. You only know how to use us as coolies. Are you guys still men? Don't tell me you want a woman to carry the drinks for you? Cui Ping felt that many people were looking at her, so she showed her dignity as the class monitor. If you want to go, no one can stop you. Anyway, we are tired and need to rest. Didi Da didn't move, and even went to get 3 drinks and gave one to Lin Ling and Old Lu. This is Cui Ping was so angry that she stomped her feet and said to the class, Look, they don't care about the collective honor at all. They are too lawless. Didi Da, Lin Ling, Old Lu, hurry up and move. Junjie and the others are working hard for the honor of the class. How can you not do anything? That's right. Lazy and lazy. What a shame. His junior is still watching. Hurry up. Many male students spoke up. We're not going. At this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, finally opened his mouth and directly refused. You. Everyone was very unhappy. However, at this time, the 3rd quarter of the basketball game had also ended. A few figures walked back, drenched in sweat. Seeing that there were no drinks, all of them were furious. Class leader, I'm so thirsty. Why isn't there a bottle of water? One of them said angrily, We've been playing so hard, and now we're 10 points behind. There's still one more round. If we lose, our class will lose face. Exactly. And if we don't advance, we won't be able to challenge Class 2 tomorrow. They all stood up and glared at Lin Ling and the others. It's not like that, they're all tired. Xiao Sun and Lin Ling were next to them, so they spoke up for Lin Ling and the others. A class is a team, and also a boat. We're the main force in the game. If the others don't have the strength, then we'll do what we can. That's a team. Chen Junjie, who had been silent until now, said lightly, staring at Lin Ling and the others sarcastically. His words were very simple. You don't know how to play basketball, you don't know anything. Moving the drinks is your responsibility. Or moving the drinks is more suitable for you. Lin Ling frowned instantly. In fact, it was not a big deal for him to move the drinks. However, they poured the drinks away. That was a waste of their efforts. That's right. A class is also a team. However, why are the 3 of us the only ones doing things like moving the drinks? There are so many people in the class. Why don't we take turns? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and said. All the class was shocked. Lin Ling actually spoke up? One should know that Lin Ling had never fought for such things. He was afraid of offending others. Are you saying that you can participate in the game too? And then we'll move the drinks? Chen Junjie frowned and said. He looked extremely unhappy. Initially, he was targeting Didi Dada. He did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. That made him lose all his dignity. So be it. What's the big deal? Lin Ling said. Ling said indifferently. Jing. All the class was silent. Lin Ling meant that he could participate in the game too? So there was no need to move the drinks? Ha ha ha, are you kidding us? Do you know the rules? Do you know what a three-pointer is? Do you know how to dunk? Chen Junjie laughed. Someone who had never touched a basketball before wanted to participate in the game. That was an insult to basketball. You want to change players at the last minute? Senior, you're behind by 10 points. You're looking down on us by changing players at the last minute. The other freshmen also mocked. They stared at Lin Ling. They saw that Lin Ling was only 1.7 meters tall and had a skinny body. One look and they knew that he did not exercise often. This guy, if he dared to participate in the game, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp. All right, I'll let you participate in the game. Now that you're behind by 10 points, go and play. Chen Junjie was also angry. This Lin Ling wanted to make a fool of himself. Let him be. When their class is defeated, who will be the scapegoat? Lin Lingling was too lazy to say anything. He walked towards the court without even changing his clothes. Oldling, are you sure you want to go? Didi Dada's eyes almost popped out. He naturally knew that Lin Ling did not know how to play basketball. He was going to make a fool of himself. When they lose, the whole class will blame Lin Ling. He's overestimating himself. Cui Ping snorted gloatingly. Let him face reality. We'll go after 2 minutes. Chen Junjie sneered. Looking at Lin Ling entering the court, there was an uproar at the side of the court. Changing players at the last minute? Moreover, that young man was wearing an anti-sportswear. He did not even have a basketball uniform. He was extremely amateurish. Haha, the seniors are giving us points again. Brothers, let's not be ungrateful. The other freshmen were also laughing. Naturally, they would fight for the opportunity to widen the gap. Lin Ling, you're up. Soon Lin Ling's side started to serve the ball. Someone threw the ball to Lin Ling. At this moment, countless people were looking at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling took the ball and walked away. He walked for more than 10 steps. All the court was silent. Then loud laughter could be heard. He was walking, and it was obvious. Big. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Didi Dada slapped his forehead. He could not bear to watch. Haha. He was not convinced when I said he was trash. Now you know. Chen Junjie said. Junjie drank his water and said with disdain. It was the other party's turn to serve the ball. He passed the ball a few times, and then threw an empty three-pointer in front of Lin Ling. Weakling. After the freshman made the shot, he waved his hand at Lin Ling in disdain. As a result, the gap was 13 points. However, Lin Ling did not care. After all, it was his first time playing basketball. He did not know the rules. But, next it was Lin Ling's turn to serve the ball again. However, the other 4 did not let Lin Ling touch the ball to avoid embarrassing themselves. But, unfortunately, even when it was their turn to attack, they still could not score under the opponent's defense. The ball fell into the freshman's hands again. Chapter 5261. Remember in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free to read. Watch me. The team captain of the freshmen was called Xiao Yao. He dribbled the ball in all sorts of ways and easily passed Lin Ling. Then he passed 2 more people in a row and did a windmill slam dunk. Now the difference was 15 points. Xiao Yao, Xiao Yao, Xiao Yao. The whole audience cheered. Lin Ling's classmates were extremely embarrassed and could not bear to watch anymore. Get ready to change players. Chen Junjie knew that it was time for him to play. However, the difference was 15 points. It would not be easy to catch up. Next, it was Lin Ling's turn to serve. The other 4 did not let Lin Ling touch the ball and kept moving forward. Give me the ball. However, Lin Ling also asked for the ball. He roughly looked at it and somewhat understood the rules. Now it was his turn to play. Give you my ass. There's a 15-point difference. If we don't catch up, we'll lose. Get ready to play. Brother Junjie, go. The other 4 said to Lin Ling with a look of disdain. Lin Ling frowned. Was it fine if they did not give him the ball? He took a step forward. His body was like moving clouds and flowing water. He appeared in front of the dribbling player. With a grab, the ball fell into his hands. F***ck, he stole his own player's ball. The onlookers were shocked. It was as if they had seen a new world. It was the first time they had seen someone play like that. This Lin Ling is F***king crazy. He's trying to get us into trouble. I think he's going to make a move again. Chen Junjie frowned and then shook his head mockingly. He looked at the 5 freshmen opposite him. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Lin Ling got the ball. It was another free point. Moreover, they had the same opinion as Chen Junjie. Lin Ling was definitely going to make a move. Sure enough, Lin Ling was unfamiliar with the ball. Then he picked up the ball and walked away. For Lin Ling, it was a little difficult to control the strength of the ball. After all, the basketball was too light. He was afraid that if he used too much strength, the basketball would explode. 1 step, 2 steps. Everyone stared at Lin Ling as he took his 3rd step. However, just as he was about to take his 3rd step, Lin Ling swung his right hand. Before the ball had even crossed half the court, it had already turned into a beautiful trajectory and shot towards the opposite basket like a cannonball. Bang! With a loud bang, the basket shook violently. When the basketball hit the basket, it actually flew up high. However, when it fell down, it actually fell out of the basket. Whoosh! The net let out a hollow sound, which was extremely pleasant to the ears. The whole place was dead silent. He threw the ball in the half court and scored? That was a 3-pointer. Even the referee was dumbfounded. He could only say that Lin Ling was really lucky. Damn it. The 5 freshmen looked as if their parents had died. They were so angry that they wanted to curse. Forget it, there are still 12 points left. They won't be able to catch up. I'll give him 3 points later. After they cursed angrily, they started to serve. Pa. They dribbled the ball and crossed half the court. The point guard made a hand gesture, indicating for the others to move according to the strategy. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a stream of light shot over. Before the point guard could react, the ball had already left his hand. It was Lin Ling. Whoosh! After Lin Ling easily stole the ball, he threw it. The hollow sound of the ball was heard once again. Another 3-pointer in the half court. F***ck, this is heaven-defying. 2 in a row. He's F***king the heavens just because of a disagreement? The whole stadium was in an uproar. If the first one was luck, then was the second also luck? Lin Ling, go for it. Give me another one. Waves of cheers could be heard. For many people, this game was too interesting. An outsider scored 6 points in a row and kept pulling the score closer. Zhudong, what the hell are you doing? Looking at the freshmen, they were all complaining about the point guard. Me. At that moment, the point guard was also gritting his teeth in anger. It's my fault. I was careless before. Then they started to serve again gloomily. However, just as they crossed half the court, a figure came at them like lightning. The point guard's pupils constricted and he sneered. You still want to try? His hands danced quickly. The ball was like a magic trick, constantly weaving in and out. It was a dazzling sight. He did not believe that Lin Ling would be able to intercept his ball while he was dribbling. Whoosh! However, before the point guard could react, the ball was once again stolen by Lin Ling. A beautiful arc crossed the sky. It was another long 3-pointer. F***ck the heavens, F***ck the heavens, F***ck the heavens. The whole stadium was in a frenzy. Everyone stood up and shouted crazily. That was because in the blink of an eye, they had already caught up with 9 points. Furthermore, the freshmen could not score any points in such a short period of time. Most importantly, Lin Ling was the only one who made the move throughout the entire process. The other 4 players were like flower vases. Old Lin, you're awesome. Didi-da and the rest were trembling with excitement. It was too exciting. Damn, it was a pity that he did not go to the NBA. Bastard. Chen Junjie wanted to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself. However, he saw Lin Ling turn the tide and score 9 points in a row. His heart felt like it was about to explode. That kid is a little strange. Pass the ball more. Don't dribble. The freshmen' faces were solemn. They served again. This time, they kept passing the ball to prevent it from being intercepted. However, it was still useless. Lin Ling easily stole the ball and scored another long three-pointer. As a result, there were only 3 points left. However, there was not much time left. "Give me the ball." At that moment, the freshman, Zodiac Yao, shouted angrily. After getting the ball, he rushed all the way and passed a few people in a row. Then he took off at the 2-point line and finally flew. "He's flying! He's flying!" Slam dunk. Seeing this scene, the freshman shouted excitedly. Now there was not much time left. As long as he scored 2 more points, Lin Ling and the rest would not be able to catch up. He's just a layman. Even if he's lucky and scored a few 3-pointers, he's dreaming if he wants to beat us. At that moment, Xiao Yao was soaring into the sky. He could even see that everyone was looking up at him. In front of him, the basket was getting closer and closer. He was going to slam dunk. He was going to slam dunk in front of Xiao Xuanlin and win this battle beautifully. Time passed, and the basket was right in front of him. Didi-da and the rest of the sophomores were gloomy. They could only watch Xiao Yao's dazzling slam dunk. Chen Junjie gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred. After all, that glory did not belong to him. It belonged to a freshman. However, at that moment, a figure appeared. He was faster than Xiao Yao and leaped higher than Xiao Yao. A large hand, like the hand of Buddha, was guarding the last forbidden area. It came slamming down. It was Lin Ling. "It's you." Xiao Yao's face changed. Then he saw a hand slamming down on his basketball, preventing him from dunking. Bam! A dull sound was heard. Lin Ling's hand slammed down. Not only did it send the basketball flying, but it also sent Xiao Yao and the ball flying. Xiao Yao fell to the ground like a rubber ball and rolled a few meters away. The basketball flowed past him. He had obviously failed the slam dunk. Whoosh! However, it was not over yet. A gust of wind blew past him, scaring him. That was because the speed of the person was too fast. He quickly turned his head and saw that Lin Ling was already dribbling the basketball and rushing towards their basket. Before he reached the 3-point line, Lin Ling jumped up. That was a 3-point slam dunk. Chapter 5262. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios A 3-point line slam dunk? The entire field, no, the entire Xiaozhou College was silent. How could there be a 3-point line slam dunk? Even in the NBA, which was known for its extraordinary physique, no one could do a 3-point line slam dunk. This was too unreasonable. Bang bang bang. Only the sound of the basketball hitting the ground could be heard in the field. Every hit seemed to hit the deepest part of everyone's heart. It was as if a passerby had suddenly turned into Superman. The score is tied. Lin Ling threw the basketball down and walked to the side of the field. Although the score was tied, would the freshmen still have the mood to play? Other than the shock in their hearts, they were more in awe and respect. F***ck, this is F***king F***ck. Xiao Yao had been completely defeated. Winning or losing was no longer important. As for Lin Ling's 4 teammates, they were as still as statues. Lin Ling had defeated the freshmen alone. Throughout the whole process, they were like puppets. They did not even need to play or touch the ball. Lin Ling walked to the side of the field and looked at Chen Junjie calmly. "Old Lin, you're awesome." Didi Dada was dancing as if it was the first time it met Lin Ling. "Amazing." Xiao Xuanlin covered her mouth. Her eyes were full of stars. Cui Ping, Chen Junjie, and the rest were terrified. They could not say anything. "You're only fit to carry drinks," Lin Ling said to Chen Junjie calmly. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Chen Junjie opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out in the end. He used to think that he was on the school team, and Lin Ling did not know anything. He was only fit to carry drinks. But now, Lin Ling had turned the tide by himself. He lost 3 points no matter how hard he tried. He even did a 3-point line slam dunk. How could he compete with Lin Ling? Since he could not compete, it was only natural for him to carry drinks. Fly, he actually flew. Chen Junjie was so angry that it was as if he had swallowed a volcano. He knew that the focus of today's basketball game was completely Lin Ling. Moreover, he could have lost to anyone else, but he just had to lose to the most low-key existence in the class. He had no place to put his face. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the shocked crowd and left Xiaozhou Academy alone. Here, it was as if he had made up for the regrets in the depths of his heart. He felt that his realm had increased by a small margin. However, he also knew that returning to university was just like passing clouds. He wouldn't stay here for long. Lin Ling, a call for you. At this moment, someone outside the gate saw Lin Ling. He immediately ran over and handed over a phone. Lin Ling frowned slightly. It was a fact that he did not have a phone, so these people were waiting for him at the university. Hey. Lin Ling took the phone. Mr. Lin, I'm Gu Jian. It's like this. Yesterday, we received a report that someone had found 2 ancient stone tablets in the Qinling Mountains. However, these stone tablets are extremely mysterious. A group of people went there and all of them died. In the end, only one person managed to escape. So we're planning to organize a group to go there and see what's going on. We'd like to ask if you're free to come along. Stone tablets? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. What's the general situation? We're not too sure about the specific situation. We only know that the person was delirious when he came back. He said that he saw many people talking, and that it was a burial ground where ancient gods and demons were sealed. He's currently unconscious. All right, when do we depart? Immediately. I'll send someone to find you. Take this phone with you. It has a GPS tracker. We should be there in half a day. Lin Ling covered the phone and left. He was extremely shocked and full of anticipation. Stone tablets? Could it be the square prison? But why were there 2 of them? Could the last square prison be in Wuxia? At the thought of that, Lin Ling could not wait to rush to Qinling Mountains. However, Mr. Ge's people would only arrive in half a day. It would be useless for him to go there. After all, he had covered the entire Wuxia with his powerful soul power. However, he could not find the square prison. This meant that the square prison had a powerful force blocking him. Now he could only wait for Mr. Ge's people to lead the way. It's rare for me to come here. It's time to go home. Lin Ling had another wish, which was to see his remaining relatives in this world. In fact, although Lin Ling's parents had passed away when he was young, he still had relatives. However, these relatives ignored him. No one wanted to carry a burden. In his impression, only his eldest uncle treated him well. However, his eldest uncle was blind since young, and could not even take care of himself. Therefore, Lin Ling grew up in an orphanage. A few years ago, he had gone back to visit his eldest uncle once or twice. Although my eldest uncle has ignored me since I was young, he's still my family. If it was the Lin Ling of the past, he would have been too lazy to go back. However, the Lin Ling of today had seen too much of the world's fickleness and the ways of the world. Everything did not matter to him. As for the place where his uncle lived, it was a village. Lin Ling secretly remembered that when he was young, the village had been deserted. Now it was much livelier, and there were more outsiders. Moreover, this area seemed to be developing into a commercial district, causing it to be completely different from before. Following the main road, Lin Ling was constantly searching for his past memories. Although he rarely came here, it was the only place where he had relatives when he was young. However, at that time, he was mostly chased away. Hey, isn't this Lin Ling? Passing by a mahjong stall, a young man noticed Lin Ling and exclaimed as he ran out. Kid, aren't you in university? Why are you back? The young man was shocked. Lin Ling frowned and searched through his memories. He suddenly smiled. Cousin Lin Lu. Haha, I heard that you got into a third-rate university. Everyone thinks that you have a promising future. This young man was Lin Ling's cousin. His father was his second uncle. His second uncle had 2 sons. One was said to have a good future, and the other was Lin Lu. However, although Lin Lu was unemployed, he had a lot of face in the neighborhood. It was said that he knew a lot of big shots. The 2 brothers, one black and one white, caused his second uncle's family to have the most face among the brothers. Are you here to see your eldest uncle? Lin Lu asked again. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Lu had long been used to Lin Ling's temper. He didn't know if it was because of his inferiority complex, but he had always been a man of few words. Let's go, I'll take you. Lin Lu was very enthusiastic as he led Lin Ling forward. While Lin Ling is back. Along the way, many relatives came out. They all had their own small courtyard, and there were luxurious cars in front of the gate. Audi A6, Mercedes-Benz GLC. Although they weren't top-grade luxurious cars, they weren't something that ordinary people could buy. Brother Linling, you're back. How's your study? I've already said that your Xiaozhou Academy isn't up to standard. You didn't believe me. Isn't it good to follow me to Yanjing University? Che, you think Yanjing University is a place that anyone can enter? Little Yan, you're going to study abroad in the future. Brother Linling can only find a company and be a small employee. A few girls who seemed to be around the same age as Linling giggled. Their voices were full of contempt. Chapter 5263. Translator. Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios, that was normal. Linling had been an orphan in his family since he was young. He was not capable, so his relatives naturally looked down on him. Linling was still smiling. He looked at the luxury cars and the small courtyards and sighed secretly. In fact, although his relatives were not rich, they were not bad. However, no one adopted him when he was young. His relatives all treated him as a burden. Linling, you're here? At that moment, a woman dressed in jewelry walked out. She was Lin Yan's mother and Linling's aunt. Her husband had a strong background. He had opened a company and his assets were close to 10 million. Aunt. Linling immediately greeted her. You're here to see uncle. The woman smiled politely and said, how long until you graduate? Your uncle's company is still lacking a position. If you have no job after graduation, feel free to look for me. Thank you. Linling smiled. However, he knew that when he was looking for a job, it would not be a good one. Most importantly, he would be bullied. While his relatives were chatting politely, Linling arrived at a tile-roofed residential area. The area was very large, but it was an old brick house. This was where his uncle lived. Linling had just arrived when he heard coughing. He shook his head secretly. Most of his relatives were not humane. They lived in luxurious houses and drove luxury cars, but they let his uncle live in these dilapidated houses. Even when he was sick, no one took care of him. Uncle! Linling shouted and walked into the house. He saw that the house was a little dark. A yellow lamp was hanging, and an old man was sitting on the bed. When he heard the sound, he sat up happily. Linling, you must be here. I haven't seen you in a long time. Looking at the old man, Linling's expression changed slightly. To be honest, his uncle was not very good to him. Otherwise, he would not have been an orphan. However, his uncle was the one who treated him the best out of all his relatives. He often gave him money, even though it wasn't much. Uncle's eyes haven't recovered for many years. It seems that I have to treat him before I leave. Moreover, Uncle has no one to take care of him all these years, leaving behind many patients. Linling knew that his uncle did not have any children, so he planned to help him cleanse his body before he left. Linling, come, let uncle touch you. Big uncle wanted to sit up, but Linling quickly went over to help him. Then the two of them started to talk. Big uncle kept saying that Linling was very much like his dead father. Uncle. After an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Then, a fat man in a suit walked in. Linling, you're here too. When he saw Linling, he nodded slightly. Then he ignored them and said to First Uncle, in order to comply with the reform and opening up, you really have to donate this piece of land. Now that everyone nearby has agreed, only your piece of land has been delayed for the longest time. I've brought the contract. As long as you sign it, you will live in a Western-style building with an elevator room. Isn't it better than this black brick house? This person was called Lingua. He was the eldest son of Big Uncle. It was said that his position was very high. In the southern suburbs, no one dared to disrespect him. He could be said to be the leader. As for his younger brother, Lin Lu, he is also someone who can reach the heavens. However, Lingua was obviously more difficult to talk to than Lin Yu. His mouth was full of bureaucratic language, and was very majestic. When he met Linling, he only greeted him. His eyes were full of disdain, looking down on Linling. Lingua, I said that this land is not for sale. Big Uncle's face sank and said coldly, You. Lingua frowned. How many times have I said it? You're an antique. Forget it. There will be a big meeting in the village tomorrow. The whole village will be there. The Lin family will also be there. At that time, you won't have the chance to speak. Now that you've signed this contract, you'll get 2 houses. If you wait until tomorrow, everyone will share it. There won't be that much left. You decide. Lin Guo left after saying that. However, he also glanced at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, if you have time, persuade Big Uncle. People shouldn't be so stubborn. Oh right, you're about to graduate. After you graduate, come find me. I'll arrange 1 or 2 official positions for you. It's better than idling around. After saying that, he left the house while holding his nose. It was as if the smell of the house made him very uncomfortable. Lin Ling did not say anything. His eyes were flickering slightly. They've taken a fancy to this piece of land. At this time, Big Uncle snorted. This land was left behind by your grandfather. Back then, every son and daughter had a share. However, our land is more valuable. It's located by the road and needs to be developed. I heard last time that this land will be worth hundreds of millions if developed. They seem to be giving me 2 houses, but in reality, they want to sell this land behind my back for more. I may be blind, but my heart isn't. Big Uncle coughed as he spoke. He looked extremely agitated. All these years, he had been alone and no one cared about him. Now that the government was going to expropriate the land, these so-called relatives all came running over. They claimed that they were looking out for the rest of Big Uncle's life, but in reality, they were greedy for money. Big Uncle, calm down. Lin Ling quickly poured a glass of water for Big Uncle. It's not that I'm agitated, but half of this land is yours. Big Uncle has been guarding it for you. Big Uncle suddenly said. Then he said to Lin Ling, take out the brick under the bed. The title deed is buried in it. Lin Ling's body suddenly trembled. The land left behind by his father? He quickly did as he was told. Then he found 2 yellowed title deeds under the bed. One belonged to Big Uncle, and the other belonged to Lin Ling's former father. When your grandfather left, he specifically told me that this piece of land was for you to get married and have children in the future. You used to be young and kind, so Big Uncle has been keeping it for you. After all, your second uncle and aunt have the hearts of wolves. They will definitely lie to you. Big Uncle took the title deed and caressed it as if it were a precious treasure. All these years, your Big Uncle couldn't take care of you. This is your Big Uncle's fault. Your father left early. Sigh, I pity you, child. As he spoke, he also cried. Lin Ling's heart softened. Although he was cold-blooded and ruthless in the Dao Pagoda, deep down he was still Lin Ling. He was still a person. He didn't expect that Big Uncle had done so much for him in secret. Take good care of this title deed. When the time comes, sell it yourself. You can't let those guys get away with it. Big Uncle gave the 2 title deeds to Lin Ling. Big Uncle, this. Lin Ling was surprised. Big Uncle is old. It's useless to keep too much money. Just take it as Big Uncle making up for what he owed you all these years. After all, we are family. Big Uncle said to Lin Ling with a smile. He gave the 2 title deeds to Lin Ling. This piece of land was very big. If it was sold, it would be worth at least 100 million. After all, the nearby area had been developed. This place was like a village in the city. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally accepted it. He didn't want to let Big Uncle down. But for him, whether it was money or land, everything was like floating clouds. He could leave his property to anyone, but he didn't want to leave it to his second uncle. Moreover, before he left, he planned to cure Big Uncle's illness and let him live a long life and enjoy a good life. Thinking of this, Lin Ling suddenly felt very relaxed. The regret that had been suppressed in his heart seemed to have been resolved. Chapter 5264. It was the perfect supreme being. Lin Ling, stay here and rest tonight. Eldest uncle said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the dark surroundings. Then he began to tidy up. He had ignored his eldest uncle all these years. Now that he was back, he wanted to make it up to him. That night, he prepared the dishes and brought his eldest uncle here. He also prepared some wine. The 2 of them ate happily. Good. Little Ling, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so good. This dish is so fragrant. Come, let me have a drink with you. Eldest uncle was in a good mood. For so many years he had been eating alone most of the time. It had been a long time since he experienced such familial love. What he did not know was that Lin Ling had added some heavenly treasures from the realm of the gods into the dishes. Of course, Lin Ling did not dare to add too much. He only added a little. However, even if it was just a little, it was enough for his eldest uncle to cleanse his body. Moreover, Lin Ling secretly used his divine origin to clear his eldest uncle's meridians and wash away the chronic illness in his body. Eldest uncle drank the wine and talked about the past. It turned out that among the brothers, eldest uncle and Lin Ling's father had the best relationship. This was because the two of them had similar personalities. They were more old-fashioned. This could be considered as having similar tastes. Late at night, Lin Ling helped his eldest uncle to rest. Then he entered into a state of cultivation. In fact, someone had come to look for Lin Ling in the afternoon. However, Lin Ling rejected him and planned to leave the next day. Now second uncle and little aunt wanted to covet the land that belonged to eldest uncle and his father. Lin Ling naturally would not let them have their way. After a quiet night, eldest uncle woke up at dawn the next day. This sleep was so comfortable. After eldest uncle woke up, he felt energized. His eyes could faintly see light, which made him extremely shocked. Moreover, the rheumatism of many years seemed to be much better. Eldest uncle. After Lin Ling finished washing up, he walked over with a smile. He naturally knew that this was the effect of the heaven and earth treasure he had put in the food last night. Let's go. Eldest uncle suddenly looked outside the door. He could faintly see light, but he couldn't care too much, because today was the day when all the villagers gathered to discuss the sale of the land. His heart was burning with rage. He would never sell this piece of land even if he was beaten to death. Uncle, don't worry. The land will always belong to you, Lin Ling said with a smile. The uncle nodded, but he didn't take Lin Ling's words to heart. After the two of them left, they walked towards the village's ancestral hall. In this village, the biggest surname was the Lin family. They were the antiques of the village. Their ancestors could be traced back to the late Qing dynasty. Although the other surnames had been here for a long time, their heritage could not compare. Without a doubt, today was an extremely lively day. Everyone in the village knew that the land was going to be sold, and even more important figures were coming. They were all eager to receive great benefits. One by one, luxury cars drove into the village. Mercedes-Benz S600, BMW, and so on. There were even Maseratis. It was precisely because of such a luxurious lineup that the sound of firecrackers in the village was endless. The neighboring villages were filled with envy. Of course, whether it was in the same village or neighboring villages, they still talked about second uncle's family the most. After all, second uncle's children were all promising and were extremely famous in the nearby area. He then looked at Lin Ling and the others. They were slowly walking towards the ancestral hall. Before they even reached it, they were already surrounded by people chatting excitedly. However, when they saw eldest uncle and the rest, they fell silent again. Their expressions were extremely strange. All of them knew that it was eldest uncle's family that was delaying their acquisition of the land. Moreover, eldest uncle's family was in the best position in the village, and was also the most valued by the conglomerates. This Lin Zheng is really an antique. He's guarding that rundown house every day. Is he thinking of bringing it into his coffin? He wants to suffer, but he doesn't want others to enjoy it. What a venomous old man. In my opinion, he's already so old. It's better for him to die early. Whispers could be heard. No one gave face to eldest uncle. Instead, they hated him. Eldest uncle naturally heard it, but he ignored it. Lin Ling's expression was ice cold. Who's that person supporting Lin Zheng? I think it's that kid from third uncle's family. He's so greedy. He came back when he knew that the land was going to be acquired. Third uncle's family isn't anything good either. Many people stared at Lin Ling. They felt that Lin Ling was back to split the family's assets. When eldest uncle heard those words, he paused in his steps. His expression clearly turned ugly, but he didn't say a word and continued forward. Not long after, they arrived at the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was rather luxurious. There were two huge lions at the entrance. It was said that second uncle's family had spent a lot of money on it. Lin Zheng, you're here. In front of the ancestral hall, a white-haired old man sat there. He was the oldest great-granduncle of the Lin family. He had a very high seniority and no one in the village dared to disobey him. Even if eldest uncle met him, he had to address himself as a junior. Great-granduncle, Lin Zheng said faintly. The old man nodded. His attitude towards eldest uncle was very cold. Suddenly he looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Who's this?" "Third uncle's son." Eldest uncle knew that non-members of the Lin family were not allowed to participate in today's matter, so he revealed Lin Ling's identity. "Third uncle?" The old man frowned. He sized up Lin Ling and said disdainfully, "He's the same as third uncle. Useless." "Great-granduncle, how can you say that?" Eldest uncle couldn't hold it in any longer. They couldn't control outsiders when they spoke ill of them. How could he do nothing when his own family members spoke ill of them? "Isn't that so? I heard that he went to a third-rate university, which can't even be considered as a famous university. His eldest son's daughter has already gone abroad to study. As for his second son's two sons, one is a civil servant and has a lot of connections, while the other has a lot of face and knows some financial groups. Our land was bought by him. Look at this Lin Ling. What's the point of him? They're both of the Lin family bloodline, but why is there such a huge difference?" The old man said sarcastically. He was living a better life than eldest uncle, but he knew that it was all because of second uncle's family. Therefore he valued second uncle's two sons very much and thought that they were both promising. As for Lin Ling? A piece of trash. Great-granduncle, we're all members of the Lin family. There's no need to speak so harshly. Eldest uncle said with a frown. Great-granduncle snorted. At that moment, a luxury car arrived. It was youngest aunt and her family. $1 million Mercedes-Benz stopped by the roadside. Youngest aunt and her family alighted. Envious voices could be heard from all around. "Lin Chui, you're here." That great-granduncle's expression also changed. He revealed a kind smile. Youngest aunt walked over with her husband, followed by her children. Her husband had a big belly and a bald head. He wore a suit and a dazzling golden watch on his wrist. He looked extremely wealthy. Great-granduncle. Youngest aunt greeted him with a smile when she saw him from afar. In fact, they weren't far from the ancestral hall. They could reach there in 10 minutes, but they had to drive over. Obviously, they were here to show off. Of course, this kind of showing off was also very effective. Everyone gave them respect. That great-granduncle even came out to greet them. Luxury cars weren't just a car. They represented one's status. Chapter 5265. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, of course, that was secondary. Soon, a few more luxury cars arrived. They were BMWs, Audis, and a few people got out of them. It was second uncle's family. At that moment, great-granduncle no longer showed a kind smile, but a flattering one. In the Lin family, second uncle's family was the most promising. "Linny, you're here? Isn't this Lin Gua and Lin Yu?" Great-granduncle took the initiative to greet them again. Generally speaking, it was the younger generation who greeted him more due to his seniority. However, this time he took the initiative to greet them. At the same time, he looked at Lin Ling with contempt and shook his head secretly. They were both descendants of the Lin family, but there was no comparison. Great-granduncle. Lin Gua and his brother replied with a smile. Following that, Lin Gua took out a bag of zhonghua and handed it to the elders present. Then he said plainly, "Since everyone is here, let's talk about the land acquisition today." Lin Gua was like the head of the Lin family, speaking on behalf of the entire village. At that moment, the surroundings fell silent. Many people were looking forward to knowing how much money they would get. As of now, we have discussed with Dae Group and Fuyan Group. They will fully purchase the land in our village and compensate each family with 2 houses according to their actual size. Lin Gua said plainly. "Well, we're rich. The neighboring villages don't even have that much compensation. They have money and houses and 2 houses." Everyone was excited. "Our Lin Gua is still the best. He fought for everyone's benefits." The aunt also said with a smile. "Indeed, I fought for this. I talked to the chairman of Dahe Group and Fuyun Group for a long time. They finally gave in. Lin Guo said proudly. Dahe Group and Fuyun Group were famous conglomerates in the country. Their chairmen were even among the top 10 richest people in the country. No one expected Lin Guo to be able to talk to such big shots face to face. One had to know that it was impossible for ordinary people to meet such powerful people. Good. Great-granduncle nodded happily. You two brothers have made a name for yourselves. Then he looked at everyone and said plainly, now Lin Guo and the rest have fought for the most benefits for us. Regarding the land acquisition, no one has any objections, right? No. I have no objections. Everyone was eager to get the money immediately, so how could they have any objections? Wait. However, Lin Guo said faintly, most of the people in the village have agreed, but there is one family who is stubborn. That is Uncle's family. With that, he looked at his uncle and said, Uncle, now that the village has agreed, what do you think? I refuse. First Uncle shook his head. Lin Zheng, you're dragging everyone down. Great-granduncle frowned and looked at great-uncle. Everyone agreed. Why didn't you agree? Aren't you going against the Lin family and the village? This piece of land was left to us by our ancestor. We can't sell it. Big Uncle shook his head stubbornly. Besides, that land of mine is worth over 100 million. How can you give me just 2 houses and some money as compensation? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Guo and the others' expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect their uncle to know the value of that piece of land. In fact, they knew even more and had secretly agreed with the consortium that as long as they could get that piece of land, they would be able to get close to 10 million yuan. That was why they wanted their uncle to hand over the land. Moreover, the consortium was most interested in their uncle's land. Lin Zheng, what nonsense are you talking about? You're too greedy. Everyone has the same piece of land. Why should your land be worth over 100 million? Great-granduncle continued to say, exasperated at Lin Zheng's failure to live up to his expectations. Back then, my father divided the land, and my piece of land was full of useless rocks. You didn't want it and snatched the good land instead. Now that my piece of land is worth a lot of money, you want to snatch it from me. First Uncle said coldly, Big brother, the land acquisition isn't your idea alone. It's the idea of the Lin family and the entire village. Now that great-granduncle has spoken, are you going to go against everyone's wishes? Second Uncle also said, his eyes cold. Today, whether his big brother was willing or not, they were going to get the land. That's right, big brother. Hand it over and let everyone have a good life. Youngest aunt also tried to persuade him. How about this? The entire village will vote. As long as one person agrees not to sell, we have nothing to say. At that moment, Lin Guo didn't wait for his uncle to speak. He represented everyone and made the decision. First Uncle naturally knew that the villagers were eager to sell the land. What was the point of voting? I agree. I agree too. Sure enough, everyone raised their hands one after another. To them, the value of Lin Zheng's piece of land was none of their business. If Lin Zheng didn't agree, all of them would snatch the land. Anyway, everyone was in favor. Lin Zheng was blind. What right did he have to speak? I agree too. Great-granduncle was the last to raise his hand. He looked coldly at First Uncle and said, Lin Zheng, you're old and have dementia. That's why we can understand. How about this? We'll choose for you. All of you. First Uncle was so angry that his body trembled. That's right. First Uncle has dementia, so he has no right to speak. Lin Guo immediately added, removing Lin Zheng from his position. Hold it. However, at that moment, a calm voice suddenly interrupted everyone's voices. He was none other than Lin Ling. Lin Ling witnessed the scene and sneered in his heart. Although he knew that these relatives only cared about money and not people, he did not expect them to be so shameless. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Seeing Lin Ling speak, Lin Guo frowned. Lin Ling, you have no right to speak in this kind of situation. Second Uncle also frowned and reprimanded him. Lin Ling, why are you so insensible? Hurry up and talk to First Uncle. Don't go against everyone. Little Aunt also hurriedly spoke. At that moment, she seemed to be thinking for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's relatives had never paid any attention to him since he was young. Now that they were pretending to be relatives, they were extremely shameless. I have no right. Lin Ling sneered and said calmly, that piece of land was left behind by first uncle and my father. That means that half of it belongs to me. Tell me, do I have the right? Everyone's expression changed instantly, especially second uncle and little aunt's family. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Of course, they knew about this matter. However, they had never taken Lin Ling seriously. They had long taken what belonged to Lin Ling as their own. Now Lin Ling was back to fight for it. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You really don't see us as your relatives. Second uncle pointed at Lin Ling and said bitterly, Ingrate, I've already said that you shouldn't have been so good to him when he was young. Now that you've grown up, you'll eat meat without spitting out the bones. Now that you've proven it. Little aunt also let out a sharp scolding. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. I'm speaking on behalf of the ancestors of the Lin family. Great uncle said sternly to Lin Ling. He wanted to strip Lin Ling of his qualifications. However, Lin Ling still had the blood of the Lin family. How could he not be a member of the Lin family? Chapter 5266. It's none of your business. This has nothing to do with me. Are you the one who said it, or the entire Lin family? Lin Ling did not give any face to the elders. Second uncle and the rest were even angrier. In the past, Lin Ling would never have dared to refute them. What an idiot! Lin Gua and Lin Yu shook their heads in ridicule. Lin Ling had no parents since he was young. He had no right to speak in the Lin family. Yet he dared to go against the Lin family. Wasn't this courting death? Shut up. You have no respect for your elders. If you continue to be long-winded, I'll expel you from the Lin family on behalf of your father. Great-granduncle was also furious. He pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. If it were Lin Gua and the rest, great-granduncle would not have dared to do so. However, Lin Ling was nothing in his eyes. Lin Ling, hurry up and apologize. Otherwise, you'll be expelled from the Lin family. The rest of the Lin family said coldly. It was as if being expelled from the Lin family was Lin Ling's greatest loss. No need. I'll leave the Lin family with Lin Ling. Is that enough? Great-uncle suddenly said angrily. In his opinion, these people were simply shameless. They had never taken care of Lin Ling since he was young. Yet, they had the nerve to say that they would expel him. So be it. What's the big deal? Great-uncle. Lin Gua and the rest frowned. However, Lin Ling also spoke. He looked at great-granduncle and said, Great-granduncle, are you really going to expel me? From now on, I have nothing to do with the Lin family? Great-granduncle felt humiliated by Lin Ling's question. Yes, I'm representing the Lin family. Good. Lin Ling nodded. It's not you who expelled me. It's me and my uncle who expelled you. From now on, no matter what happens in the Lin family, it has nothing to do with my uncle. Everyone in the village was stunned. Then they burst into laughter. What was Lin Ling doing? Turning the tables? Did he really think he was a big shot? Without him, the Lin family would still be fine. Ha 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 scram. Many people looked at Lin Ling with disdain. You can leave, but you have to hand over the title deed. Suddenly Lin Gua said coldly. Everyone began to look at Lin Ling and Lin Ling, forcing them to hand over the deed. What? Do you still dare to snatch it? Eldest uncle could feel the stifling atmosphere. We are civilized people. How can we do such an illegal thing? Lin Gua's chubby face trembled, revealing a cold sneer. Lin Ling, I don't know what you said to first uncle, but if you want to take away the deed, you can dream on. Both of you are no longer part of the Lin family. You no longer have the right to speak. After a pause, he continued. This is the will of the entire Lin clan, the entire village. He and Lin Ling had never gotten along since they were young. Although they didn't have a deep hatred for each other, he didn't like Lin Ling since he was young. That was because Lin Ling was the same as his father. They were both useless people, the type who only knew how to eat and wait for death. Indeed, both of you aren't part of the Lin family. The deed doesn't belong to you. Hand it over. Second uncle also said coldly. Originally, he wanted to share some of the money with Lin Ling and Lin Ling, but now he didn't want to give them a single cent. The deed is in our hands. Does it matter if we're part of the Lin family or not? Seeing that everyone had turned hostile, Lin Ling didn't give them any face. Ha ha ha. Do you think it's useful to have the deed in your hands? Lin Gua sneered. We can just reject it. In this world, there are many people who will speak up for you. Moreover, I know that you've disliked me since you were young, but what's the use? Can you compare to me? He didn't hide his contempt for Lin Ling and openly stepped on Lin Ling. Instantly, the crowd burst into laughter. Can you compare? Lin Gua held great power in his hands and knew a lot of important people. With just a move, this area would be in turmoil. What about Lin Ling? He was just a university student. What's the point of comparing? He probably couldn't even compare to a strand of Lin Gua's hair. Creak. At this time, a luxury car arrived. Following that, an old man in his 50s or 60s stepped out. The old man was wearing a traditional Chinese suit and holding a walking stick. He looked very energetic. This is? Everyone in the village was surprised. This is the chairman of our Dahe group, Mr. Wang. A bodyguard said calmly. Dahe group? The richest man in the country? Everyone in the village was dumbfounded. Soon someone exclaimed, It's him. I've seen him on TV. After receiving confirmation, everyone was even more shocked. No one expected such a rich man to come to their village. However, it wasn't over yet. A helicopter came from afar and slowly landed on the biggest grain sunning ground in the village. Following that, a man in a white suit who looked to be in his 40s walked down. In a helicopter? Oh my God, who is this person? He, the chairman of Fuyan Group, Mr. Chun, is here. Lin Gua suddenly said calmly. Mr. Chun? The entire village was shocked again. It could be said that there were not many people in the world who didn't know about Mr. Chun. He was a famous person who had connections with both the underworld and the underworld. And now, the chairman of the two major corporations were here in person. Lin Gua. Then Mr. Chun greeted Lin Gua from afar. Mr. Wang did the same too. It was obvious that they were here for Lin Gua. That meant that Lin Gua was no longer the person he used to be. He had a lot of face now. At that moment, many people felt proud, especially those from the Lin family. It was as if a big shot had appeared in their Lin family. Lin Gua. At this time, another car arrived. A man with a dignified appearance stepped out. Mayor. Many people knew this person. He was the mayor who was in charge of this area. He was here too. That was not all. The village's secretary, the mayor of the suburbs, and other big shots arrived one after another. Lin Gua. These people also greeted Lin Gua with smiles on their faces. The entire village was silent. Whether it was the chairman of the two major corporations or the mayor, they were all big shots with great power. Now they were all here. They were clearly here to help Lin Gua. Welcome, welcome. As the most senior person in the village, great-granduncle personally went to welcome them with a red face. After all, they were treated like this. How's the land acquisition going? Mr. Chen looked at Lin Gua. Other than the land acquisition, he was here for another purpose. He knew that Lin Gua had caught the eye of a big shot and had a bright future. That was why he was here to befriend him. The others were also looking at Lin Gua. Obviously, they were here to help Lin Gua. At that moment, many people looked at Lin Ling and his wife mockingly. Lin Ling, aren't you very capable and tough? Do you still dare to speak now? Lin Ling only needed to move his leg to get all the immortals to help him. You Lin Ling are nothing. Lin Ling, have you met the inviting god? This is it. The auntie's daughter, Lin Yan, said with a cunning smile. Inviting god. Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. A mere mortal dared to call himself a god? How could the so-called inviting god be so simple? The heavens were filled with the chants of Buddhas. The universe was reincarnated, the heavens fell, the earth cracked, and the mountains shook. That was what a god was. The gods of the mortal world only had a little money and power. They did not know that to a real god, those were nothing. Only the fist was truly eternal, a true god. Chapter 5267. It was the perfect supreme being. They're not letting go of the title deed. Seeing the arrival of all the big shots, Lin Gua's back stiffened even more as he pointed at Lin Ling and the other two. At this moment, all the big shots looked at Lin Ling and his uncle with cold expressions. Are the two of you really going to be so stubborn? Land acquisition is a collective decision. What's the point of you objecting? Mr. Chen frowned and said sternly, "That's right. We're acquiring land for everyone to live a good life. You two insist on being stubborn and dragging the people down. As humans, you should look further ahead." The other Mr. Wang also said calmly, "Lin Zheng, Mr. Chen and his people have spoken. You'd better not go down the wrong path. Quickly hand over the title deed for the sake of the collective." "What nonsense!" The district head and the rest also said angrily. At that moment, the uncle felt isolated and helpless. He knew that he had to hand over the title deed. He was also part of the older generation. He was very traditional and was very respectful of people with high status. Since ancient times, those without money would never win against those with money. However, at that moment, another car arrived. This time, the car was obviously different. It was an armored vehicle. Then a few people in camouflage uniforms and armed with assault rifles came out of the car. They surrounded two people and got out of the car. One was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged man. Most importantly, the two of them looked extraordinary. It was obvious that they had a powerful background. While they're carrying guns. TSK, is this a military solution? Lin Gua is so influential. He actually mobilized such a force. Lin Zheng and his people have no right to object. Everyone in the village was excited. They felt that their horizons had been broadened. Mr. Tang? Mr. Chen and the rest stared at the middle-aged man. Their faces suddenly changed. They all knew that Mr. Tang was the real big shot. Not only did his assets surpass theirs, but he also had a large number of companies overseas. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was as rich as a country. Their small assets were nothing compared to the other parties. Even their companies had connections with Mr. Tang's companies. They had to rely on Mr. Tang for their livelihood. They didn't expect that Mr. Tang, who was so famous, would actually come. They could not help but look at Lin Gua. They were shocked at how influential the latter was. However, Lin Gua was still in a daze. He naturally knew about Mr. Tang. He had visited him many times in the past, but he failed again and again. Although he did not know why these big shots were there, he was certain that they were not there for his uncle. Could it be for him? "Mr. Gu, please." At this moment, Mr. Tang spoke to an old man by his side. This made it obvious that the old man's status was even greater. However, they didn't even know such a great figure. Perhaps with their current status, they didn't even have the qualifications to know him. "Mr. Tang, this is?" Mr. Chen and Mr. Wang stepped forward and said with a smile. However, Mr. Tang only glanced at them coldly, and then slapped Mr. Chen's old face. The applause was so loud that it stunned Mr. Chen. Mr. Wang was still in a daze when Mr. Tang kicked him to the ground. Both of them were old men who were well respected. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Their bodyguards quickly rushed over. However, the armed forces immediately took out their guns and pointed them at them. The bodyguards did not dare to move. Of course, Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen were also anxiously waving their hands. Don't. What a joke. If they went against Mr. Tang, their businesses and groups would be reduced to negative assets within a month. The stock market would plummet. That was not a joke. Mr. Tang was someone they could not afford to offend. The villagers were dumbfounded. They did not understand what was going on. Mr. Tang and Mr. Chen continued to move forward. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, they came before Lin Ling and bowed slightly. "Mr. Lin, we're late." When the voice floated out, everyone's mind seemed to explode. Second uncle's family and youngest aunt's family were all stunned. Although they did not know who Mr. Tang was, they had seen that even Mr. Chen had to bow down to Mr. Tang. Other things aside, their bodyguards could even carry guns. It was like comparing a beggar to an emperor. And now these emperors were greeting Lin Ling? Lin Ling was just a university student. He had no parents and no power. What right did he have to do that? "You're here." Lin Ling nodded lightly. "These people want to occupy my and my uncle's land. You can deal with them." Hearing that, Mr. Tang was furious. He turned around and glared at the crowd. Even the kind Mr. Gu was the same. You guys are crazy. Who gave you the guts? An angry roar came out of Mr. Tang's mouth. Of course, they were furious. Who was Lin Ling? He was a cultivator who was not even afraid of bullets, could tame a snow leopard, and even killed an avalanche with one punch. Even they did not dare to provoke him. These ordinary people, these little rich people, even the government officials dared to do that. They were really curious. Who gave them the guts to do that? This is what happened. Mr. Chun and Mr. Wang ran over and smiled apologetically. It was the first time they had seen Mr. Tang angry. However, they still had some hope in their hearts. As long as they said that Lin Ling and the others were stubborn, Mr. Tang would probably not help Lin Ling. Shut up. However, Mr. Tang shouted angrily. He did not listen to any reason at all. From his point of view, even if Mr. Lin was wrong, he was still right. Moreover, why would a cultivator care about a mere piece of land? The two of you very well. We will terminate the oil exploration contract in the north. Also, we will terminate the real estate development in the coastal area. Mr. Tang looked angrily at Mr. Chun and Mr. Chun. Bang. The two of them sat on the ground again. Those two contracts were worth hundreds of billions. Moreover, they were long-term benefits. It was not easy for them to get Mr. Tang to open his mouth, but now, those agreements were gone. For those two contracts, they kept selling off their assets. The group was already in a state of overload. No, don't. They were no longer as domineering as before. They kept begging for mercy. This is just the beginning. However, Mr. Tang did not pay any attention to them. He looked at the big shots present. You guys are involved too, right? Very well. Investigate this matter. Investigate it thoroughly. I'll see how long you can keep your black hats. Land acquisition is a personal choice. You guys can't force a sale, so you're planning to rob me, right? I'd like to see how you're going to rob me. As soon as he said that, the village secretary, director, district head, and the others' legs went weak. They sat on the ground weakly. Lin Guo's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth tightly. Dream on. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. It was second uncle. He shouted with a red face. Who do you think you are? My son is a big shot with a high position. Do you think you can stop him? As soon as he said that, the district head and the others felt lucky. Yes, does this person have that kind of power? He must be trying to scare us. Chapter 5268. It was the perfect Supreme's turn. Mr. Tang saw the situation and did not say much. He signaled someone beside him with his eyes. The person who looked like a secretary understood and immediately made a call. You still want to pretend? I'll let you pretend. Second uncle and the rest sneered. They did not believe that there was such a powerful person in this world. Even if there was, it had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was just a student from a third-rate university. What qualifications did he have? Mr. Tang saw the sneers of second uncle and the rest. He had a mocking look on his face. These people had underestimated Mr. Lin. They did not know that Mr. Lin had broken an avalanche with a single punch. Such a person was not someone the secular world could compare to. Beep beep beep. At the same time, the phones of the big shots present rang. The strangest thing was that it happened very quickly. It was as if it was as easy as flipping a hand to find out their origins. Moreover, all the phones rang at the same time. That was extremely abnormal. The district heads, department heads, and other big shots picked up the phone one after another. Their expressions kept changing. Lin Guo was frowning, but at that moment his phone rang. When he picked it up, a familiar voice came through. Lin Guo, from today onwards, you're fired. Then, the phone was hung up without any consideration for his feelings. That was because the person who spoke was afraid of being implicated. That was why he kept it short. Most importantly, Lin Guo was very familiar with that voice. It was his immediate superior. Lin Guo put away his phone. His face turned pale as if he had just had a nightmare. He looked at Mr. Tang and finally, his gaze fell on Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the district heads and the rest slumped to the ground. What's wrong with all of you? Second uncle's expression changed drastically. Why did they seem to have lost their souls after picking up the phone? There was only confusion, fear, and disbelief on their faces. "Dad, it's me." A voice suddenly came from the side. It was Lin Guo's voice. At that moment, second uncle, little aunt, great-granduncle, and even Lin Yan, Lin Lu, and the rest all looked at Lin Guo. "I've been fired," Lin Guo said bitterly. After saying that, he slumped to the ground powerlessly. Second uncle and the rest had their mouths wide open. Lin Guo was their pillar of support. He was also their proudest descendant of the Lin family. He had a high position and power. Yet he was fired after a phone call. This meant that their pride was gone. "Yes, brother Lin Ling." Amidst the silence, Lin Yan suddenly said nervously, "It seems to be big brother Lin Ling." As soon as these words fell, everyone reacted. Lin Ling was just a student from a third-rate university. He had no parents and no backing. However, after Mr. Tang's arrival, he poached Mr. Chun, kicked Mr. Wang, and with a phone call, all the previously insufferably arrogant officials and nobles were forced to step down, including Lin Guo. Unless they were idiots, how could they not know the crux of the matter? This meant that Lin Ling was bigger than anyone else present. Lin Ling. That great-granduncle seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Among the younger generation of the Lin Ling family, the one he looked down on the most was Lin Ling. However, the Lin Ling that he had looked down on since he was young had suddenly transformed into the person with the most authority and status in the Lin family. Lin Yan studied abroad, but how could she compare? Lin Yu was a big shot in the nearby area, but how could she compare? Lin Guo held an important position and was in a high position, but how could she compare? None of them could compare. At that moment, great-granduncle wished that he could slap himself a few times to make himself dizzy. Meanwhile, the entire Lin family and the village were dead silent. Lin Ling. In the silence, only first uncle's voice could be heard. "Don't worry, no one can take away the land that belongs to first uncle. If first uncle passes away in the future, this piece of land will be given to the country. It can't be privately owned." Lin Ling said to first uncle with a smile. Mr. Tang and the rest immediately nodded and gave the order. Then Mr. Tang looked at the people around him. "No one can buy anything in this village. Just leave it here." Everyone in the village opened their mouths wide. This meant that they would not get a single cent. This was not a joke. After all, if Mr. Chun and the others did not dare to touch this place, who else would dare to touch it? Even if they sold it for a single cent, no one would dare to buy this hot potato. Now the land was gone, the official position was gone, and even the money was gone. All of this was because they had underestimated Lin Ling. "First uncle, let's go." At that moment, Lin Ling said to first uncle. "Lin Ling, wait, you can't do this. We're family. You can't leave us alone." Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, great-granduncle hurriedly pulled Lin Ling back. "Family?" Lin Ling looked at great-granduncle indifferently. His aura spread out and pushed great-granduncle a meter away. The faces of second uncle and little aunt also changed greatly. They all laughed and shouted, "Yes, we are a family. You can't let your cousin Lin Guo lose his job." Lin Ling looked at everyone sarcastically and said lightly, "Previously, we were expelled from the Lin family. Everyone agreed to this. Everyone can bear witness to this." Expelled from the Lin family. Great-granduncle and the rest's expressions changed. Only then did they remember what had happened. At that time, they had expelled Lin Ling high and mighty. Lin Ling had also told them that he, Lin Ling, would no longer care about the Lin family's matters. However, at that time, everyone only mocked and ridiculed him. A kid without parents. Would the earth stop spinning just because he was gone? But now, they knew that the earth would really stop spinning. Slap. Second uncle directly gave himself a hard slap. Lin Guo, Lin Yu, and the rest stood in place with red faces. They all regretted it. Even if they were very capable and powerful, they had no choice but to lower their noble heads at that moment. Compared to Lin Ling, they were really like ants. "Guo, why aren't you apologizing to Lin Ling immediately?" Second uncle said to Lin Guo shamelessly. Lin Guo's body trembled. Apologize to a bastard that he had looked down on since he was young? Where would he put his face? Where would his dignity be? Quick! Second uncle also knew that Lin Guo could not let go of his face. He angrily shouted, Lin Ling, I was wrong. Give me a chance. Lin Guo finally apologized, a sincere apology. Although his face and dignity were more important, he was already used to the feeling of being above others. If he were to step down today, those who were mocked and bullied by him in the past would definitely pay him back. He really could not lose this position. I accept your apology, Lin Ling said lightly. Then Lin Ling's meaning is the previous matter. Little Ant's face lit up. No, the previous matter is still the same. Lin Ling shook his head. You're too ruthless. Little Ant scolded angrily. Second uncle Lin Guo and the rest were the same. They had already apologized, but Lin Ling was still unwilling to forgive them. That was too hateful. Are you really our relative? Great-granduncle was used to being respected by others. If Lin Guo and the rest were to step down, he could only be an old man. Who would care about him? Relative. Lin Ling looked at the angry crowd and the sneer at the corner of his mouth became thicker. Chapter 5269. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The only family I, Lin Ling, have in this world is my uncle. You are not worthy. I grew up in an orphanage. When have you ever come to see me? When have you ever taken care of me? I rarely come back. All you give me is disdain and ridicule. My and uncle's land was left behind by my grandfather. At that time it was just a barren land. You didn't want it. Now that it's valuable, you want to snatch it? Isn't second uncle very capable? Aren't Lin Guo and his brother very resourceful? Let them deal with it. Family, you are not worthy. Lin Ling's voice carried a reprimand. His scolding made everyone speechless. Their faces turned pale, and they felt like they were suffocating. Everything was as Lin Ling said. They were not worthy. Lin Ling's only family was his uncle, Yu ancestor Taiyan and the others. He, Lin Ling, had dominated the universe, defeated all the gods of the era, and was invincible. How could they be qualified to have a family relationship with Lin Ling? What were they? Well said. First uncle felt elated and couldn't help but shout. Mr. Tang and the others smiled faintly. Lin Ling was a cultivator. These mortals dared to claim kinship with Lin Ling? How much weight did they have? Most importantly, not only did they claim kinship, they even looked like they were high and mighty. How could they think of such a thing? Let's go. Lin Ling saw that no one was speaking. He sneered, grabbed his uncle's hand, and was about to leave. Lin Ling. Suddenly, second uncle roared. You want to push us to our deaths, right? Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Don't provoke us. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Everything will be amicable. Lin Lu said coldly. He was different from Lin Guo. On the surface he seemed to have a high status, but in reality, he was a local tyrant. He had taken 3 lives. Lin Ling had provoked them. If they went all out, they could just kill Lin Ling. We can't beat you when it comes to playing things on the surface, but there is darkness in this world. Lin Li's words carried a heavy threat. When his aunt and the others saw this, they all sneered. Unless Lin Ling didn't want to live anymore. Heh, how dare you threaten Mr. Lin with such little ability? Seeing this, Mr. Tang's sneer deepened. He was someone who could shake a region. When it came to the Dark Realm, he had never been afraid of anyone. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling because he realized that Lin Ling had changed. Lin Ling had indeed changed. What he hated the most in his life was being threatened by others. Although these people were mere mortals and ants, a bunch of ignorant ants dared to threaten Lin Ling. This was challenging his bottom line. Really? I'm standing right here. Try and touch me if you can. I can tell you that even if you use a plane or a cannon, the one who will die in the end will still be you. Lin Ling's expression was incomparably cold as he stared at Lin Lu. That gaze was incomparably cold and murderous, causing Lin Li's body to tremble even more. In his eyes he seemed to see endless corpses, endless bones, and endless blood flowing into his heart. There were too many. The 3 lives in his hands were not even worth mentioning. He even saw a dragon, a qilin, and other mythical creatures being killed. Ah! He growled. He was afraid, completely afraid. In his heart, Lin Ling seemed to have left an indelible shadow. That was the shadow of the devil. Lin Ling, did you hear that? Lingua did not know about his brother's change. Instead, he thought that Linling was afraid and asked again. You're young and can run around. But can you guarantee your uncle? He even used his uncle to threaten Linling. Linling had the ability to escape, but could his uncle do the same? You're courting death. Linling's eyes moved slowly and gradually looked at Lingua. You forced me to. Lingua sneered. However, he did not realize that a terrifying murderous intent was locked onto him. On the other hand, Mr. Tang and Mr. Gu were alarmed. Threatening a cultivator was courting death. Sure enough, Linling's murderous intent soared to the sky and shook the clouds. He wanted to kill gods and demons. So what if I forced you? Do you think you can play with me? Linling's voice was incomparably low and not loud. However, when it landed in the ears of everyone present, it was as loud as thunder. Rumble. At the same time, the sky changed unknowingly. Dark clouds rolled in and thunder rumbled. It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. You. At this moment, Lingua finally felt fear. With a plop, he sat on the ground. No. Second uncle and aunt were the same. It was as if they had seen the wrath of heaven. What was even more ironic and terrifying was that they were actually threatening heaven. At this moment, they were filled with endless regret, fear, and shock. Although they did not know who Linling was, they had a vague feeling that he was a god. Of course, it was not just them. Everyone in the Lin family had the same feeling. Bang, bang, bang. They all sat on the ground. Mr. Chen and Mr. Wang's expressions changed drastically. They had also noticed the terrifying aura. At this moment, they suddenly recalled the legends of cultivators. Linling, forget it. However, at this moment, an aged voice broke the oppressive atmosphere. It was his uncle. Linling's face was cold and murderous intent surged in his eyes. However, after hearing his uncle's words, he gradually restrained himself. To be honest, Linling had killed countless people. If he wanted to kill these despicable people, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, he had to give face to his uncle. I'll give you a word of advice. If you want to play, sure. However, before that, you'd better be clear about what kind of existence you are provoking. Shaking his head, Linling supported his uncle and left. The moment he turned around, everyone who felt suffocated finally relaxed. It was as if someone had been holding their necks. If Linling willed it, they would have died without knowing why. Fortunately, their uncle saved them. They looked at the backs of Linling and the rest as they left. Then, they looked at the gradually dissipating dark clouds and lightning in the sky. All of them felt a lingering fear. In a fit of anger, the sky changed. Was such a person someone they could provoke? What kind of person was Linling? As expected of Mr. Lin, this means that he can summon the wind and summon the rain. Mr. Tang and Mr. Gu were the most shocked. Although they knew that Linling was omnipotent, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. Even if science was incomparably advanced and could make artificial rain and thunder, no science could explain how he could summon lightning with just a thought. Linling, your uncle knows that you are no longer a child. You must have your own things to do. Go ahead. I can take good care of myself. I just hope that if you have time, come back and visit me. I don't have much time left. In this world, the only family member that I can't let go of is you. In the house, his uncle sat there and looked at Linling with a smile. He was no fool. Naturally, he could sense the changes in Linling. All right. Linling nodded with a smile. He knew in his heart that his uncle's lifespan was not limited to this. It would not be difficult for him to live to 200 years old. In the following days, his uncle would become more energetic and healthy. Chapter 5270. It was the perfect supreme being. Now that the land acquisition issue had been resolved, his uncle could finally enjoy his old age. He believed that no one in this world could hurt his uncle anymore. Linling left a soul imprint on Big Uncle's body to protect him. Although it couldn't be said that Big Uncle could block missiles and other things, it could block bullets and make him immune to all kinds of evil. Then he left. Outside the house, Mr. Gu and the rest were already waiting. When they saw Linling, they were extremely respectful. Let's go. Linling did not say much. He left with Mr. Gu and the rest in the car. The destination of this trip was Qinling Mountains. Qinling Mountains was huge and had countless peaks. It was very high above sea level, reaching Kunlun in the west. There were also many famous mountains such as Mount Zhongnan, the #1 blessed land in the world, Mount Hua, the famous Chuanjin sect, and Mount Taibai. It could be said that it was impossible to find the square prison in this vast mountain range. If it were not for someone who was lucky enough to find it, Lin Ling would have to spend a lot of time. In the car, Lin Ling closed his eyes and rested. The car was very spacious and comfortable. When they passed by potholes, it did not shake much. It was obvious that it was an expensive luxury car. When Mr. Gu and Mr. Tang saw that Lin Ling was resting, they did not dare to disturb him. They kept looking for information, and occasionally chatted with each other. At their level, power was no longer attractive to them. The only thing they were interested in was ancient legends. For example, cultivation and immortality. This trip will probably be very dangerous. At this time Lin Ling opened his eyes and asked, "Tell me, what are you going to do?" Mr. Gu and the rest stopped talking. Mr. Gu said, "Mr. Lin, we are going to explore the unknown. Yes, at our level, ordinary things are no longer attractive to us. The only thing we are interested in is Tao and the ancient secrets," Mr. Tang said. Lin Ling looked at the two of them and said, "I know what you are thinking. You are very curious about the unknown and the ancient myths of Wuxia. You even want to enter this ancient mythical world. But I can tell you that with your strength, you really can't touch these things. Mr. Lin, we know, but we're not afraid. At worst, we'll just die." Hearing Mr. Ji's answer, Lin Ling did not try to persuade them anymore. If they were not afraid of death, then there was nothing to say. "Haha, Mr. Gu, you think too much. It's just the Qinling Mountains. We can protect you." At this time, a rough voice came from the car. Lin Ling had already noticed this person. He seemed to be a bodyguard. He was a foreigner. He was more than 2 meters tall and had strong muscles. Coupled with the scar on his face, it was obvious that he was someone who lived on the edge of a knife. Previously, when he heard Lin Ling's words, his heart was filled with disdain. How dare a mere hothead remind Mr. Gu and the others? I've survived the war in the Middle East and fought against pirates in the waters of Somalia. I've even been to Bermuda, the North Pole, and other dangerous places. The Qinling Mountains are really not that dangerous. The foreigner's Mandarin was not fluent, and his attitude was very arrogant. Of course, I've seen a lot, and I know that there are indeed many unsolved mysteries on Earth. However, those places with unsolved mysteries are all world-famous places. The Qinling Mountains are nothing compared to them. Lin Ling smiled and did not refute him. "Mr. Smith, don't be rude." Mr. Tang suddenly reprimanded him. "Mr. Tang, he's just a hothead." The foreigner was somewhat unconvinced, but when he saw Mr. Tang's cold expression, he could only keep his mouth shut. The car continued on its long journey. After a long time, Mr. Gu suddenly asked, "Mr. Lin, do you believe that there are gods in this world?" "Gods?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to speak, the foreigner interrupted again. "Haha, Mr. Tang, there are no gods in this world. Although there are many unknown things that we don't know about, that's only because science can't explain them. It doesn't mean that they're gods. Mr. Smith, although your opinion is reasonable, it doesn't mean that everyone thinks the same way," Mr. Tang said. Lin Ling smiled and asked, "Then, Mr. Tang, what do you think?" "I believe that there are gods in this world." Mr. Tang did not hesitate at all. "I believe that too." Lin Ling nodded immediately. "Huh." The foreigner could not help but laugh. His laughter was full of mockery. He was obviously an atheist. "Mr. Smith, please respect other people's beliefs," Mr. Gu suddenly shouted coldly. Only then did the foreigner stop laughing. However, his gaze was full of mockery when he stared at Lin Ling, as if Lin Ling was a child that he had never met before. Lin Ling naturally would not stoop to his level. A full day later, the car stopped at the airport. A lot of people were gathered there, and they were all armed to the teeth. A blonde beauty with long blonde hair, an impressive figure, and a height of 1.8 meters walked over. "Mr. Gu, Mr. Tang, let me introduce myself. My surname is Lai, and my name is Alice. You can call me Miss Lai. I'm also the team leader for this trip." When the blonde beauty smiled, she gave off a hearty vibe. Her surname was Lai. That was obviously her Chinese name. However, Alice lied. This name was really strange. Mr. Tang and the rest nodded and reached out to shake hands with the blonde beauty. These people were mercenaries who had a very high reputation internationally. They had hired them for this trip to Qinling Mountains with a lot of money. Don't worry. We've done our homework before coming here. We're familiar with everything in Qinling Mountains. Moreover, our company's mission completion rate is 90%. You'll definitely return safely on this trip. The blonde beauty continued. She seemed to be easy to talk to, but her eyes swept past Lin Ling lightly. She was obviously a little strange. That was because it was not strange for Mr. Gu and Mr. Tang to come personally. But why did they bring a young man with them? Moreover, that young man did not look like a capable person. There was little murderous intent on him, and there were no calluses on his palms. It was obvious that he had never held a gun before. This is? The blonde beauty asked. Could he be the one who saw the ancient site? No, the person who saw the ancient site has gone crazy. This is Lin Ling. He's coming with us, Mr. Gu said calmly. The blonde beauty was secretly taken aback. Although this trip was not dangerous, it was not something that ordinary people could participate in. That young man did not have any ability or knowledge. Why would he come with them? However, the blonde beauty did not ask further. She asked everyone to board the plane. Lin Ling did not speak throughout the entire process. He closed his eyes slightly as if he did not care about the world. However, he could still see that these mercenaries were quite capable. In particular, a few of them were quite capable. One of them was the blonde beauty. Although she was easy to talk to, Lin Ling could sense a strong murderous intent from her. Of course, that was only for ordinary people. To Lin Ling, even if there were hundreds of millions of mercenaries, they were still ants in the end. Chapter 5271. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The plane soon took off. There were quite a number of mercenaries, and they were divided into two companies. One was from Mr. Smith, and the other was from Alice. Lin Ling was bored on the plane. He cultivated for a while, but he gave up in the end. He did not make much progress. He began to think about the Qinling Mountains. With his strength and vision, he only needed to scan the Qinling Mountains with his soul force. However, he discovered that there were several places in the Qinling Mountains that were extremely strange. Some places had a mysterious power that blocked Lin Ling's probing. Of course, Lin Ling was far away. If he was closer, it would not be difficult for him to investigate. In that place, he also sensed the power of God. It seemed to be the power of the universe. Other than that, the other places were even more mysterious. His soul power could not detect them at all. He guessed that the square prison was hidden in one of those places. What a slow speed. Lin Ling shook his head secretly. The plane was too slow. If he did not need Mr. Gu to lead the way, he really wanted to go alone. After half a day, the plane finally landed. Then they got on the bus again. They finally arrived at the edge of the Qinling Mountains in the evening. The Qinling Mountains were vast and boundless. There were layers upon layers of mountains. The mountains were tall, and the grass was deep. There were no signs of life. Standing at the edge and looking into the distance, the sky was blue. An ancient wind blew from afar, making one feel like they had returned to nature. Let's go. Mr. Tang had a map in his hand. It was a rough map drawn with a ball-shaped pen. He held another map and kept comparing it. Then he led the group forward. In the Qinling Mountains, all signals were blocked. They could only rely on the most primitive map. After spending another day, an ancient Taoist temple appeared in front of them. Everyone, why are you here? A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe walked over with a smile. This should be the depths of Mount Zhongnan, right? Mr. Gu was surprised to see the sudden appearance of the Taoist temple. Then he replied with a smile. Yes, the depths of Mount Zhongnan. The Taoist nodded with a smile. His eyes looked at Mr. Gu, then at Mr. Smith and the rest. Mr. Gu, this person is not ordinary. Alice reminded in a low voice. Generally speaking, when they saw such a large group of people and foreigners, the other party would definitely be vigilant. However, that Taoist was too calm, as if he had already known that they would come. Everyone wants to cross Mount Zhongnan and explore the depths. The Taoist continued with a smile. This mountain is not easy to walk on. Everyone, please return home to avoid losing your lives. Sir, I don't know what dangers lie ahead. Please give me some pointers. Mr. Gu had always been respectful to cultivators, so he cupped his hands and bowed. I can't say it, I can't say it. The Taoist shook his head mysteriously. If we go any further, it will be a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. The secrets of Wuxia are not something that ordinary people can explore. Sir, did anyone enter before us? Mr. Tang suddenly asked. The Taoist nodded and did not say anything else. He turned around and walked towards the Taoist temple. F***CK, what an arrogant person. Mr. Gu, do you want us to use force? Mr. Smith suddenly sneered. This was the wilderness. Who would know if he attacked that Taoist? No. Mr. Gu refused. He bowed to the Taoist temple again, and then left with his group. At this moment, in the Taoist temple, the middle-aged man stood by the window and looked indifferently at Mr. Gu and the others who were walking along the mountain path. Uncle Master, they. Next to him, a man in a Taoist robe asked. They have a slim chance of survival on this trip. Only the people of Wuxia can possess the secrets of Wuxia. The 9 cauldrons suppress the country, and are not something that others can touch. The Taoist said indifferently, don't worry. If they walk around randomly, I won't care. If they approach the place where the 9 cauldrons of fate are located, I can only kill them on the spot. Yes, Uncle Master. A series of voices came from the Taoist temple. The Taoist's eyes were cold, and there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Mercenaries? Hee. Is guns useful in Qinling Mountain? The mysteries of cultivators are not something that ants like you can understand. However, he did not know that a powerful soul power had already locked onto the entire Taoist temple. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling had long sensed that this Taoist temple was not simple. There was an extremely powerful force in the bodies of the people inside. Of course, compared to divine origin, that force was like a small stream or a small river. For example, it was the difference between tractor diesel and aviation oil. Those Taoists are so mysterious. Along the way, they did not run into any danger, so Alice said in a displeased tone. Wuxia is vast and has countless myths and legends. Don't underestimate the cultivation methods left behind by our ancestors. Mr. Tang said coldly. Alice curled her lips and did not say anything, but her eyes were full of disdain. The same was true for Mr. Smith. In their opinion, what kind of *T Taoist could be so powerful? Weren't they the ones protecting Mr. Gu and the others along the way? After all, they had encountered some dangers along the way, such as ferocious beasts. However, they had many people and enough guns. With a round of shooting, any ferocious beast would be turned into a sieve. There's a valley at the bottom of this cliff. Last time, those people went down the cliff to the valley and saw it. After an unknown amount of time, Mr. Tang stopped at the edge of a cliff. At that time, they wanted to find some unrecorded plants and animals, so they went down the valley to explore. Everyone looked down the cliff and saw a hazy fog. They could not see the bottom at all. They could only see dense vegetation. It was very mysterious. Most importantly, standing on the cliff, they could not hear anything at all. Below the valley, right? Okay, get ready to release the rope. Mr. Smith immediately gave the order. Everyone was busy for a moment. After the rope was released, people went down the valley one after another. Mr. Lin look. Mr. Gu looked at Lin Ling and said. Along the way, Lin Ling did not speak. It was as if he was shopping. Don't worry. With us protecting him, he will be fine. Alice thought that Lin Ling was afraid. After all, it was such a high cliff. Ordinary people would not dare to go down with a rope. After saying that, she did not wait for Lin Ling to refuse. She helped Lin Ling put on the rope and went down the cliff with Lin Ling. With me here, I will ensure his safety. Alice looked at Mr. Gu and the others and smiled. The mercenaries around suddenly laughed. Of course, among the laughter, there was more ridicule. After all, it was too shameful for a man to need a woman to protect him. Mr. Lin. Mr. Gu and the others knew that Lin Ling was not a timid person, so they still asked for Lin Ling's opinion. Whatever. Lin Ling said casually. In fact, if he was alone, he would not mind jumping down the cliff. However, he was afraid that Mr. Gu and the others would encounter danger, so he climbed down the rope together. The cliff was not short. It was almost 150 meters high, which was equivalent to the height of a 50-story building. Even the mercenaries who were used to life and death did not want to mess around after going down. It was better to be careful. However, at this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly. He noticed a change. Chapter 5272. The rocks on the cliff were damp and covered with moss and unknown grass. Moreover, there were cracks of various sizes between the rocks. At that moment, one of the cracks was obviously out of place. Lin Ling sensed a fishy smell coming from the crack. It seemed that some kind of monster was hiding inside. However, the crack was far away from Lin Ling. It was in the direction of Mr. Gu and the rest. What are you looking at? I'm right beside you. What are you afraid of? Seeing Lin Ling in a daze, the blonde beauty behind him said disdainfully. She was very close to Lin Ling, and she kept climbing down, so her body often bumped into Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling felt that she was not hard. Instead, she was extremely soft. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with her, and continued to stare at the crack. He realized that other than the monster, there seemed to be some unknown danger in the crack on the cliff. This Qinling mountain is really magical. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. Even with his strength, he could not see through Qinling mountain. It meant that there must be something mysterious about it. Yo boy, are you scared? Suddenly, Mr. Smith's mocking laughter came from afar. Oriental boy, you're quite lucky. The others were also smiling, as if saying that Lin Ling was extremely lucky to be able to climb the rope with Alice. Of course, they were mostly mocking Lin Ling for being inferior to a girl. I think that kid will faint when he sees blood. Not only that, but if a ferocious beast like a tiger comes out, he'll probably faint. I really don't understand why Mr. Tang called him here. They climbed down slowly and chatted in groups of 3 to 5. Did you hear that? Alice was also full of disdain towards Lin Ling. I look down on you Eastern boys the most. You're all scholarly and can't handle guns or knives. You don't know anything at all. Isn't there an old saying that you don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken? I'm indeed still studying. Lin Ling replied casually. Alice was stunned for a moment. Then she laughed. Still studying? A university student? How could a university student dare to come to such a dangerous place to seek death? What a useless thing. Alice shook her head and sighed helplessly. Lin Ling also shook his head. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, he looked into the distance and saw a shadow finally emerge from the crack. It looked like a snake as thick as an arm. No, it was the tongue of a snake. If a single tongue was already this big, it was hard to imagine how big the entire snake was. Pa pa pa. A large number of rocks began to fall, and a huge python slithered out. This python's head was like a spearhead, and its body was covered in green scales. Its eyes were brown, and it stared at the people on the cliff as if it had a spirit. Oh my God, what is that? The people on the cliff finally noticed the anomaly. Everyone was shocked because the snake was too big. It could enter the world record. Compared to it, the Amazon anaconda was child's play. After all, the snake's head was the size of a small truck, and its length was estimated to be 50 meters. This was a world remnant. Most importantly, Mr. Smith and the others had traveled extensively and seen all kinds of strange snakes, but this was the first time they had seen such a species. That was because the snake's body was covered in green scales, but its head was red. Quick fire. At this moment, Mr. Smith reacted and raised his submachine gun to shoot. Da-da-da. The others also opened fire, and the cliff was filled with sparks. What kind of snake is this? Mr. Tang and the other man were the closest to the giant snake, and their faces were pale with fright. What is this place? Why is there such a giant snake? Behind Lin Ling, Alice's voice was solemn. She wanted to shoot to help, but she was afraid that she would accidentally hurt her own people. In the end, she could only be anxious. Puff. At this moment, the sound of a strong wind was heard. The giant snake opened its mouth and spat out a blood-red liquid, which landed on the nearest mercenaries. Ah! The mercenaries screamed in pain. The scary thing was that their faces were melting as if they had encountered sulfuric acid. Then, the tough rope was also corroded, causing them to fall from the sky and disappear into the clouds below. "This is a poisonous snake," Mr. Smith roared and fired wildly. However, they realized that the bullets were blocked by the giant snake's scales when they landed on it. One had to know that they were close to it, and they were holding AK-47s. In addition, they had a lot of firepower. Even if it was a whale, they could kill it. Kaboom! A roar was heard, and the giant snake was swimming toward Mr. Tang and the others. "Mr. Gu, Mr. Tang, run!" Mr. Smith hurriedly shouted. Then he took out a grenade from his body. "Go to hell, you bastard!" He threw the grenade over, but it was swallowed by the giant snake. Okay, everyone was extremely happy. With a muffled boom, the giant snake's body trembled, and black smoke came out of its huge mouth. However, its eyes were even angrier. Even a grenade could not kill it? Everyone was dumbfounded, and a touch of fear rose in their hearts. "We can only use the rocket launcher." Behind Lin Ling, Alice was also anxious. She quickly took out the rocket launcher behind her and assembled it. Da-da-da. Smith and the others could only fire wildly, and they urged Mr. Tang and the others to run. However, in a place like a cliff, could they run? The giant snake spat venom again, corroding a few more mercenaries. With a billowing fishy smell, it swept toward Mr. Gu and the others. Old Tang. At this moment, Mr. Gu looked at his old partner with a pale face. The two of them had known each other for a long time, and they hit it off immediately. They were both working hard to find the ancient myths of Wuxia. However, they did not expect that they would all die here today. The ancient secrets of Wuxia are indeed not something we can touch, Mr. Tang said with a bitter smile. Although he had a hunch that death was inevitable in exploring the secrets, he was still extremely unwilling to die here. That was because he really wanted to peek at the most ancient secrets of Wuxia. "Oh no, Smith, quickly protect Mr. Gu and the others." In the distance, Alice was furious because the two employers were going to die. If that was the case, their mission would fail, and the company's reputation would be damaged. However, Mr. Smith had tried his best. No matter how domineering and arrogant he was before, he was left with nothing but powerlessness. He did not expect that he would die here in Qinling after going through so many dangerous places in the world. Damn it! At this moment, Alice had already assembled the rocket launcher. However, she did not dare to use it carelessly, for fear of hurting Mr. Gu and the others. She could only say to Lin Ling, "Take care of yourself. I'll go help them." After that, she wanted to untie the rope that tied her to Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a shadow flashed in front of her, and Lin Ling had already moved forward. Unknowingly, the rope had been untied, as if it was magic. "Lin Ling, come back." Alice glared at him with her blue eyes and shouted angrily. At this time, this college student was still causing trouble for her. However, after shouting, her mouth opened wide, and she could not say anything else. There was only one sentence in her mind. Oh my God! Chapter 5273. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. That was because Lin Ling was walking toward Mr. Gu and the rest. However, he was walking along the cliff as if the cliff was flat ground. It was against the laws of gravity and physics. However, Mr. Gu and the rest did not notice Lin Ling. Instead, they stared ahead and saw that the giant snake was less than 10 meters away from them. The snake raised its head high and looked down at the crowd with a touch of majesty and violence. It was as if it was saying that this was a forbidden place for humans, and no one was allowed to come close. Mr. Smith and the rest were so scared that they did not even dare to fire their guns. Their faces were pale. Perhaps at this time, they also knew that it was useless to fire a gun. This thing is the mythical beast that guards the secret of this place. Mr. Gu looked straight at the giant snake and murmured, "It's probably a few hundred years old." Mr. Tang also said nervously as if he had seen a god. They estimated that this mythical beast had existed before the reform and opening up. It could be traced back to the Qing dynasty, Ming dynasty, and so on. "Old buddy, we're all going to die." Then, the two of them looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. Roar. At this time, the giant snake spat out a fishy wind, and was about to swallow Mr. Gu and the rest. At this moment, everyone was ready to die. But at this moment, a punch arrived, A simple and unadorned punch. Bang! This punch collided with the giant snake's head and broke its sharp teeth. The truck-sized head was also sent flying. Kaboom! Like a spring, the snake's head also slammed heavily on the other side of the cliff, causing the cliff to shake and rocks to fly everywhere. By cake! All the foreigners exclaimed in surprise. What happened? They looked around and suddenly stared at the person in front of Mr. Tang and the rest. They were all stunned. This isn't this the college student? One punch. He sent the giant snake flying with one punch? Superman. Could it be that he's wearing a battle suit? Iron Man? Mr. Smith and the rest kept whispering to God. The scene in front of them was beyond their knowledge. In the distance, Alice held the rocket launcher and stared in front of her in a daze. Never seen blood? Unable to even trust a chicken? College student? Only a few words floated in her mind. At this moment, she finally understood why Mr. Tang invited Lin Ling. So he was Batman. No, he was Superman. Mr. Lin. At that moment, Mr. Tang and the others finally reacted. They were all overjoyed. Although they knew that Lin Ling was very strong before this, Lin Ling was very far away from them. In addition, they did not know if Lin Ling was a match for the giant snake. Therefore, they had never thought of Lin Ling. But he didn't expect that Lin Ling would only need one punch. The giant snake that couldn't even be blown away by a grenade was sent flying. Could it be that the punch was even more powerful than the grenade? Let's go. At this moment, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the giant snake. In fact, he hadn't used his full strength in that punch. He hadn't even used 1% of his strength. Otherwise, he would be able to destroy the entire cliff with a single punch. Chi! The gigantic snake's head swung back again. It flicked its tongue and looked at Lin Ling indifferently, as if in disbelief. However, it refused to give up and tried to devour Lin Ling again. Bang! Lin Ling only extended a palm, and a powerful force filled the air. It was like an invisible wall that blocked the giant snake's attack. On the other hand, the giant snake's head hit the invisible wall as if it had hit solid ground. A large number of its scales were broken, and it spat out blood. I won't kill you today because you're a mythical creature of Wuxia, Lin Ling said indifferently. He waved his right hand again. A powerful force surged out and pulled the giant snake out of the cliff. The giant snake was suspended in midair, as if it was being supported by a palm. The scene of a deity descending from the heavens shocked everyone once again. That snake was estimated to weigh almost 100 tons. A hand was holding it up. Moreover, it was not a hand, but a mysterious force that was throwing it up. Chi! The giant snake kept struggling, but it could not break free from Lin Ling's means. In fact, to Lin Ling, the snake was really like a small reptile. Lin Ling had fought all over the universe, and had seen mythical creatures bigger than the giant snake. To Lin Ling, the giant snake could only be considered a mythical creature at best, not a mythical creature. Get lost. After lifting the giant snake, Lin Ling waved his right hand gently. The giant snake was thrown down the cliff by Lin Ling. With a loud rumble, it was as if a huge rock had fallen. The entire cliff shook. Below the ground, a large number of trees collapsed, smashed by the giant snake. Mr. Lin, Mr. Tang and the rest were full of admiration when they saw Lin Ling easily deal with the giant snake. It only learned a small lesson. It's not dead yet, Lin Ling said to them calmly, but his eyes were still looking around. The danger here is not over yet. There's still danger? Everyone's expression changed drastically. They finally understood how terrifying Mount Qinling was. One had to know that a giant snake was enough to wipe them out. If there was still danger, they would not be able to stop it. It was no wonder that no one dared to approach this barren land. Rustle. Sure enough, sounds came from the surrounding cliff cracks. Then a black mass of dark clouds rushed out. There were so many of them that they came from all directions. It made one's scalp tingle. After those things flew out, they let out bloodthirsty cries. They circled in the air, then pounced on the people. Fire! Mr. Smith and the rest immediately opened fire. The bullets shot into the dark clouds, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. There were too many of them. There was no way they could finish them all. Opening fire would only delay them slightly. What the hell is that? Mr. Smith and the rest were shouting. However, after shooting many of those mysterious creatures, they realized that they were grasshoppers. However, they were different from the usual ones. Their bodies were completely black, and their claws were as hard as knives. They were also the size of a fist. If an elephant was here, it would probably be torn apart in a few seconds. At the same time, Alice let out a painful cry from afar. Her body was covered in blood from being bitten by the grasshoppers. She looked extremely dangerous. If a large swarm of grasshoppers flew over, she would probably turn into a pile of bones. Moreover, if the grasshoppers bit the rope, she would fall off the cliff and die. Are they mutated species? What should we do? Mr. Smith and the rest were anxious. Facing the ancient Mount Qinling, they were like ants. Don't panic. Everyone, get ready to go down the valley. At that moment, Lin Ling's voice was heard. Everyone's eyes widened. Down the valley? Now they were all going to die. Those grasshoppers were even more difficult to deal with than the giant snake. After all, if it was the giant snake, one or two of them could still escape. However, the endless black grasshoppers were like devils. None of them could escape. Flame, come. Lin Ling's voice was heard again. A flame appeared in his palm, dancing slowly. Conjure magic. Mr. Smith and the rest widened their eyes. Then, they saw Lin Ling throwing the flame in his palm. Boom. That ball of flame grew bigger. Then, flames appeared all over the sky. The endless grasshoppers flying in the sky were burned by the flames. The scene was spectacular. Chapter 5274. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The black armored locusts that covered the sky earlier were now burning with firecracker-like sounds. There was also a fragrant smell and billowing smoke. At the edge of the cliff, everyone could feel the heat and see the charming scene of the fiery glow filling the sky. They remained motionless until the flames around them gradually dimmed, and the crisis was eliminated. Then they finally reacted. Their eyes were all fixed on Lin Ling. Previously, flames appeared in the palm of this college student. Then, flames more effective than flamethrowers appeared and burned the beetles to ashes? They were stunned and felt that this was magic. Mr. Lin, Mr. Gu and the rest looked at Lin Ling in shock. The flames from before were even more shocking than the avalanche from before. After all, he was summoning flames. Could this be the power of a cultivator? Let's go down. Lin Ling walked toward Mr. Gu and Mr. Tang, one in each hand. Then the rope automatically untied, and the three of them fell off the cliff. By cakes, Mr. Gu, Mr. Smith and the rest were all shocked. This was jumping off a cliff. But how could they stop him? They could only watch as Lin Ling and the rest jumped off the cliff and disappeared into the thick clouds. Quick, quick, quick. They hurriedly climbed down with anxious expressions. Who is he? Alice was also climbing, but her mind was filled with the sensational scene of Lin Ling. Today, she was completely subverted. On the other side, Mr. Gu and Mr. Tang's hearts were about to jump out. This was jumping off a building. The surrounding scenery and strong winds quickly flashed past their eyes. This was the first time in their lives that they experienced jumping off a building. When the ground gradually approached, they knew that they were most likely going to die this time. But suddenly, a gentle force rose from under their feet. The momentum from before disappeared as if they had been on the ground all along. They came down. Their hearts, which had been suspended in the air, finally settled down. Wretch. Even so, they couldn't help but vomit. The feeling just now was too exhilarating. After vomiting for a while, they looked at Lin Ling again. The reverence in their eyes deepened. He brought the two of them down from a high altitude. Could it be that Lin Ling could fly? A moment later, Mr. Smith and the rest also arrived. When they saw Lin Ling and the other two alive, their mouths were wide open. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't care about them. Instead, his eyes were looking in one direction. He could vaguely sense the aura of the prison. Translation: let's go. Alice and the others' voices were trembling. They didn't dare to say anything now. No wonder they felt that this university student was here to have fun. With his strength, he was indeed here to have fun. How can there be such power? Smith and the others were Bermuda, the pyramid, and even the aliens from the Arctic. Too mysterious. Along the way, everyone was much quieter. They all looked at Lin Ling quietly, as if they were a group of kindergarten children following their teacher. The trees in the valley were very old. The ground was moist, and there were many poisonous insects crawling around. Most importantly, these insects were never seen before. Alice and the rest scattered insect repellent around to prevent the poisonous insects from getting close. However, in addition to the poisonous insects, there were also a large number of snakes. They were extremely large and poisonous. Of course, compared to the giant snake from before, the snakes in the valley were much smaller. Not only did they kill the snakes they encountered along the way, but they also scared away the ferocious beasts that had bad intentions. Therefore, the journey was quite peaceful. Mr. Lin, Mr. Gu and the rest had been following Lin Ling, but found that Lin Ling didn't say a word. He just kept staring ahead. After reaching the valley, Lin Ling didn't even use the map. However, when Mr. Tang checked the map, he found that Lin Ling was walking in the same direction as the map. This made him secretly shocked by Lin Ling's power. In fact, Lin Ling did sense the aura of the square prison. Although it was very faint, he was sure that the square prison was in the valley. Moreover, Lin Ling also sensed a few powerful auras. They seemed to be looking for the square prison as well. Of course, to Lin Ling, these powerful auras were just SOSO. In addition, Lin Ling also sensed a few human auras. They were also foreigners. They seemed to want to get their hands on the secrets of Wuxia. However, Lin Ling ignored all of this. His only target was the square prison. Look, there's blood and a gun shell. At this time, a foreigner said in a low voice. Alice and the rest immediately walked over to check, and found many footprints. Mr. Tang, I think there are more people coming down here. Looking at the blood, it seems to be from a few days ago. Alice immediately said to Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang looked at Lin Ling, and found that Lin Ling was still moving forward. He immediately said, "Be careful. Don't shoot unless it's a critical moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Mr. Gu quickly caught up with Lin Ling. Although the valley was full of danger, they felt that as long as they followed Lin Ling, all the troubles would disappear. Lin Ling turned left and right, and a big hole began to appear in front of them. It seemed to lead to the underground. The big hole was dark and there was a fog coming out of it. It was very mysterious. At this moment, Alice and the rest were on guard. This was because they saw traces of huge reptiles around the big hole. Mr. Lin. Alice wanted to warn Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had already entered the cave, and he did not seem to be on guard at all. If it were anyone else, Alice and the rest would have already cursed. However, since it was Lin Ling, they did not dare to do so. They could only follow him in. Moreover, they were curious. The valley was so big. Why did Lin Ling choose to enter such a cave? However, after entering, everyone realized that the valley went all the way down. In the beginning, it was a muddy road, and there was a puddle that was more than half the height of a person. However, after passing it, stairs gradually appeared, and they were stone stairs. This meant that this place was built by someone. Oh my God, this place is so old. Who built it? Smith exclaimed. Mr. Tang and the rest kept checking the surrounding buildings, and found many strange totems, cloud patterns, and auspicious beasts. All of these were related to the most ancient culture of Wuxia. However, they could not tell which dynasty it was from. In ancient Wuxia, there were indeed immortals who stayed here. Lin Ling noticed something. This was because this was a cave where immortals cultivated. It was just that too much time had passed, so the spiritual qi was all gone. Lin Ling even saw a decent artifact in the corner, but it had turned into rocks and other things. Then he stopped and allowed Mr. Tang and the rest to take pictures. After a long time, he continued to move forward. After walking down the stairs, they gradually arrived at a spacious space. It was like a cave within a cave. Moreover, it was not dark. Instead, there was some light. This place was very big. The ground was littered with boulders. All of them were as tall as skyscrapers, and they were scattered all over the place. Chapter 5275. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Everyone stood on top of a large rock and looked at the boundless rocky ground. They were all frightened. No one thought that there would be such a strange sight under the valley. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw a huge door in the distance. He could sense that the square prison was behind that door. This made him feel very strange. Why would his square prison appear here? Let's go down. Lin Ling jumped down from the rock. Mr. Ge and the rest released the ropes and climbed down. However, when they came down, everyone saw footprints on the ground. This meant that someone had arrived before them. Roar. At this time, a huge lizard suddenly crawled out from the corner. This lizard was fiery red and as huge as a train. It was staring coldly at Lin Ling and the rest. Roar. Moreover, there were more and more of them. A large number of lizards crawled out from around the rock, eyeing them covetously. Moreover, there were some lizards with human clothes around their mouths. It seemed that they had eaten a lot of people not long ago. This is bad. Smith and the rest felt that they were in trouble, and raised the guns in their hands. Let me do it. Lin Ling did not want to waste any more time and stopped them. However, his eyes were looking at the lizards around them. Get lost. A powerful aura spread out. Those lizards all trembled and then ran away. Mr. Lin is indeed powerful. There are really people with special abilities in Wuxia. Smith and the rest could not explain Lin Ling's power at all. They could only think of it as a special ability. Lin Ling continued forward without any obstacles. Finally, he arrived in front of the huge door. This door was more than 50 meters tall. A large number of mysterious monsters were carved on the surface. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was very ferocious. This made it seem like the 9 serenities held behind the huge door. Moreover, this area had suddenly become very quiet. Everyone who stood around the gate felt an extremely stifling feeling in their hearts. What kind of door is this? Smith and the rest were nervous. They all felt their hearts palpitating. Could it be the legendary Hell's Door? Even though Alice had traveled extensively and seen a lot, this was the first time she had seen such a magical door. Ah, ants like you actually dare to approach this place. Scram. Suddenly, a large number of voices sounded in everyone's hearts. The voices were full of majesty, like that of gods, but there were also all kinds of painful voices that completely suppressed the hearts of Mr. Tang and the others. Oh no, it's these voices. The expressions of Mr. Tang and the rest changed drastically. According to the sole survivor, they had found this place and heard a lot of noises. They had seen a lot of demons and ghosts, but they had all been wiped out. Only one person had managed to escape, and now they had seen it. Moreover, he could deeply sense how terrifying this power was. Their heads and bodies felt like they were about to explode. They were about to go crazy. However, what made them even more terrified was that there was no sound around them. The sound appeared directly in their minds. Humph. But at this time, a loud cold snort sounded, like a bronze bell ringing in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the voices of the demons and ghosts became softer. Mr. Lin. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. They knew that it was Lin Ling who had made the sound. Moreover, Mr. Lin was not afraid of those voices. Crash. At this time, the huge door made a dull sound as if it was opening. A plume of smoke spewed out from the gap of the door, as if some demon or ghost was about to walk out. At this moment, the expressions of Mr. Tang and the rest changed drastically. They quickly hid behind the surrounding rocks. Their hearts continued to race. They were terrified of the unknown. Alice and the rest were not any better. They finally knew how terrifying the ancients of Wuxia were. Rumble. The huge door kept opening. Inside was a vast expanse of white. 2 huge pillars could be vaguely seen. It was exactly the same as what the survivor had seen. Of course, that was all the survivor saw before he ran away. Thump. 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 At this moment, Mr. Tang and the rest's hearts raced as they stared at the door. After the door opened, more smoke filled the air. Suddenly, a large group of people slowly walked out. These people were wearing ancient armor and holding spears. Even their warhorses were wearing armor. However, because of that, their appearances were obscured. They slowly walked forward like walking corpses. There was also the sound of ancient drums that shook people's hearts. Strangely, the surroundings were extremely quiet. The sound seemed to come from everyone's heart. Ghost soldiers passing through. The corner of Mr. Tang's mouth twitched, and his face turned pale. Mr. Ji's expression also changed drastically. He had heard of this story before. It was said that during thunderstorms, such scenes could be seen in some ancient forests. Ghost soldiers passing through. Some people said that it was a scene recorded by nature, so it was not surprising. Some people said that it was the king of hell catching ghosts. It was said that during the earthquake, many people died in a certain place. Some people saw the ghost soldiers passing through. None of them had expected that they would actually witness such a terrifying scene. What's the ghost soldiers passing through? Smith and the rest were trembling from the scene. They even stopped breathing, afraid that they would be discovered by the ghost soldiers. However, Mr. Tang and the rest did not explain. They only looked ahead with trembling eyes. "Look, Mr. Lin." Suddenly, Alice whispered. Everyone looked over and realized that Lin Ling was standing in front of the gate. The mysterious ghost soldiers walked past him on both sides. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. Then he walked forward. "Mr. Lin, you're indeed a cultivator." Mr. Tang sucked in a breath of cold air and explained. "These Yin soldiers are not something that just anyone can see. It is said that those who encounter them, no matter how strong their bodies are, will fall seriously ill because of the impact of Yin energy. And those who are unlucky will probably die in less than a year." "That's so scary." Smith and the rest were so scared that their voices changed. However, they stared at Lin Ling with admiration in their eyes. That was because they saw that Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He even walked into the ancient gate. It was as if he had entered the 9 Serenities hell. Rumble. The mighty ghost soldiers gradually disappeared into the distance. The ground was covered with thin clouds, and the giant gate began to close slowly. Mr. Tang and the rest did not dare to move at all. They did not dare to enter the gate at all. From their point of view, the gate was not a place where living people could enter. "Mr. Lin has entered hell. Will he be all right?" After a moment of silence, Alice asked nervously. Unfortunately, no one could answer her. However, they would never have guessed that the man who had entered the gate was a god who had destroyed hell and returned from the largest underworld. There was no place he didn't dare to go, even if it was up to heaven or down to hell. At that moment, inside the gate, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and a smile appeared on his face. He stared ahead and saw that there was an endless abyss in front of him. There were clouds and mist floating in the air. It was mysterious and unpredictable. However, in the center of the abyss, there were 2 huge stone tablets floating there. They were emitting mysterious energy waves. That was the square prison, the prison that imprisoned the gods and demons of that era. There were 2 of them. Chapter 5276. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation 2. Although Lin Ling had guessed it, he was still shocked. He never thought that the last square prison would be hidden here. Moreover, the purple-robed woman defeated him not long ago because she had 2 square prisons. Now Lin Ling also had 2 square prisons. He was not afraid of her. "Come back." Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Ling began to communicate with the square prison. In the sky, 2 square prisons hovered together, slowly rotating and emitting a mysterious aura. Lin Ling communicated with them. In the beginning, the square prison was blocked by a mysterious force. This force seemed to be coming from another square prison. However, Lin Ling was the former owner of the square prison. His soul power gradually approached one of the square prisons. At the same time, in the square prison, Guang Qingzi and the rest also noticed Lin Ling. They all activated their power to help Lin Ling bring the square prison back. Of course, the power they activated was very weak. After all, they were all prisoners under the jurisdiction of the prison's universal law. Otherwise, they would have left the square prison long ago. This meant that it would take a certain amount of time to retrieve the square prison. Lin Ling was not in a hurry. He sat down cross-legged and slowly controlled the square prison. At this moment, outside the gate, Mr. Tang and the rest were still looking at the giant gate nervously. "What do you think, Mr. Lin?" Alice suddenly said. "He will be fine. It's not like you haven't seen what he can do." Mr. Tang reprimanded. "I know that Mr. Lin is a Superman. However, this giant gate is the gate of hell. There is hell inside." Alice still felt that Lin Ling could not fight against the giant gate. You don't know Lin Ling's strength. He is a cultivator of Kunlun Mountain. He once broke an avalanche with a punch. An avalanche is an earth-shattering natural barrier. Mr. Gus suddenly said. Alice and Smith's expressions changed a little. Also, do you think that you are powerful just because you have submachine guns? Let me tell you, Mr. Lin is not even afraid of bullets. Mr. Tang also said. At this moment, Alice and the others were even more shocked. The strange people in Wuxia were really amazing. Someone's coming. But at this time, a foreigner next to him whispered. Everyone was silent. Among the rocks in front of them, a large number of figures were slowly walking over. These people were all wearing the same long robes, dressed like ancient people. Their expressions were calm, as if they wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. A lot of people have come here in the past few years. It seems that the secret of Wuxia has also spread out. A man with a long beard and a sage-like demeanor said. Sect leader, those who came are just small fries. There's no need to worry about them. After more people die, they won't dare to come again. That's right. Previously, when he held a rocket launcher in his hand, he thought that he was amazing. He didn't know that the sect leader wasn't even afraid of rocket launchers. It's not just rocket launchers. In my opinion, even missiles can't hurt the sect leader. The title of the #1 person in China is not just for show. The people around him flattered him. The green-robed man smiled faintly. Although he knew that they were flattering him, he still enjoyed it. You guys come out. They suddenly stopped and looked at Mr. Tang and the others. Obviously, they had discovered Mr. Tang and the others. With your abilities, do you think you can escape from the eyes of the Green Mountain Immortal? Seeing that Mr. Tang and the others didn't move, another old man said indifferently. The expressions of Mr. Tang and the others changed drastically, and they had no choice but to walk out. Alice, Smith, and the others pointed their guns at these Taoists cautiously, but they didn't dare to act rashly. How dare you? An old man shouted angrily. Our sect leader doesn't like people pointing guns at him. Put down your guns. Seniors, in this place, guns are our weapons for self-protection. We don't want to disrespect you. We're just protecting ourselves. Mr. Gus said immediately, his attitude extremely respectful. You still have a reason. The old man frowned and was about to attack. 3 cauldrons, forget it. The green-robed man suddenly interrupted the old man and said indifferently, Your methods are quite impressive. You were actually able to avoid our surveillance and enter this place. You have to know that there were a few groups of people who entered this place like you, but they all died halfway in the end. You guys killed them. The expressions of Alice and the others changed drastically. They had already found it strange. They clearly saw a few groups of people coming in, but they didn't see anyone at the end. Do you really think you outsiders can touch the secrets of Wuxia? The green-robed man said disdainfully, Fine. Since you can come here, and there are 2 Wuxia people among you, I'll let you go. Sect leader. The others were shocked. After all, this was the first time the sect leader let people go. This was a forbidden area. Only their sect could come close, and the others would be killed without mercy. We can't leave yet. However, Mr. Gus suddenly refused. How dare you? The Taoists were in disbelief. They gave them a chance to escape, but they didn't? Do you know who you're facing? This is the Green Mountain Immortal, the #1 person in Wuxia. He gave you a chance to leave, but you didn't. It seems that you don't know what kind of person you're rejecting. The old man said angrily. Our Green Mountain Immortal is not only an immortal, but also an important figure who has witnessed the changes of several dynasties. His lifespan is now 500 years old. What? Alice and the others were shocked. 500 years old. This person looked like he was only in his 40s. Moreover, 500 years ago, Wuxia hadn't been reformed and opened up yet. This must be a lie. You still don't want to leave? If so, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing the disbelief on Alice and the others' faces, the Green Mountain Immortal frowned. He seemed to be unhappy. What kind of existence was he? He was an immortal, a god. Today he showed mercy, but these mortals didn't know what was good for them. They were indeed stupid and ignorant. They didn't know how powerful a cultivator could be. I'm sorry, we really can't leave yet. Mr. Gu was already in awe. However, when they thought of Lin Ling, They couldn't bear to leave. Now that Lin Ling's whereabouts were unknown, they couldn't leave Lin Ling behind. "We're not leaving." Alice and the others saw Mr. Ji's intention and raised their guns again. Ignorant. The Green Mountain Immortal was really angry. He waved one hand, and a powerful force attacked. Pa, pa, pa. The guns in Alice and the others' hands were all broken and dismembered. The bullets and parts all fell to the ground. This caused Alice and the others to be stunned as well. Mr. Gu and the others' eyes widened. What kind of method was this? Everyone's understanding was turned upside down. Ha ha ha. Seeing Mr. Gu and the others' dumbfounded expressions, everyone laughed proudly. The Green Mountain Immortal was the #1 person in Wuxia. No, he should be the #1 god in Wuxia. These mere mortals didn't know how powerful he was. Chapter 5277. It was the perfect supreme being. Do you think you're invincible just because you have a gun? Let me tell you, ignorant ants, even if you have rocket launchers or missiles, you can't hurt my immortal. The old man said contemptuously after laughing. The immortal of Green Mountain put his hands behind his back with an unfathomable smile on his face. In his opinion, these mortals would be shocked after witnessing his skills, and would definitely kneel down before him. However, after a while he saw that Mr. Gu and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale, but they didn't kneel down. They didn't even shout that he was a living immortal. Something's not right. After all, ordinary people would lose their will to resist after witnessing his skills, leaving only their faith and worship. Could it be that they had seen his skills before? That was even more impossible. How could the immortal of Green Mountain not know about the powerful people in Wuxia in the past 500 years? There were indeed powerful people in Hong Kong in the south, but when he went out to train his state of mind, he only needed one move to make that godlike existence bow down before him. There were also fierce tigers in the north, but they also bowed down with one punch. In just 1 month, he had defeated everyone in China, and everyone in the cultivation circle knew about him. Why aren't you leaving? The immortal of Green Mountain said lightly. Senior, we really can't leave. One of our friends has entered the giant gate, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Mr. Good didn't dare to resist and said bluntly. He didn't expect that these people were also cultivators with skills as powerful as Lin Ling. However, since they were all cultivators in Wuxia, they might know Lin Ling, so he didn't hide it from Lin Ling. What? Someone entered the gate of God? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The immortal of Green Mountain's pupils contracted. He knew that the gate of God hid the most mysterious secrets of Wuxia, and it even had the 9 cauldrons of Wuxia. However, he had comprehended it for many years, but he didn't get anything in the end. He couldn't enter the gate. He didn't expect that someone could enter it. Sect Master, this? The others were also in disbelief. If someone as powerful as the immortal of Green Mountain couldn't enter, how did that person do it? Maybe it's because of some bloodline. The immortal of Green Mountain's eyes lit up. He looked at Mr. Gu and asked, what does that person look like? It's a young man in his 20s. Young man, it seems that it is indeed because of his bloodline. Fine, seeing that his luck is not bad, I might be able to take him as a disciple. The immortal Green Mountain nodded. Hurry up and thank the enlightened master. The others said enviously. It was a great honor to become the personal disciple of the immortal Green Mountain. Wealth, power, and even martial prowess were incomparable to the immortal Green Mountain. This was a power that transcended the mortal world. Well, we don't know if he will become an apprentice. Mr. Gu and the others shook their heads. You're right. Let's go inside and take a look. The immortal Green Mountain didn't pay any more attention to Mr. Gu and the others, striding toward the huge gate. Rumble. Sure enough, when they approached, the giant door released a rumbling sound, releasing dense smoke, and slowly opened. Seeing this, the Green Mountain Immortal's face lit up. He had actually tried to comprehend the divine gate for a long time, but to no avail. This was the first time he had seen the giant gate move. Sect leader. The others were also excited. Calm down. The immortal Green Mountain looked much more composed, as if he had seen everything in the world. When the giant gate slowly opened and allowed one person to enter, he stepped in. Seeing this, the others followed him in one after another. Mr. Gu, you've exposed Mr. Lin. Now that they've all gone in, I'm afraid they'll harm Mr. Lin. After everyone had left, Alice suddenly grumbled. They're all cultivators, so they should know each other. They won't harm Mr. Lin. Mr. Gu said with a frown. It's hard to say. What if there are treasures in this giant gate? Who can guarantee that they won't attack? Alice shook her head. We've completed many missions for the company, so we're already used to these things. Not to mention strangers, even if they're blood brothers, they'll still think of themselves when in danger. Mr. Gu and Mr. Tang's expressions changed slightly. Moreover, they're also cultivators. Most importantly, they have more people. Mr. Lin is probably no match for them. Mr. Smith said. But now that they've all gone in, it's not something we can change. I only hope that they can talk nicely. In the end, Mr. Gu sighed. At this moment, after the immortal Green Mountain and the others entered the giant gate, the first thing they saw was the misty weather in front of them. They found themselves on a cliff, and in the misty clouds, 2 stone steels were floating there. Oh my God, what is this? The immortal Green Mountain was shocked, and the others were also in awe. In their hearts, the 2 stone steels were like the investiture of the gods in the legends, exuding an inviolable majesty. Sect leader, I'm afraid this is a treasure of the gods. An old man said nervously, such a divine artifact of Wuxia. I guess only the sect leader can touch it. Look, there's a young man over there. Someone pointed at Lin Ling not far away. However, everyone just glanced at him and ignored him. To them, such a young boy was not as important as the divine artifact in front of them. This treasure is extremely extraordinary. I don't know how to get it. The immortal Green Mountain was still staring at the square prison. Sect leader, this treasure belongs to you. According to the rumors, the divine artifact also has to choose its master. If the master is too weak, the divine artifact will definitely reject him. If the master is too powerful, the divine artifact will definitely recognize him as its master. In Wuxia, only the sect leader is qualified. Everyone was looking forward to it. The immortal Green Mountain didn't waste time. He activated his power and enveloped the square prison. His expression was full of majesty, as if Xiandi had descended. When his power hit the prison, it immediately caused the prison to sway slightly. Oh no! At this moment, Lin Ling had already controlled more than half of the square prison, but a sudden surge of power undoubtedly interfered with him. The square prison that belonged to Lin Ling didn't change much, but there was another one. The other square prison released a powerful force, constantly blocking Lin Ling's summoning, and blocking the power of the immortal Green Mountain. Damn it! If it weren't for the critical moment, Lin Ling really wanted to beat up the immortal Green Mountain. After all, with the immortal Green Mountain's power, he couldn't touch the square prison at all. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, because of the immortal Green Mountain's interference, Lin Ling had become more difficult. Where did this group of people who overestimated themselves come from? Why can't I control it? At this moment, the immortal Green Mountain was also frowning. He found that his powerful power was like a stone sinking into the sea. It's impossible. The sect leader's strength is monstrous. How can he not control a mere divine artifact? The others were also frowning. Suddenly, a white-haired old man looked at Lin Ling and said, "Could it be that he's disturbing the sect leader?" As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes lit up. What replaced it was anger. In their eyes, that kid was overestimating himself and seeking death. He was obviously an ant with no hope of obtaining the divine artifact, but he still wanted to touch it. This made it harder for the sect leader to control it. If Lin Ling knew what they were thinking at this moment, he would definitely curse them. Who was the ant? Chapter 5278. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The two forces collided with the four sides of the prison, causing the two sides of the prison to tremble. It felt like they were about to break free. At this moment, Lin Ling and the Green Mountain Spiritual Master looked terrible. They both had a feeling that they were about to fail. That brat who overestimates himself. The Green Mountain Spiritual Master stared at Lin Ling fiercely, thinking that everything was because of Lin Ling. Sect Master, I'll do it. The white-haired elder next to him snorted and looked at Lin Ling from afar. Brat, do you really not know what you're doing? You've already provoked the Green Mountain spiritual master. You piece of trash. Not only are you a piece of trash, but you're actually interfering with the Green Mountain spiritual master." After saying that, he waved his right hand, and a shockwave blasted toward Lin Ling. Judging from its power, it was like a rocket launcher. "Now you know who we are. We're cultivators," the elder said with even more disdain. Rumble. The light wave landed on the cliff, causing the cliff to collapse. Lin Ling, who was on the cliff, finally opened his eyes, but he closed them again and continued to control the Four Sides prison. Then he fell into the abyss along with the cliff. "Ant!" the white-haired elder and the others scolded in unison. The Green Mountain spiritual master's face was cold as he continued to control the Four Sides prison. Buzz. Buzz. However, the Four Sides prison shook even more violently and finally lost control, falling from the sky. Under the abyss, it was a vast expanse of whiteness, the most mysterious place here. Oh no! The Green Mountain spiritual master wanted to stop it, but when he got close to the edge of the cliff, a sense of danger rushed into his heart. He didn't dare to get close, not at all. He had a feeling that if he fell off the cliff, he wouldn't be able to stop it with his strength. Damn it! The Green Mountain spiritual master couldn't help but curse. He sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breath. Seeing this, the people around him all cursed. The sect master almost succeeded. It must be that ant from before who caused trouble. After a long time, they all left. Outside the giant door, Mr. Gu and the others were still waiting. Seeing the Green Mountain spiritual master and the others, their eyes all lit up. However, Mr. Gu and the others didn't see Lin Ling. "Where's Mr. Lin?" Mr. Tang couldn't help asking. "Mr. Lin? He's dead," Qing Shanjinren said angrily. "It's fine if he's dead, but a mere ant actually ruined my plans, causing me to not be able to obtain the treasure." "What?" Mr. Tang and the others were all shocked. "All of you must die. Offending the Taoist is akin to provoking the wrath of the heavens. Take all of you away." Behind the immortal Green Mountain, the white-haired old man shouted coldly, and summoned a powerful force to take everyone away. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Ling was falling down the cliff. A mysterious aura lingered around his body. This power was very mysterious. It actually had the feeling of turning Lin Ling into nothingness. However, Lin Ling Panga's body was so strong that these auras could not affect him at all. He kept falling down the cliff as he watched the dense fog around him tumble. Amidst the dense fog, he seemed to see all the time in ancient Wuxia. Various great eras were circulating, tracing back to the earliest era of Wuxia. The process of sinking was very difficult. If it were someone else, even the immortal Green Mountain, he would have died a long time ago. But Lin Ling didn't feel anything. After an unknown amount of time, he finally reached the bottom of the abyss. Upon closer inspection, it was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if one was in a world of white clouds, but the surroundings were very bright. As for the distance, a blurry shadow appeared there. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a large cauldron. Cauldron? The 9 cauldrons of Wuxia? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He had heard about the 9 cauldrons of Wuxia, but he had never taken it to heart, thinking that the treasures of Wuxia were limited no matter how powerful they were. But now, he found that the aura of the cauldron was obviously extraordinary. He couldn't help but walk forward. Then he found an ancient cauldron sitting on the ground. Next to it were 2 square prisons. The 4 prisons seemed to be very quiet in front of this large cauldron, as if they were in awe of this ancient cauldron. The divine cauldron of Wuxia. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. After closer inspection, he found that this cauldron was even more magnificent than he imagined, giving him a sacred and inviolable feeling. The 9 cauldrons of Wuxia don't seem to be among the 10 great divine artifacts of chaos. It's said that this divine cauldron was refined by the first emperor of Wuxia. This cauldron has been around for so long. Could it be that it actually existed since the beginning of God? Several thoughts surged in Lin Ling's mind, but he couldn't care too much and once again communicated with the 4 prisons. And this time no one could disturb him. "Lin Ling, you're back." After an unknown amount of time, Guang Qingzi's voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind, making him happy. He had finally obtained his own 4 prisons. He hurriedly communicated with the 4 prisons again. After an unknown amount of time, The 4 prisons finally floated over. And what made Linling speechless was that another 4 prisons also floated over, and then disappeared into Linling's body. The 4 prisons had completely returned, and most importantly, he had obtained 2 of them. This was obviously a pleasant surprise. Sir. When Linling entered the prison, one by one, his acquaintances greeted him. Thank you for what happened last time. Linling nodded to everyone. Last time, he had released the prisoners of the 4 prisons for the first time. And the power was astonishing. Deities and middle-stage universe giant gods were unstoppable. If not for the appearance of the purple-robed woman, Linling would have been able to do whatever he wanted in Dragon Tomb. Linling, you've also obtained the other prison. There are quite a few sovereigns in there. Guangqingzi was also happy for Linling. Beside him was Monkey Bro. Linling nodded happily. With the 2 4 prisons, he could release even more gods. Right, what's the origin of that divine cauldron outside? Linling asked. Even I can't see the origin of that cauldron, but I feel that it's the cauldron of Wuxia's destiny. It represents the destiny of Wuxia's history, Guangqingzi pondered. Brother, Wuxia has 9 cauldrons, each representing 9 different powers. This cauldron represents destiny. It's rare for you to encounter it, so don't miss it. Monkey Bro also said. It's a pity that it's hard to obtain. Otherwise, we could have taken it away. Linling felt a little regretful, but he could also sense that he couldn't take this cauldron away. Then I'll use this cauldron to cultivate, Linling said to Guangqingzi and the others. Then he left the prison and came to the side of the ancient cauldron. He discovered that the cauldron was about 2 meters wide and 1.5 meters tall. There were many ancient words engraved on it. On the surface, there was nothing special about this cauldron, just that it was very old. But when he sensed it carefully, he could sense a mysterious power. Linling immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the primal chaos deity formula. At first, the ancient cauldron was silent, but gradually, a mysterious aura drifted over and surrounded Linling's body. Then he gradually disappeared. If someone were here at this moment, they would be shocked to see that Linling was already inside the cauldron. Chapter 5279. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Inside the cauldron, endless luck turned into a dense mist that surrounded Linling like a dragon. With every breath he took, Linling entered Linling's body and reappeared. In Linling's dantian, there was an earth-shattering change happening right now. After all, karmic luck was a cultivation treasure that was hard to come by. Not to mention, this luck was the luck of the entire Wuxia. His 8 dantians were growing crazily like bamboo shoots after a rain, and his various godly bodies were also transforming. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, the sky suddenly became oppressive. The sky above the valley was filled with lightning and all living beings bowed their heads. Then, a terrifying thunderstorm came crashing down from the sky and bombarded the entire valley. This was a divine tribulation. Unknowingly, Linling was making a breakthrough with the help of the divine cauldron's luck, and entering a new domain. And this domain belonged to the god-tier giant universe god. The divine tribulation in the sky kept bombarding the earth. In the valley, poisonous insects and other creatures were all killed, but these divine lightning couldn't reach the divine cauldron. They were all blocked by the cauldron. The divine cauldron was sacred and inviolable. It also represented the entire Wuxia universe. How could it be shaken by mere divine lightning? Inside the cauldron, Linling was like a newborn baby that was crazily absorbing the changes brought about by the luck. At the same time, everyone in Linling universe could sense the changes. They all smiled. They guessed that Linling was increasing his strength, and the extent of it was very, very big. Time passed quietly. Linling's first dantian gradually stabilized, and he stepped into the early stage of the god-tier giant universe god. Next, his second dantian was also transforming and stepped into the god tier. Third dantian. Fourth dantian. Fifth dantian. Every one of his dantians was transforming. Linling's godly power was also increasing crazily, and it gradually reached the level of 15 trillion. And his physical strength was also increasing, reaching the level of 50 trillion. With these two added together, not to mention early-stage god-tier giant universe gods, Even middle-stage giant universe gods weren't a match for Lin Ling. Of course, this only applied to ordinary giant universe gods. If they were more powerful, Lin Ling would have a harder time winning. However, this was Lin Ling's strength before he fused his innate talent. If he had fused his innate talent, even an ordinary late-stage deity cosmos giant god would not be a match for Lin Ling. After all, with Lin Ling's fusion, the total amount of power would be in the 400 trillion range. And ordinary late-stage deity cosmos giant gods were worth only 300 trillion. Although Lin Ling was breaking through, he could sense the changes in his body. He was overjoyed. He had finally broken through. Moreover, he didn't stop. He continued to absorb the power of destiny, hoping to open his 9th dantian. Unfortunately, the power needed to open the 9th dantian was too crazy. As a result, the power of providence was not enough. This made Lin Ling extremely depressed. This destiny was even more precious than the destiny of the Tao Pagoda. He could only watch helplessly as his luck flowed away. After all, now that he had broken through, it would be difficult for him to refine the destiny. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Sensing the changes in his body, he let out a light breath. His strength had finally improved greatly. I've found the square prison. I can return to the Tao Pagoda now. But how should I go back? Lin Ling was thinking of a way back. After all, he was taken away from the Tao Pagoda, and his Tao origin heaven seat was still with him. Right, I should return to the Lin Ling universe and follow Yellow Emperor back to the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. He finally relaxed. However, it was rare for him to come to China. The next time he thought of it, he probably wouldn't be able to find it. It would be great if he could leave a mark here. This divine cauldron of China is not bad. I can leave a mark here. Next time, I can directly enter this place through the Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling stared at the divine cauldron of China, and then set up a boundary array around it. He also set up a soul. Mr. Gu and the others are still outside. However, just as Lin Ling was about to leave, he thought of Mr. Gu and the others. With a light sigh, Lin Ling took a step and floated to the top of the cliff. Then he left through the giant door. However, outside the giant door he didn't see Mr. Gu and the others. He didn't even see a single person. There were no traces of a battle in the original place. Could it be that they had left? Lin Ling wanted to leave, but when he thought of how Mr. Gu and the others had helped him find the square prison, he couldn't bear it. He planned to help Mr. Gu and the others. Although he couldn't let them become gods, he could at least let them step into the ranks of cultivation. Right, there's also that group of people. Lin Ling thought of the group of people who had plotted against him not long ago. At the thought of this, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. That group of ants. He, Lin Ling, the giant god of the Tao Pagoda, didn't even make a move. Instead, those ants attacked him first. If I'm not wrong, they are from the Taoist temple in the Zhongnan Mountains. Lin Ling also had a guess in his heart. He left the underground and appeared in the valley. Then he stared at the desolate valley and shook his head helplessly. This valley had also ended up like this because of his breakthrough. The divine cauldron of Wuxia is still underground. In order to prevent too many people from approaching, it's better to restore this place to its original state. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a powerful magical energy floated around, slowly restoring everything that had been destroyed. Moreover, he increased his strength, causing the poisonous insects and plants in the valley to be more powerful than before. With them guarding this place, this valley could be considered a real forbidden area. Then Lin Ling's soul force spread out and landed on the distant Zhongnan Mountains. But then his expression changed and he couldn't help but snort coldly. How dare you capture Mr. Gu and the others? Lin Ling had obviously discovered Mr. Gu and the others. He had also discovered the Taoist cultivators such as the Green Mountain Immortal. These people were really like ants to Lin Ling. Of course, they were different from the ants that Lin Ling usually saw. They could be considered to be more daring ants. Moreover, Lin Ling heard them talking about the number one god of Wuxia. What a joke, what a joke. How dare he call himself a god? With a step, Lin Ling disappeared from where he was, and went straight to the Taoist temple in the Zhongnan Mountains. A moment later he stopped and landed in the mountains. Looking up, he could immediately see the ancient Taoist temple. There were quite a number of people in this Taoist temple, and most of them had strength in their bodies. They were true cultivators. However, the strength in their bodies was too weak. Compared to the magical energy, it was like dirty water in a small ditch, while Lin Ling's magical energy was like an ocean. At this moment, the Taoist temple was extremely lively. Cultivators dressed in different attire were gathered here, looking politely at a white-haired old man. These cultivators came from the north and south of the Yangtze River. They were the cultivators hidden in the mountains of Wuxia. They gathered here because they knew that the Green Mountain Immortal had come out of seclusion, so they came to pay him a visit. If they could get guidance from the Green Mountain Immortal, they would definitely benefit for the rest of their lives. Not many people in Wuxia knew the name of the Green Mountain Immortal, but they were the masters of Huaxia's cultivation world. How could they not know? To them, the Green Mountain Immortal was indeed a god, the strongest god in Huaxia. In this regard, countless achievements had proven all of this. No one could defeat him in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Chapter 5280. He was the immortal cultivator. Knowing that the immortal cultivator had come out of seclusion, all the big shots in China came to see him. I heard that the immortal cultivator has been cultivating for 500 years. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that someone with such a long lifespan could exist. That's nothing. I heard that the immortal cultivator jumped from the sky during the battle on the island. That was over 500 meters. So fierce? It seems that the immortal cultivator's heart has reached the realm of transcendence. I heard from his disciple that the immortal cultivator has learned how to fly. What? The big shots from all over the world were talking, and the more they talked, the more shocked they were. Flying? No one in human history had ever possessed such power. You're right. This is the result of my sect master's 10 years of cultivation. A white-haired old man said with a faint smile. He was the disciple of the immortal cultivator. Among the guests, Mr. Gu and the others were also here. They were not mistreated. After all, the immortal cultivator had learned of Mr. Ji's identity, and knew that he had a lot of authority in Huaxia. That was why he kept Mr. Gu and the others alive. Otherwise, they would have been killed. Flying? Oh my God. Alice's mouth twitched as she listened to the conversation. She finally knew what kind of existence she had provoked. Huaxia is so profound. The ancient cultivators had such powerful abilities. Smith was also shocked. This trip to Huaxia was an eye-opener for him. He looked at Mr. Gu and the others with reverence. The immortal cultivator is here. Suddenly someone shouted. Then a middle-aged man in a loose robe slowly walked out of the Taoist temple. His temples were white, but the rest of his hair was black. If no one reminded him, he didn't look like a man who had lived for 500 years. He had a calm temperament, like a pine tree on a cliff. He was so calm that he wouldn't be shocked even if the sky collapsed. With just a glance, all the great figures present quietly lowered their heads, feeling a sense of shame. Even though there were many strong people present, including those who had reached the peak of external cultivation, and those who had reached the inner circle, they were like children in front of a cultivator. He's really extraordinary. An old man who seemed to be in his 80s exclaimed. To him, this was a true cultivator. They could only be considered outsiders. This Tao master has come out of seclusion for 10 years. I am indebted to all of you for honoring me with your presence. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. The immortal Green Mountain said nonchalantly as he glanced at the crowd. In fact, he was actually a little unhappy. After all, he had encountered a divine artifact as soon as he came out of seclusion, but he couldn't obtain it even though he saw it. However, he was also comforting himself. With his current cultivation, he was indeed still lacking a bit. Next time, he would definitely succeed next time. Spiritual Master, do you still remember me? Wang Minghu from 50 years ago. At this moment, an old man pointed at himself and spoke as if he was speaking to his master. Wang Minghu. I remember now. So it's you. I didn't expect that after 50 years, your cultivation has actually improved. The immortal Qingshan nodded with a faint smile. His words made Wang Menghu extremely happy. It was a great honor to be remembered by the immortal Qingshan. Wang Menghu. The eyes of the others flashed. They were indeed incomparably envious. The immortal Green Mountain has come out from behind closed doors, and his martial arts are unparalleled. The legend of the immortal Green Mountain is sure to emerge in Huaxiao again. The others immediately began to flatter him. The immortal Qingshan nodded slightly. This time he had left the mortal world for 10 years. He didn't know how the mortal world was doing, and whether the important figures of Huaxia still remembered him. Suddenly, the immortal Qingshan had an idea. He wanted to be unparalleled in the world and shock the world. This idea came without any warning, but it made the immortal Qingshan determined. This was also the obsession of a cultivator. Once he had an idea, he had to complete it. Otherwise, if he kept it in his heart for too long, it would become an inner demon. Fine. I've been in seclusion for 10 years and seen through life and death. I've reached the level of walking on clouds. It's time for Huaxia to know my style. The immortal Qingshan looked at the crowd and said. Everyone was overjoyed. This meant that they were all fated to see the immortal in action. This kind of thing was hard to see unless one was extremely lucky. In the future, they would have the right to boast to their descendants. How does the sect master plan to show off his style? The disciples of the immortal Qingshan also flattered. The immortal Qingshan smiled. He wanted to show off his ability to walk on clouds, but at this moment, a figure walked up the stairs. You're the immortal Qingshan. A cold voice abruptly interrupted everyone. Mr. Lin. Hearing the familiar voice, Mr. Gu looked back and gasped in shock. It's you. The immortal Qingshan and the others also recognized Lin Ling. However, didn't Lin Ling fall off the cliff and die? Who do you think you are? How dare you call me the immortal Qingshan? Who are you? You came without an invitation. You don't give the immortal any face. You're still wet behind the ears. All the important figures thought it was a powerful cultivator, but it turned out to be a young man. They were furious. Such a young man could only be their grandson. What right did he have to call the immortal by his name? What immortal Qingshan? How dare a small Taoist call himself an immortal? Lin Ling ignored the crowd and still looked at the immortal Qingshan coldly. Thinking of what had happened not long ago, anger rose in his heart. He, a god, didn't even make a move, but this so-called immortal Qingshan provoked him. You're courting death. The eldest disciple of the immortal Qingshan was furious. He took a step forward, and a terrifying wave of air gushed out. This old man had white hair, but as his white hair danced, he looked like a god descending to the mortal world. So powerful. Everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect the immortal Qingshan's disciple to be so powerful. Stop. However, the immortal Qingshan shouted coldly and stopped his disciple. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling with curiosity. Didn't this ant fall off the cliff? How did he come back alive? Was there a path behind the giant door that led to the cliff? This aroused his interest. He had always wanted to know the secret under the cliff. It seems that you're very dissatisfied with me, the immortal Qingshan said indifferently. You don't know how powerful I am. Otherwise, you wouldn't have dared to speak. However, since you're still alive, it means that you're qualified to make a request of me. If you're dissatisfied, I'll fulfill your wish and let you fight me. Everyone opened their mouths wide. The number one god of Huaxia was going to fight a young man? Ha ha ha. How can he be a match for the sect master? The sect master can blow him thousands of miles away with just one breath. Let alone this young man. Even if all the masters of Huaxia worked together, they wouldn't be able to block a single attack from the immortal. The disciples of the immortal Qingshan mocked. Mr. Lin. Mr. Gu and the others hurried over, trying to persuade Lin Ling not to act rashly. Mr. Lin, this person can fly. Alice was also trying to persuade him, but she felt helpless. Although Mr. Lin had some skills, how could he be a match for the number one god of Huaxia? He was asking for humiliation. Chapter 5281. It's the perfect supreme being. You don't have to persuade me. This old man wants to fight me. I'll see what he's capable of. Lin Ling shook his head. Mr. Lin. Mr. Tang panicked. The big shots present all shook their heads and sneered. Capable of what? How dare this young man say that? Sigh. Alice wanted to persuade him, but she didn't know how to do so. She knew that Lin Ling was going to suffer this time. However, this was normal. Lin Ling was so young, but his strength was not weak. It was natural for him to be arrogant. However, Lin Ling also lost in terms of youth. How could his cultivation be compared to the Green Mountain Immortal, who had cultivated for 500 years? Ha ha ha, so you agree. At this moment, the Green Mountain Immortal suddenly laughed and stared at Lin Ling with great interest. Originally, he wanted to show his strength and shake up Wuxia. However, Lin Ling's overestimation of his strength piqued his interest. Come. Lin Ling nodded. The Green Mountain Immortal suddenly walked out. He stood like Mount Tai and also like the immovable Wisdom King. With his hands behind his back, his long robe fluttered quietly. Swoosh. The fallen leaves around him suddenly revolved around him. It was an extraordinary sight. So powerful. Everyone retreated far away to witness the Green Mountain Immortal's elegance. All of a sudden, the immortal Green Mountain sighed softly. Your prowess is at most equal to that of a highly skilled external practitioner in the mortal world. You don't have any internal energy, nor have you reached the state of transcendence. How can you be my opponent? At this moment, he was somewhat disinterested. The Green Mountain Immortal came out of seclusion to find a real expert to fight and make a name for himself in Wuxia. However, his first battle was with such a young boy. Not only would this be an unfair victory, it would also be meaningless even if he won. He could clearly sense that Lin Ling did not have any spiritual energy in his body, which meant that he was not a cultivator. Your strength is barely enough to cultivate spiritual energy into your body. You can't even be considered a martial artist. How can you be a spiritual immortal? At this time Lin Ling also said faintly. What he said was indeed the truth. In the world where Lin Ling came from, even the practitioners were more powerful than the immortal Green Mountain, and the immortal Green Mountain was at most an entry-level practitioner. Shameless boasting. The immortal Green Mountain yelled angrily. He had already given this young man a way out, but the young man rebuked him instead. Fine, I'll let you see what it means to be a cultivator. The immortal Green Mountain reached out one of his hands and drew a small semicircle in front of him. The forces of ice and fire gathered together and turned into a mark of Tai Chi. This Tai Chi was lifelike and was completely condensed from spirit Chi. However, it possessed a terrifying power, carving objects with spirits. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Using spiritual energy to carve any object, such a method was really something that only immortals could do. In the ancient records of Wuxia, powerful immortals were able to use spiritual energy to carve objects. They were even able to cast beams into soldiers and reverse the universe. One move. If you can take one move from me, you can enter the eyes of a Taoist. The immortal Green Mountain said nonchalantly. His steps didn't move, but his whole body glided past Lin Ling, and he thrust his palm toward Lin Ling lightly. Rumble. The Tai Chi circle, which seemed to be less than a meter long, danced, and the sound of thunder was heard. He's dead meat. That's right. This palm strike is enough to shatter a mountain. The power is probably comparable to the impact of a train. The big shots from all sides stared at it without blinking. Mr. Lin, Mr. Tang and the others felt a strong wind blowing in their faces. It was indeed like the roar of a train. They immediately shouted in worry. Bang. At that moment, Lin Ling pushed out his palm lightly as if he was chasing away a fly. The two palms collided, and a deafening boom was heard. The whole Taoist temple shook a little. Then a figure retreated. It was Lin Ling. Interesting. You can take one of my palms without dying. You've cultivated your external force to the peak. I'm afraid you can resist a train with your body. The immortal Green Mountain's voice suddenly rang out, and everyone's expression changed drastically. That young man was unharmed? So powerful. Alice and the others also exclaimed in shock. Although they had seen Lin Ling defeat a huge python with one punch, the immortal Green Mountain's palm was more powerful than the python's impact. This meant that they had underestimated Lin Ling. You've made me interested. Good. Again. At that moment, the immortal Green Mountain's faint laughter was heard. His body suddenly turned into a shadow, and he attacked Lin Ling from all directions. His palms suppressed Lin Ling as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom boom boom. After more than 10 consecutive booms, Lin Ling was extremely embarrassed, but he blocked those palms again. This young man is quite strong. Everyone was even more shocked. At first, they thought Lin Ling would be defeated quickly, but the reality was beyond their imagination. Moreover, they had imagined that they could block the immortal Green Mountain's attack, but they were shocked to find that they couldn't block it at all. This also meant that this young man's strength was slightly stronger than theirs. Ha ha ha, it's getting more and more interesting. At that moment, the immortal Green Mountain stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. I've met such an interesting person after coming out of seclusion. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. He said not bad 3 times in a row, which meant that he was also very surprised and felt that he had met a good opponent. Of course, it was just a good sparring partner that allowed the immortal Green Mountain to use more of his strength. Master, you're interested. Everyone is in for a treat. The immortal Green Mountain's disciples were all familiar with their master. Seeing the immortal Green Mountain's expression, they all laughed excitedly. That's all you've got? However, a disdainful voice suddenly sounded amidst the laughter. Lin Ling slowly walked out from the billowing dust. I've given you so many chances, and you've only got this much strength? Before, I was just playing with you. Of course, I was also giving you a chance. Unfortunately, you're not even qualified to move me. As soon as the voice came out, the whole place fell silent. The immortal Green Mountain was furious. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. What arrogant words! Yi Chi-Chi, the disciple of the immortal Green Mountain, was furious. In their opinion, this young man was struggling before his death. Who gave him the courage to speak? Fine, I'll show you what the immortal method is. The immortal Green Mountain knew that it was time to show some of his strength. Otherwise, others would think that the so-called immortal was just SOSO. His feet moved without wind as he stepped up and headed straight for the sky. He's flying, he's flying. Everyone pointed to the sky with their eyes wide open. The legendary flying ability. In today's world, there was actually the ability to fly. It can really fly. Is it a helicopter? Alice and the other foreigners were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Without a doubt, the immortal Green Mountain at this moment had overturned everyone's understanding. They looked at him as if they were looking at an immortal. Ignorant child. How can you know the power of a cultivator? At this moment, the immortal Green Mountain was looking down at the people in the sky. His eyes were full of disdain and mockery. You're flying so slowly. Are you crawling? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. The immortal Green Mountain looked back and was shocked to find a young man. Behind him, a young man descended with his hands behind his back like a god. Chapter 5282. Boom. Boom. With a loud boom, Qing Shan fell from the sky like a meteorite. A huge crater was formed on the ground of the Taoist temple. Gravel flew everywhere, and many people's faces were scratched. Thud. 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 Some people stepped back, their expressions changing drastically. In the huge crater, dust was flying. The previously arrogant Qing Shan was now lying on the ground like a dog, looking extremely miserable. Sect Master. The disciples led by the white-haired old man all roared, their eyes full of disbelief. He, their master, the #1 god of Wuxia, was actually beaten down from the sky? This was beyond their understanding. In their impression, their master was invincible. It's him. The big shots from all over also raised their heads and stared at the figure in the sky. That figure was wearing sportswear. He should have been a very ordinary existence, but he was very dazzling. Because he could fly. Moreover, no one saw how he flew up. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Qing Shan. With just one move, Qing Shan was smashed to the ground. Apart, everyone present was not a fool. Otherwise, how could they not know how powerful that young man was? Mr. Lin, he can fly too? No one was more surprised than Alice and the others. In their opinion, Lin Ling had always been weaker than Qing Shan. Following then, they thought of the matter of reminding Lin Ling before and suddenly felt ashamed. He actually looked at Lin Ling with their own eyes. You're courting death. At this moment, the ground exploded, an endless airflow gushed in all directions. Qing Shan stood up and stared at the sky angrily. But yes, he looked very miserable. His long hair was messy, his robe was tattered, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. You dare to call yourself an immortal in front of me? In the sky, Lin Ling looked at Qing Shan with disdain. He was too lazy to even laugh. He was a giant god of the universe, and now he was even a god. He could kill Qing Shan with a flick of his finger. This Qing Shan dared to be arrogant in front of him. But what if the immortal Green Mountain wanted to harm Lin Ling, even more after the huge gate? I didn't expect there to be cultivators in Wuxia. Which sect are you from? Tell me your name. The immortal Green Mountain said coldly. You really don't have the right to know. Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. Announce your sect? Every sect Lin Ling had joined was a sect that was stronger than the immortal Green Mountain. He couldn't help but admire the arrogance of the immortal Green Mountain. Alright, you'll tell me. Daoist Shan nodded. His long robe fluttered without wind. Wind come. He let out a low roar, and as if it was the order of a heavenly king, heaven and earth began to change. A gust of wind blew, and it grew stronger and stronger. Crash! All the trees in the mountain swayed, and Song Mountain trembled. It was as if a level 10 typhoon had swept through. The entire roof of the Taoist temple was blown off, and the tiles tumbled in the air like pieces of paper. Bang, bang, bang. The experts from various places all sat down on the ground, and some even tried to avoid the gale. Before they could feel surprised, the immortal Green Mountain yelled angrily again. Bring the rain. Boom. Rumble. Thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. Heavy rain poured down. The raindrops were dense, and they were as big as soybeans. When they hit people's heads, it was extremely painful. Gale, torrential rain. This was the method of the immortal Green Mountain. This was still human? It wasn't an exaggeration to call him a god. Human. They had never seen such a scene, and they were even more shocked. This method was even more terrifying than flying. Legend has it that during the Three Kingdoms period, Zhuge Liang could summon the wind and summon the rain. I thought it was just a story, but I didn't expect there to be such a person in reality. As expected of the immortal. Many people shouted in shock. Humph, this immortal knows the will of heaven and goes against the universe. You, a mere cultivator, dare to compete with this immortal? The immortal Green Mountain snorted coldly, and there was an indescribable arrogance in his voice. Summon the wind and summon the rain? In the sky, Lin Ling didn't move at all. Even the rain couldn't touch him, and the gale couldn't move him at all. Wait for me to break you. Someone heard a loud and clear voice. Lin Ling exhaled lightly. Everything changed. In the sky, the clouds dispersed. On the ground, the wind stopped. First, it was as if nothing had happened. If it wasn't for the mess on the mountain, people would have thought that they were dreaming. Too fast. Too fast, too fast. Moreover, the terrifying storm from before had actually been extinguished by a single breath. This divine ability was truly terrifying. What? This time, the immortal Green Mountain's expression changed greatly. I'll let you see what it means to summon the wind and summon the rain. In the sky, Lin Ling spat out a sentence and waved his right hand. The whole action was as if he was chasing away a fly, completely different from the immortal Green Mountain's solemn casting. But the effect was like a heavenly tribulation. Boom. Heaven. The sound of thunder suddenly came from the sky, and the whole sky was full of thunder and lightning, shocking people. This wasn't rain at all, but a thunderstorm. Everyone on the ground was scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a heavenly scene. Again, looking into the distance, the rolling dark clouds were like a big canyon, moving crazily, forming a huge cloud spiral, shocking to the eye. The main thing was that it was too big, so big that it occupied the entire sky. Rumble, rumble. At the same time, the ground shook. It was actually an earthquake. The mountain range cracked, the river stopped flowing, and the whole Qinling Mountain seemed to be affected. Nothing. Countless creatures were kneeling. The scene was extremely spectacular. Boom. Rumble. And it wasn't over yet. In the distant sky, the Sea Market's Chun Tower appeared. That was the Nine Serenities hell. Earth. The mansion was shaken. He's a god. No one expected that Lin Ling's anger would cause such a huge change in the world. Everyone, including Mr. Gu, knelt down together. In their eyes, what cultivator could compare to that young man? How can he be so powerful? Alice and the other foreigners felt like they were watching a sci-fi movie, but this scene was real in front of their eyes. Or after Su Li's incident, they no longer wanted to be mercenaries. After all, the world was boring, and there was no place more attractive to them than here. Among everyone, only the immortal Green Mountain was still standing, but his legs were trembling. His heart felt like it was broken into thousands of pieces. His expression was blank, shocked, fearful, and even respectful. He had cultivated for 500 years, and he thought that no one in the world could compare to him. He thought that he was the only one who had pursued the heavenly Tao, but now he knew that he was just a small Tao. His cultivation journey was merely at the entry level. The real Tao was to move an eyebrow, and the heavenly tribulation would descend. This was reversing the universe. True Tao. The righteous Tao was to move the underworld with a thought. This was controlling life and death. Now you still dare to call yourself an immortal in front of me. At this moment, a majestic voice rang in the ears of the immortal Green Mountain, causing him to look up. The sky was filled with colorful clouds, and divine light shot into the sky. The auspicious divine beast appeared on the left, and the bones of the god fiend appeared on the right. There was a man standing in the middle. He was like a god looking down at them. Chapter 52-83. I'm the perfect supreme. I don't dare. The Green Mountain spiritual master said with shame. He was both scared and blushed. He was scared because he had provoked such an existence. He blushed because he called himself the spiritual master in front of such power. You really don't dare? Lin Ling asked again. Thump. The Green Mountain spiritual master knelt down and kowtowed. I don't dare, I don't dare. Well, since you don't dare, let me ask you, do you want to live or die? Lin Ling asked. You dared to kill me, which is a great crime. If you want to live, you'll waste your cultivation. If you want to die, I'll send you on your way. I want to live. The Green Mountain spiritual master kept kowtowing, and his heart was bleeding. The cultivation he had cultivated for 500 years was probably going to disappear today. This meant that from now on he would become immortal. However, he didn't hate Lin Ling. First, he didn't dare. Second, with Lin Ling's strength he still gave him a way out. This was already a mercy. After all, he would have done the same if it were him. My lifespan is estimated to be left with 50 years. Then the Green Mountain spiritual master smiled bitterly to himself. After his cultivation was destroyed, he became immortal, and his lifespan was naturally reduced. At the same time, Lin Ling walked down from the sky and came to the front of the Green Mountain spiritual master. With a wave of his right hand, the Green Mountain spiritual master's cultivation disappeared. Holding the cultivation in his hand, Lin Ling looked at Mr. Gu and the Green Mountain spiritual master and said indifferently, You two are destined to be with me, so I'll help you. I hope that when you have the ability, you won't bully others and help the mortals. If one day I know that you and the Green Mountain spiritual master are like this, I'll destroy you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Gu and the Green Mountain spiritual master knelt down with a thud. They could clearly feel that there was an additional power in their bodies, which made them feel omnipotent. At this moment, they finally realized that power and money were not important. Moreover, after suddenly obtaining this powerful power, their hearts were filled with ambition, and they felt that they were above the mortals, like gods. However, thinking of Lin Ling's reminder, they quickly extinguished that thought. Protect China. This is our hometown, Lin Ling said again. Then he walked into the distance. His pace was clearly not fast, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Farewell, great God. Everyone knelt down. Alice and the others were the same, but in their hearts, they were filled with deep regret. Although they had been in awe of Lin Ling along the way, they had still looked down on him. As a result, Lin Ling didn't have a deep impression of them, so when he left, he didn't leave anything for them. If they were as respectful to Lin Ling as Mr. Gu was, perhaps they would become superhumans. On that day, the news spread on the internet. The weather in the Qinling Mountains was abnormal, and there were even earthquakes. The magnitude of the earthquakes was very high, but they disappeared as quickly as they came. Later, the government came out to clarify that there was indeed an earthquake in the Qinling Mountains, and there was heavy rain. The temperature was extremely low. However, this was caused by a gust of cold air. As for earthquakes, although rare, it wasn't impossible to happen. However, it wasn't over yet. There was still a video circulating on the internet. It was taken by a group of backpackers. Although they were far away, they still managed to capture the thunderstorm in the sky and the scene of hell. The most amazing thing was that there was a miracle of thousands of creatures kneeling and worshipping. Although the video was very short, it still caused quite a stir. However, many experts came out and said that it was photoshopped. In the end, it was left unsettled. After Alice and the others returned to their country, they had indeed given up their career as mercenaries. For them, after witnessing such a miracle, the various dangers on Earth were no longer attractive to them. After Mr. Ge and the others returned, they continued to study the ancient history of China. However, they took more care of Lin Ling's uncle. Moreover, they also took care of Lin Ling's friends in university, such as Didi Dada and the others. As for Lin Ling, he finally found the square prison and returned to the Lin Ling universe. Linger, you're back. When Ancestor Tai Yan and the others saw Lin Ling, they were all very happy. Dad, what did you see in China? Lin Yi also came over with his daughter. Lin Ling greeted all his relatives. When he thought of the trip to China, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Although Lin Ling had all his relatives and friends in the universe, his other home was also in China. There, the memories left for him were too deep. Even if he had reincarnated thousands of times, for him, his life in China was his real predecessor. I just walked around casually. In the future, I will take you to China. Lin Ling said with a smile. Okay, I've long wanted to go to Dad's hometown. I want to go too. Lin Yi and his daughter said happily. By the way, how's the Dao Pagoda? Lin Ling looked at Ancestor Tai Yan and the others and asked. The last time Lei Gong and the others came back was a long time ago. They haven't been back for a while. I guess there's some trouble there. Ancestor Tai Yan said. That's right. And Yuer also said. When Sheng Yi came back last time, he said that a woman named Feng Moyang was helping them, and she was also looking for you. Feng Moyang? Lin Ling frowned slightly. Lin Ling, I have a feeling that Feng Moyang is Yu Yu's sister. And Yuer also entered the Dao Pagoda not long ago and saw Feng Moyang, so she had this feeling. Yu. Lin Ling's face changed dramatically. Now his biggest wish was to find Yu Yu. Feng Moyang is Yu Yu. Why didn't I feel this when I saw her? Lin Ling pondered. But it's strange. Every time I leave her, I have a short feeling. That's Yu Yu's feeling. Could it be that Feng Moyang is really Yu Yu, but there's a powerful god in her body that blocks others' detection? If you want to know the answer, perhaps you can only find Feng Moyang. And Yuer said. Okay, I'll go back to the Dao Pagoda to take a look. However, I can't go back now because of my heavenly position. I have to get someone to take me in. That's easy. Xiao Luan and Longyang just left not long ago. We can inform them. Okay. Not long after, Xiao Luan and Longyang both returned. When they saw Lin Ling, they were naturally incomparably happy. Lin Ling. My lord. On the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda, they were separated from Lin Ling. The last time they came back, they knew that Lin Ling was in China. Now that Lin Ling had returned, they knew that Lin Ling was probably going to enter the Dao Pagoda again. Let's go to the Dao Pagoda. Sure enough, Lin Ling smiled and nodded, then asked, How are Lei Gong and the others? Now Lei Gong and the others are being chased by the god race, and are fighting against the other god races with the sun god race. They didn't look for the tooth race. They haven't found them yet. After a conversation, Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. Sheng Yi, senior sister Qingzhu, and the others must be on the tooth race's side. Lei Gong and the others had entered from the other side, and had yet to meet up. Chapter 5284. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If the Tooth Clan and the Yellow Emperor's people all gather, we won't have to fear anyone in the dragon's tomb. Lin Ling thought to himself. He had a feeling that after such a long time, the Yellow Emperor and the others must have greatly improved their strength. However, they had not gathered. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. After all, there were too many enemies. There were the Wanao clan, the Silvermoon clan, the Decaying clan, the three divine sects of White Mountain, and so on. And only the Tooth clan and the Silvermoon clan were on Lin Ling's side. A moment later, Lin Ling entered the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda again. The familiar wind blew, making Lin Ling feel nostalgic. This time he had not left the Dao Pagoda for long, but it felt like a long time. Lin Ling, you still left your aura on the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda. It's in your Dao realm, so you can come in. Otherwise, you would have to start from the 1st floor of the Dao Pagoda and walk back. Longyang looked at Lin Ling and said. They were now in the 18 Dragon Mountains, and there was still some distance to the dragon's tomb. Then they continued on their way to the dragon's tomb. Along the way, there were still many gods heading to the dragon's tomb. The dragon's tomb had dragon stones, which were very suitable for cultivation. Look, that's Longyang and the others, the Yellow Emperor's people. Just as they entered the dragon's tomb and walked along the ancient corridor, there was a low voice in front of them. The voice was very soft, and it was a voice transmission. If one did not sense it, it would be difficult to detect it. However, Lin Ling sensed it. Xiaoluan also sensed it. Lin Ling sensed it because of his strong soul power, but Xiaoluan had been in the dragon's tomb for too long. He knew the situation of being surrounded by enemies and was extremely cautious. The current Xiaoluan was no longer a first-time cultivator. He had experienced many battles, and his temperament had matured a lot. Sister Longyang, those people are watching us. Xiaoluan looked at Longyang and said. Longyang frowned and shook her head, ignoring him. Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to those small characters. Follow them. However, the eyes of the gods were cold. After Lin Ling and translation, they immediately followed them. Now the dragon's translation, the gods, and the sun god race were all against these gods, so if they could know the whereabouts of Xiaoluan and the others, they would be rewarded. Lin Ling translation. Also, the dragon translation. Lin Ling translation. Lin Ling translation. He did not expect that these people would be so suicidal. However, Lin Ling did not want to waste time, so he continued on his way. The huge corridor they walked through was different from the one Lin Ling took last time. However, they still passed by a large hall. The hall was filled with huge pillars, and in the corners, there were many dragon stones on the pillars. Ins T while SSS while chaotic, while were chaotic translation. That was while was on translation they. Senior Xian Tong, what should we do? Chase after them and stop them. The two women are Xiaoluan and Longyang, but the man looks familiar. These gods also threw caution to the wind. They sped up, wanting to stop Lin Ling and the others. They had also seen that Little Luan and the other two were deities with the strength of early-stage cosmos giant gods. If they worked together, they should be able to suppress them. Where do you think you're going? Rumble. After a loud shout, a sparkling and translucent ice mountain appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others, blocking their path. Lin Ling and the other two stopped in their tracks and frowned. Previously, they had indeed wanted to shake off their pursuers. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he didn't want to waste time. They didn't expect that these people finally couldn't hold back, and took the initiative to stop them. At the same time, a dazzling light appeared behind him. More than 10 figures flashed out and sneered at Lin Ling and the others. If I'm not wrong, the two of you should be Longyang and Xiaoluan, right? An extremely handsome man said with a smile. He had an elegant demeanor, and every movement of his was filled with the elegance of a man. His eyes were filled with gentleness. If an ordinary woman was here and looked at him, she would probably be deeply affected. The divine ability this man cultivated seemed to have something to do with charm. You are. Longyang smiled. She and Xiaoluan weren't affected. After all, they were the hosts of the world will. He, a loose cultivator. The man said with a smile. I'm Xian Tong. Are the two of you Longyang and Xiaoluan? He was a middle-stage deity cosmos giant god, and the weakest person behind him was a deity. Naturally, he was confident. That's right. Do you have any objections? Longyang didn't hide anything. It's nothing. I saw that the two of you were walking here alone and thought it might be dangerous, so I wanted to be your escort. I don't know if it's possible. Xianke smiled gently. But a flower protector? It was obvious that he wanted to supervise Longyang and Xiaoluan. It could even be said that he wanted to kidnap them. Hey, I'm also a man. What escort? It's not up to you. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. These people ignored him in front of him. He couldn't even keep quiet. It seemed that he had left the Dao Pagoda for too long, so no one recognized him. Who are you? At this moment, everyone seemed to have discovered Lin Ling, and laughed contemptuously. To be honest, we all know your purpose. You want to kidnap us. Why do you have to find such a despicable excuse? Lin Ling sneered. He looked at the charming man and said, And you, where did you get the confidence to think that you can protect the girls? Sir, if you have the ability, tell us your name. What kind of man are you if you only know how to hide there and talk nonsense? Xianke narrowed his eyes. Even now he couldn't tell who Lin Ling was. If you want to know my name, then let's see if you have the ability. Lin Ling tilted his head and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. How dare you? Everyone was furious. A deity at the early stage of the universe giant god dared to be so arrogant. One had to know that this kind of strength was at the bottom of the dragon tomb. Even on the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda, he wasn't a powerful character. That's what I meant. Xianke nodded coldly. Because of his charm, he didn't like other men beside beautiful women. And Lin Ling was the one beside the beautiful woman. Longyang, Xiaoluan, make your move. Don't waste too much time. Lin Ling said indifferently just as everyone was about to make their move. Everyone was shocked. This man didn't intend to make a move? Instead, he let the woman do it. Ha ha, I thought you were some powerful character. Turns out you're just a trash who relies on women. Xianke laughed, his eyes full of ridicule. You guys are really not qualified for me to make a move. Lin Ling said matter-of-factly. With his current strength, he didn't even care about deities at the late stage of the universe giant god realm, let alone a mere early stage one. And after not seeing them for so long, he wanted to see how much Longyang and the others had improved in strength. Trash. Everyone didn't think so. A mere early stage deity realm, no matter how powerful he was limited. Unless he was a top 100 character. However, most of them had an impression of the top 100 characters on the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda, and this arrogant youth wasn't among them. Chapter 5285. You're the useless ones. At this time, Longyang and Xiaoluan had already made their moves. On the surface, they were only at the early stage of the deity realm, but their world willpower was so strong that it had reached the eternal level. They activated their methods one after another, and actually defeated Xianke's group. Xianke's group's deity energy wasn't weak either. It exceeded 200 trillion and was below 300 trillion. But against the world willpower, these methods were useless. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was quietly watching. After noticing the progress of Dragon Lady and the others, he nodded slightly. Unfortunately, Longyang's world willpower was eternal, so it was better at defense. Xiaoluan's was the same. Hers was a chant, a creation. Therefore, their attack power wasn't strong and could only kill a few people temporarily. But even so, Xianke's group was so scared that their faces changed. They dared to enter the dragon's tomb. So they were naturally stronger than those of the same realm. Each of them was an outstanding deity realm giant god. Because of this, they were confident that they could kidnap Longyang's group. But they didn't expect these women to be so fierce. Are you surprised? At this time, Lin Ling's voice was heard. He stared at Xianke and said, With your strength, you're qualified to be her escort. You, don't be too arrogant relying on women. Xianke was furious. We came from the ancient era and have seen countless generations. We know the secrets of the universe. Who do you think you are to judge us? Who do I think I am? Lin Ling sneered. Although he didn't come from the ancient era, he came from the ancient Face sect and entered the Dao through martial arts. He had experienced countless life and death situations, even the underworld. As for the secrets of the universe, how could he, Lin Ling, not know them? He had even returned from China. Lin Ling now felt that the secrets hidden in China weren't any weaker than the Tao Pagoda. Kill them. Xianku saw Lin Ling's disdainful smile and felt stifled. He called for everyone to kill Longyang's group and sneered. These two women are strong, but there's a limit. Ha ha ha, as time passes, they'll become weaker and weaker. Let's see how they can protect you. It's true. The other gods also realized that Longyang and the others' attacks were not strong, but their defenses were strong. Moreover, as time passed, their attacks became weaker and weaker. This was because the willpower of the world would continue to be consumed. Brat, what else do you have to say? I told you to say it, say it. Xianku walked towards Lin Ling step by step. Even if his men could not kill Longyang, he was confident that he could kill Lin Ling. He hated Lin Ling the most. He was obviously not strong, but he spoke as if he was an otherworldly expert. Most importantly, he dared to speak like that in front of a beauty. He hated such people the most. I want to say that you do have some ability because you surprised me. But it's just a surprise. Lin Ling looked at Xianku indifferently. Remember, in 1 second read, *book /wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. You're surprised, right? No one can save you now. Xianku's body emitted a powerful aura. His divine force moved majestically and suddenly turned into a huge lid, slamming down on Lin Ling. The lid was extremely beautiful, like the lid of a cauldron, blooming with colorful light. However, this was the universe of Xianku. In addition, there was also a powerful divine force gushing out, reaching the level of 250 trillion. No, I'm surprised that you are qualified to make me attack. At this moment, Lin Ling shook his head. Under his right hand, a white light flashed. This was the sword of faith. Not to mention that he had broken through. Even if he did not, he would not put Xianku in his eyes. Perhaps only the purple-robed woman with the square prison was qualified to make him use his real strength. Whoosh! Without looking at Xianku, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The sword light flashed as if it came from ancient times. Crack! A piercing sound rang out. A dazzling light appeared on the lid, followed by a sword mark. Impossible! Xianku roared. What kind of sword was that? One had to know that this sword had no divine force or cosmic force. It was purely a strange force, one that even he had never seen before. Unfortunately, he did not have time to think too much, because Lin Ling's sword had already chopped off his head. Xianku stood there, blood spurting out from his head like a fountain. The surrounding battles stopped. The gods surrounding Longyang and the rest were all trembling. They were completely frightened. This person's strength was actually stronger than Longyang and the rest. It was also an unknown force, but its attack was obviously much stronger. You don't know the meaning of death. Longyang and Xiaoluan laughed disdainfully. Lin Ling's world was ranked among the top among the world hosts. How could these people block it? Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Ling slashed out again. A few more gods surrounding Longyang and the rest died. It was a simple sword, but it killed them easily. In the distant hall, the battles stopped one by one. Everyone's expression was solemn. They had never seen such a technique before. After all, they had seen many people fighting above their level. However, it was rare to see someone killing someone one level higher so easily. Who is that person? I don't know. He's following those two women. I know one of them. I think she's called Longyang. Her battle strength is very strong. Could it be the legendary Lin Ling? Impossible. Lin Ling has white hair. White hair is his signature. That person doesn't have white hair. Moreover, gods won't change their appearance easily unless there's an unforeseen event. That's true. If it's Lin Ling, he won't change his white hair so easily. However, who is he? Many people were discussing spiritedly. Looking at Longyang and the rest, they had also finished off their opponents. Then the three of them left. The hall was still silent. Everyone looked at the three figures with mixed feelings. Longyang, where are the Yellow Emperor and the rest? After Lin Ling and the others left, they entered a hall filled with secret chambers. But at this moment, the secret chambers were empty. All the treasures had been plundered clean. We'll arrive after passing this place. There's a huge palace in front of us. We have to pass by it, Longyang said. After a long time, They arrived at a palace. There were many people in the palace. They were waiting there, as if they were waiting for something. There's only one door in this palace. It opens after a certain period of time. The last time I separated from them, it was through this door. They went in first. Long Yang pointed at the front of the palace and said, there were ancient walls there. A huge bronze door that was 50 meters tall sat there. A large number of gods were waiting there quietly, as if they were queuing up. Some of these gods were itinerant cultivators, while others were members of the celestial race. Lin Ling saw the gods of the rotten race. They were gathered in a corner. Their auras were extremely cold. No one dared to approach them within 100 meters of them. Apart from them, there was also the 9 conch race. Their signature was the conch. Of course, although Lin Ling had a grudge against them, he didn't plan to touch them for the time being. He was afraid that he would waste time and miss the opening of the door. The door is probably opening soon, Long Yang said. She also saw the gods of the rotten race. However, her thoughts were the same as Lin Ling's. Chapter 5286. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After all, the door closed quickly after it opened. If they missed it, they would have to wait. The longer they waited, the more danger Yellow Emperor and the others would be in. Lin Ling's group also lined up and took a corner. Of course, the gods behind them were dissatisfied, but seeing Lin Ling's group's resolute attitude, they did not say anything. At the same time, more and more gods arrived. They were the ones who had just entered the palace. Their gazes were constantly searching for a spot. They wanted to enter the depths as soon as possible. After all, most of the dragon stones at the back had been plundered. Only by going deeper would they be able to obtain more. Those 3. Suddenly, someone stared at Lin Ling's group. Seeing that there were only 3 of them, he started eyeing them covetously. Generally speaking, a team of 3 would not dare to occupy a spot. They could only follow behind the crowd and take a share of the loot. There were at least a dozen or so gods who were qualified to occupy a spot, and they were all very powerful. Seems like our luck is not bad. That god sneered. He was tall and carried a huge hammer on his back. The hammer was clearly not ordinary, as it had a thick aura of earth. This meant that his universe was related to Earth. However, he was not a member of the deity race and did not have a godly body. He took a step forward, wanting to snatch a spot. Bullhammer, you're crazy. However, an arm pulled him back and reminded him with a serious expression. He was a white-haired, bald old man who looked like a drunkard. Of course, there were indeed several wine gourds hanging on his body. Wine Mountain old ghost. That tall and sturdy god frowned. What do you mean? Go if you don't want to die. That old man sneered. Not long ago, you didn't see the battle in the first hall. These 3 fought against a dozen deities and early-stage giant gods. One of them was Xianku. You know Xianku, right? He was about to enter the top 100 on the 6th floor. In the end, he was killed with a single strike. Chi-Chi. That tall and sturdy god sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew Xianku, who was as strong as him. If the battle had dragged on, he would have lost. If such a person was killed with a single strike, what would happen to him? The result could be imagined. So powerful? The expressions of the other gods changed drastically as well. Of course, now that the dragon's tomb has opened, gods and demons from every corner of the 6th level have rushed here. It's not like before. You will never know how strong your opponents are. The old man took a sip of wine and said, his previous slash didn't have any power at all. With just that slash, all of Xianku's tricks were broken. Moreover, the others were also killed by him with a single slash. I have never seen anyone fight above their level so easily. It's like drinking water. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously took a step back. They didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling, afraid that they would get into trouble. They could all imagine how terrifying that sword was. It could be said to have determined life and death, severed the universe. Looks like no one dares to approach their location. Many people secretly shook their heads. Following that, more and more people walked in. Sweeping across the entire palace, he discovered that most of them were teams of more than 10 people. There were very few teams of 2s and 3s. Even if there were, They were formed by a total of 5 late-stage deities. On the contrary, Lin Ling's team had the lowest cultivation level. However, the people who entered were not fools. Seeing that no one dared to approach, they could vaguely guess what was going on. Hee hee, you finally rushed in. At this moment, laughter could be heard. The voice was very loud. One could see a handsome male bringing several women into the palace. This male seemed to be a deity. The few women were strange too. They came from all sorts of backgrounds. Some were from the Silver Moon clan, and some were from the Nine Conch clan. Generally speaking, their statuses and strengths were very strong. It's him, Haihan. Some people recognized the man, and quietly took a step back. They knew that this was an expert ranked over 60 within the top 100 experts of the 6th level. Haihan. At this moment, another cold shout could be heard. Several figures walked into the palace, and they were all powerful existences at the middle stage cosmos giant god realm. And these people looked very young. One of them was short and wore a loose long robe. His body was emitting a fishy smell, and he was carrying an enormous gourd on his back. This gourd was full of moss, and there were flies flying around it. This indicated that this person was a deity from the rot race. That is a dirty gourd? A lightning crow from the rot race. Someone recognized that short and small teenager, and his expression changed slightly. That was because this was another expert ranked within the top 100. What was going on today? Why did so many top 100 experts suddenly appear? Their appearance had undoubtedly dimmed the entire palace by quite a bit. Nobody dared to speak. Even some of the 5-man teams that had deities at the late-stage cosmos giant god realm narrowed their eyes with solemn expressions. The top 100 experts were too formidable. They were all overlords amongst the deities. Ordinary deities could not afford to offend them. Lightning Crow, you're here too. The male called Haihan looked over coldly. It could be seen that he did not get along with the male called Lightning Crow. And those who were in the know knew that they had fought more than 100 battles on the 6th level. Every time they fought, the heavens would fall and the earth would crack. Only the giant owl of the 6th level could appear to suppress them. After all, every time they fought, the people in the vicinity would be plunged into misery and suffering. Countless deities would be implicated. The Great Hall was very quiet. Only the top 100 experts from the two sides were talking. Shut up, all of you. So noisy. But at this moment, a cold voice was suddenly heard. Most importantly, this voice did not come from the two top 100 experts. Everyone looked around and suddenly realized that the one who spoke was a 3-man team. It was the 3-man team that had deities at the early stage cosmos giant god realm. Crazy. These two words floated in everyone's mind. And the top 100 experts from the two sides all looked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Longyang and the rest frowned quietly. They did not expect Lin Ling to suddenly speak. They all have enmity with us. And I've seen that it will take 6 hours for the door to open. Lin Ling said indifferently. 6 hours? Longyang and the rest felt that this short period of time was not enough to resolve anything. If they were dragged down, then they would miss the opportunity to enter the door. But they did not know that to Lin Ling, this was enough. And the reason why Lin Ling spoke was firstly because he had just broken through and wanted to see his own strength. Secondly, the top 100 experts were all from the deity's race. There was no need for him to give face to them. You were talking to us just now? At the same time, Haihan looked at Lin Ling coldly. He had his hands behind his back, and there was a cold aura around him. Everyone took a step back quietly, afraid that they would be implicated. What do you think? Lin Ling also looked over and said indifferently, I don't care if you're in the top 100 or not. I only know that you're very noisy after you enter. Either you shut up or you die. You can choose between the two. Haihan's eyes narrowed. Lightning Crow's eyes narrowed too. The two of them simultaneously emitted a pressure that could crush one's soul. It was as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas, suppressing Lin Ling. The two of them did not expect this strange man to be so arrogant. Not only did he interrupt them, he even gave them 2 choices. But these 2 choices were equivalent to death. When did their status as the top 100 experts on the 6th floor become so lowly? Chapter 5287. You don't know the meaning of death. The beauties beside Han shouted. The The top 100 were on the 6th floor. Other than the big shots from the various god clans, who else were they afraid of? This strange male actually dared to reprimand the top 100 because of a ruckus. He must be tired of living. How long until the door opens? Lightning Crow looked at the distant ancient door. 3 hours. That's the shortest. See guessed. Han looked carefully and guessed. If you and I were to fight in 3 hours, we might not be able to determine the victor. But this brat, I'm afraid it'll only take an incense's time. Lightning Crow caressed the huge gourd behind him. You mean you'll do it? C asked. Han sneered. Fine, I'll do it. But when I attack, you won't sneak attack me, right? Lightning Crow scorned. But will it be useful? C asked. Han shook his head. The beauties behind him couldn't help but laugh. That brat was merely a deity initial stage universe giant god. How long would he need to deal with him? 1 incense was enough. See, even if Han sneak attacked, it wouldn't affect Lightning Crow. Stop fighting, let's all attack together. But at this moment, a cold shout interrupted Han and the rest's conversation. This time, everyone's eyes were on Lin Ling. This brat is really courting death. What's his background? Why is he so arrogant? Even a deity late-stage universe giant god expert frowned. They felt that Lin Ling was courting death. They knew the strength of the top 100. Even if they attacked, they wouldn't be able to last long. That brat killed Xian Ku with 1 sword. He really thinks he's invincible. Xian Ku isn't even in the top 100. He can't be compared at all. Those who knew Lin Ling shook their heads inwardly. Xiao. It was normal for deities to charge forward bravely, but to think he was invincible after defeating one. This was blind confidence. Attack together? Han and Lightning Crow looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with anger. They had seen arrogant people before, but this was the first time. Lightning Crow, let me do it. At this moment, someone behind Lightning Crow couldn't hold back anymore. His deity energy, and he attacked Lin Ling. It was an old man in heavy armor. He held a large saber in his hand, and the wide saber was burning with flames. With a slash of the saber, it was as if the universe was about to be split apart. Brat, is it your turn to speak here? His thunderous roar resounded throughout the area. Those who were weaker only felt pain in their eardrums. The divine essence in their dantian was also surging. They were affected. Let me do it. Lin Ling said to Longyang and the others as he raised his head to look at the saber in the sky. The power of a god had surpassed the 3 trillion mark, reaching 4 trillion. He knew that a late-stage deity giant cosmos god only had 3 trillion deity energy, while this person was merely a middle-stage deity realm universe giant god. No wonder he could enter the top 100. However, this kind of strength was really nothing to Lin Ling. He took a step forward and rushed into the sky. The universe of 4 realms appeared around his body, holding him firmly in place. The surface of the universe had the sun, moon, and stars, ancient and domineering. Boom rumble. That. The old man's saber had already arrived. The fusion of the power of a god and the flames was terrifying. However, when it slashed on Lin Ling's universe of 4 realms, there was a thunderous boom. The flames exploded, causing the top of the hall to be filled with scorching flames, rolling like an ocean. But soon a figure flew out. It was Lin Ling. He still had the universe of 4 realms on his body, allowing him to be safe and sound. How is this possible? Elder Shing's mystic flame slash is something even a late-stage deity realm universe giant god wouldn't dare to take head on. It's a universe. That brat's universe has reached the 4-star level. Han and the others changed their disdainful expressions and frowned. Brat, you are indeed quite capable. The elder in heavy armor was also slightly shocked. However, he sneered and waved his divine knife. It was as though he was stirring up heaven and earth. The entire ceiling of the celestial palace was filled with powerful slashes that attacked Lin Ling indiscriminately. Crazy. Who among the deities can block such a chaotic slash? Below the ground, everyone activated their power to protect themselves, afraid that they would be implicated by the terrifying slash. Hong hong hong. Looking at the sky again, deafening booms could be heard. Heavy sabers landed on Lin Ling's body, and the sea of fire became even more vigorous. but soon a figure flew out again. It was Lin Ling. The universe of 4 realms on the surface of his body was still safe and sound. On the contrary, there were rings of 5-colored ripples flowing around, just like a 5-colored bubble. Most importantly, this seemingly weak bubble had actually blocked so many attacks. Is the universe of 4 realms really so strong? Lightning Crow and the others couldn't help but be shocked. After all, they didn't have a universe of 4 realms on them. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling's was not only a universe of 4 realms, but also a universe of the same level as the Tao Pagoda universe. Its limit was probably able to block 500 trillion deity energy. Previously, Lin Ling had actually tested the power of the universe of 4 realms, but the opponent was too weak, and he couldn't find the limit. How is this possible? At this moment, the armored old man trembled. He held his saber, and his expression was extremely solemn. It made sense that the young man had blocked his saber, but the young man had also blocked hundreds and thousands of sabers before. This was abnormal. Could it be that the young man was an invincible existence in front of him? Thinking of this, the armored old man felt a chill in his heart. Facing an invincible expert in the top 100, this was too heaven-defying. Is that all you've got? At this time Lin Ling flew over and grabbed with his big hand. Die. The armored old man reacted and slashed with his saber, but it still slashed at Lin Ling's universe of 4 realms. It couldn't break through Lin Ling's defense at all. Not good. The armored old man roared again because Lin Ling's big hand had already reached him and suddenly grabbed his armor. With a crack, his armor was crushed. However, the strength of his arm didn't stop there. With a sudden pull, the armored old man's entire arm was forcibly pulled off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Great! On the ground, everyone's expression changed drastically. It was too violent. A top 100 expert was easily crippled. Stop. At this time, Lightning Crow shouted in a low voice. The gourd in his hand floated up by itself and aimed at Lin Ling from afar. He's not someone you can touch. The armored old man was obviously one of Lightning Crow's men. Bang! Ling. As if he didn't hear anything, Ling punched the old man's head. It looked like an ordinary punch, but in fact it carried Panga's strength. With a crack, the old man's head exploded. Brain matter and blood gushed out. His entire head was smashed. His body fell to the ground. With a thump, it sounded like thunder in everyone's heart. Too brutal. A top 100 expert was killed with just a few punches and kicks. What kind of strength did this mysterious young man have? You're really courting death. Lightning Crow's face instantly darkened. Killing one of his men in front of him was a disgrace to him. Today, no matter who comes, you will die. Lightning Crow's murderous intent was aroused. A strong murderous intent. It had been a long time since he wanted to kill someone so badly. Even though he had killed quite a few not long ago, those were just casual killings. He didn't want to kill them. He holding the gourd behind him with both hands, the lid of the gourd quietly opened. Almost 500 trillion divine power filled the air, and a rotten wind blew out. It was a hot wind, but it was also extremely smelly. The hot wind was yellow in color. After it rushed out, it swept in all directions. Chapter 5288. Remember in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. This was the divine body of Lightning Crow. Almost at the same time, cries of pain sounded from the ground. Wherever the hot wind passed, the faces and bodies of the gods were all corroded. Rotten flesh appeared, and there were even worms crawling on them. How terrifying. This kind of technique seemed to be able to ignore the power of gods and directly destroy the gods. No, many people were shouting loudly, wanting to escape from the palace. Those who were stronger joined forces, activating their powerful divine power, joining hands to block the yellow hot wind. What kind of divine body is this? It's too powerful. Longyang and Xiaoluan walked together, and were in a better situation than the others. After all, their defense was very strong. However, they were shocked by Lightning Crow's technique. The hot wind rolled and turned into a huge whirlpool that swept toward Lin Ling. Could Lin Ling's Death Realm universe block Lightning Crow's corrosive wind? Everyone was curious about this, but they felt that if the wind could ignore the power of gods, even the power of the universe would not be able to block it. You overestimate yourself. Lightning Crow held the gourd with both hands and pointed the mouth of the gourd at Lin Ling. At this time, a dazzling light appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was the Sword of Faith. He shot it out and the long sword slashed. The dazzling sword light cut through the corrosive wind. It was terrifying. One had to know that it was wind. How could wind be cut through? Lightning Crow's pupils constricted. He had fought hundreds of millions of battles and made a name for himself in the top 100 circle, but this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. But at this time, a sword came and slashed on his gourd. With a crack, the gourd cracked and then shattered. Then, under countless gazes, it exploded into pieces and scattered on the ground. The yellow corrosive wind also disappeared in an instant. Lightning Crow was stunned on the spot. His corrosive wind was broken? One had to know that he had refined this gourd using his divine body for 100,000 years. When this gourd was formed, he was invincible in the 6th level, and he had made a name for himself in the top 100. No one had ever broken his gourd. That young man was the first. He suddenly looked up, but the sword light had already arrived and slashed down on his head. What kind of power is this? Lightning Crow felt that the sword was extremely strange. It was not the power of God or the power of the universe, but it gave him the feeling that it could cut through anything. Boom. Unfortunately, this was the only thought he had in his life, because after the sword passed, his body seemed to have been torn apart from the left and right, and it was split into two from the middle. He didn't even make a sound before he was deader than dead. The corpse fell to the ground, causing a deathly silence in the palace. He died just like that? Everyone's eyes widened. The ending was completely different from what they had imagined. As for the rest of the top 100, their faces were trembling. They were filled with confusion, disbelief, and fear. Especially Hai Han. His heart felt like it was about to explode. One had to know that Lightning Crow's strength was on par with his. They had fought continuously for 3 years. Occasionally he would win and occasionally Lightning Crow would win. Overall, they were evenly matched. Therefore, although he appeared to be unconvinced by Lightning Crow, he still acknowledged Lightning Crow's strength. But now the Lightning Crow was killed just like that. It died so easily, just like an ant. How could he accept this? He suddenly looked at Lin Ling, his heart beating rapidly. Who was this young man? His strength was too heaven-defying. He searched his mind, but among the top 100 on the 6th floor, there was no unfamiliar face at all. Shut up. Lin Ling waved his sword and said disdainfully. His eyes suddenly looked at Hai Han, and he pointed his sword at him. It's your turn. The beauties behind Hai Han were so frightened that they did not dare to speak. Their delicate faces were filled with respect. Hai Han also did not dare to move. There was only one sentence in his mind. Could he block the young man's sword? This sentence kept lingering in his mind, and finally turned into powerlessness. I was reckless before. I apologize. He cupped his hands and bowed his head. How could he dare to fight? Even if he fought, he would probably end up the same as Lightning Crow. He was not stupid. This is still the top 100. Everyone was in disbelief. Previously, when Hai Han and the rest came, they were arrogant and talked loudly. Only the mysterious young man dared to refute them, which made Hai Han and the rest furious. They wanted to teach the mysterious young man a lesson. However, when facing the top 100, the mysterious young man was invincible. He killed one person in the Four-Realm universe, and when facing the powerful Lightning Crow, he only used 2 moves. One cut the wind, and the other cut the Lightning Crow. Everything was that simple. It could be said that his strength was unparalleled. When such powerful strength was displayed, even someone as strong as Hai Han could only bow his head and bow his head. Awesome. Many people laughed when they saw this scene. They felt extremely happy. After all, they were also unhappy with the top 100, but the mysterious young man was the only one who stood up for them. He suppressed the top 100 and forced them to admit defeat. This is the style of a divine emperor. An old man exclaimed, remembering the young man's face. Apologize. At this time Lin Ling finally spoke. His eyes swept across Hai Han and the rest. Hai Han and the beauties behind him all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Ling's eyes. It's useless. You still have to die. However, Lin Ling said disdainfully, "I've already apologized. You still want to kill me?" Haihan seemed to not believe his ears. He was a god of the Myriad Sea clan, and a figure in the top 100. "Do I need to pick a day to kill you?" Lin Ling said disdainfully. Without further ado, he raised his sword and charged toward Haihan. Haihan's mind was buzzing. He still could not believe it. "How dare you?" Seeing that Lin Ling was really coming for him, he finally roared and activated all his godly energy. His godly body appeared and turned into a shell. This shell was extremely beautiful. Its surface was covered with pearls and jade, like an exquisite work of art. At this moment, it was slowly ticking. The light of the pearls shot out. 36 hold God abalone. Someone shouted. This was a characteristic of the Myriad Sea clan, and also their body. The stronger one was, the more holdout they had. It was said that the strongest of the Myriad Sea clan, Myriad Sea ancestor, had 81 holdout holes. No wonder he could enter the top 100. I reckon he's invincible among the late-stage universe giant gods. Someone else said. However, Lin Ling did not even look at the shell. He also slashed out with his sword. The gorgeous shell was immediately cut in half. The hard shell was like butter meeting a hot knife, fusing together. You. Haihan shouted 3 times. Although he knew that Lin Ling's sword was very strong, he did not expect it to be so strong that it could kill his godly body so easily. Stop nagging. Lin Ling swung his sword again. Before Haihan could react, the sword had already taken Haihan's life. Put on. Haihan fell from the sky like the lightning crow. He died with his eyes wide open. Perhaps they would never have thought that an expert of the top 100 would die in the hands of an ordinary-looking young man. Most importantly, the young man killed them like killing chickens. It was too easy to look at. Who else wants to make a ruckus? Lin Ling put away his sword and looked at everyone present. Everyone was silent. Even someone as strong as the top 100 had been killed. What right did they have to speak? As expected, he didn't even need 6 hours. Longyang saw Lin Ling's expression and worshipped him. It seemed that their lord's strength had greatly increased. It would be much easier for him to help the Yellow Emperor. Chapter 5289. The hall of the palace was very quiet. All the gods were silent as they looked at Lin Ling with fear. Those top 100 who had spoken carelessly were now hidden in the crowd. Just even Lightning Crow Haihan was killed. What else did they dare to say? And moreover, that mysterious youth seemed to have no fear of killing anyone. His actions could be said to be unscrupulous. Lin Ling walked back and started chatting with Longyang and the rest. Lin Ling, your strength has improved so much. Sir, I'm afraid that even a late-stage universe giant god wouldn't be your match now. Longyang and Xiaoluan said with admiration. They seemed to be even happier than Lin Ling. After all, the stronger Lin Ling was, the safer they would be. They would also have enough time to grow stronger. Lin Ling was their leader. Should be. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. However, he was still not fully familiar with his own strength. He only knew that the lady who owned the Four Directions prison was a formidable opponent. As for the others, they were just SOSO. As they were chatting, the ground suddenly shook. Large amounts of broken stones fell from the roof of the palace. Their eyes lit up instantly. It's finally open. Someone shouted in alarm. The door of this palace needed a very long time to open and close quickly. Most importantly, this was the only door that led to the depths. Now the dragon stones behind the palace were all dug up. Naturally, people wanted to go deeper and reap more rewards. Dense fog rushed out from the huge door. And the huge door slowly opened. It's open. Mother was also happy. She led Lin Ling forward. Inside everywhere they passed, no one dared to object. People even made way for them. To many people, Lin Ling and the rest were already special cases. They could enter as they pleased. No, not long after, Lin Ling and the rest disappeared through the door. At this time, people scrambled to enter, and some even started fighting. Dang. However, these things had nothing to do with Lin Ling and the rest. After Lin Ling and the rest entered, they found that it was as if they had arrived at the center of the 18 Dragon Mountains. It was very big inside, and the lighting was dim, but it was rich with spiritual energy. How was this place like a cave? It was more like a wild land. In the distance, a fierce battle was faintly discernible. It seemed that this place was even more chaotic than he had imagined. Lin Ling looked. Longyang's gaze swept across the area and discovered that the ground was littered with dragonstones. Although they were only first-grade dragonstones, such precious items could be seen everywhere. This meant that there were many dragonstones here. Looks like this is a place similar to a mine. Lin Ling also saw something. Moreover, there are many experts gathered here. Mineral veins? Xiaoluan cried out in surprise. No wonder the battle here was so intense. It turned out that this was the place where the treasures were hidden. If he could find an ore vein, he would be rich. The Yellow Emperor and the others have been detected. Let's go, let's hurry over. After that, Lin Ling smiled happily. While Longyang and the others also sensed something and hurriedly followed behind Lin Ling. On the other side, a large number of people had gathered in front of a huge mine. There were more than 100,000 of them. They were guarding the mine because they had discovered that there were large amounts of dragonstones within. No. Looking at them, they looked exhausted, and many of them were injured. It seemed that they had experienced many battles. Yellow Emperor, I'm afraid you will have to hand over this mine. On the other side, there was also a large group of experts. Their origins were extraordinary. There were experts from the deity race, and there were also unaffiliated cultivators. All of them were extremely powerful. Of course, there was no need to mention the strength of the deities who could enter this place. Old Man Qingyun. The Yellow Emperor and the other ancient emperors were looking at an old man. That person was wearing a loose robe. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. They naturally recognized this person. In the ancient era, he was an ordinary deity. However, after the great calamity of the world will, his strength soared and greatly surpassed them. Such as today, his strength was that of a late-stage deity giant cosmos god. Furthermore, he was stronger than the average deity. His deity energy had already reached 500 trillion units. Furthermore, after the Yellow Emperor and the others entered this place, they had clashed with Old Man Qingyun, but in the end most of them failed. More importantly, other than Old Man Qingyun, there were other deity races eyeing them covetously. These people weren't just after the mine but to kill them. Among them were the Silver Moon clan, the Myriad Sea clan, the Rock clan and the Nine Conch clan. These were their great enemies. In fact, if they were in the 18 Dragon Mountains, they wouldn't be afraid of these people. After all, they could break up and defeat their opponents one by one. But here the other deity races had gathered together. After joining forces, how could they be a match for them? And in this sky, they had already fought several battles. If they hadn't escaped quickly, they would have been wiped out. But now it was hard for them to escape. Even if they gave up the mine, it would be hard for them to escape. Several deity races eyeing us covetously, and there are experts like Old Man Qingyun. Lei Gong whispered to the Yellow Emperor. Yellow Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, Emperor Shun, and the others had gloomy expressions. In fact, their people had scattered. For example, Saint Guyi, Green Bamboo, and Ho Yuxing weren't present. Dang. Of course there was still Lin Ling, Longyang, and the others. Otherwise, they might not have been at a disadvantage. And Yellow Emperor's strongest forces were the three ancient emperors, Lei Gong, Taoist Many Treasures, Pure Lady White Water, and Treasure God Namwufingyu. Only this was simply not enough to resist. I asked you to hand over the mine and you didn't listen. Do you really want to die? Old Man Qingyun shouted again. Yellow Emperor, you were my senior in the past, but now you are merely a middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant god. To this old man, you are just a junior. Of course, it's not that this old man doesn't care about our past relationship. Leave immediately, and I won't touch you. Hearing that, the Yellow Emperor and the others fell silent. Would everything be fine if they left? Green Old Man Qingyun didn't make a move, but that didn't mean the other deity races wouldn't. No matter how they looked at it, they were doomed. It was better to fight to the death. It seems you have overestimated yourself, and are sending yourself to death. Green Emperor said. Old Man Qingyun saw that the Yellow Emperor didn't speak and immediately guessed what he was thinking. Then let's see if you have the strength. Old Man Qingyun's deity energy exploded, reaching 500 trillion. Even among the deity realm giant gods, he was in existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Master Zai, this was already half a step away from becoming a ruler. As for a ruler, that was a great god who could rule over all life in the universe, including deities. Hong. Rumble. Old man Qingyun's huge hand slapped down. He didn't use any superfluous abilities because he didn't need them. Deity energy was the foundation of everything. Sir Yellow Emperor. Ignoring their shouts, they wanted to protect the Yellow Emperor. However, a powerful pressure pressed down on them, causing them to be unable to move a single step. The gap was simply too great. At the Dao realm they were giants. But in the latter half of the Dao pagoda, they were as weak as ants. The Yellow Emperor gritted his teeth and activated all his deity energy, turning it into a rolling yellow river to resist old man Qingyun's huge hand. And Lei Gong and Taoist master of many treasures also activated their world willpower. Together with the other experts, they formed a powerful force that rushed towards the sky. Chapter 5290. Memorized in 1 second. Exciting no pop-up window free reading. Interesting, but you're still ants. Old man Qingyun was inwardly shocked. Lei Gong and the others were not deity realm giant gods, yet they were able to break his attack by working together. Of course, it was just barely. Let's see how long you can block me. Old man Qingyun growled. Many ancient Song mountains appeared around them. There were 18 of them, seemingly imitating the essence of the 18 dragon mountains. These Song mountains emitted a sacred aura, suppressing Lei Gong and the others like 18 ancestral dragons. Even deity realm giant gods can't block the combined power of our world willpower. This person is clearly not an ordinary late-stage deity. Lei Gong and the others had solemn expressions as they resisted the 18 Song mountains in the sky. Yellow Emperor, you're really a piece of trash. You summoned the tomb to fight me, yet you can't shake me even if you work together with them. Old man Qingyun looked at Yellow Emperor with disdain. His huge hand continued slapping down, intending to give Yellow Emperor a ruthless slap. In fact, he had once paid a visit to Yellow Emperor in the ancient era, wanting to study the Great Tao. However, he had a violent temperament at that time, and an accident happened during his visit. In the end, he was ruthlessly slapped by Yellow Emperor and chased away. At that time, old man Qingyun's heart burned with anger. He had lost all face, but Yellow Emperor was a famous person at that time. What could he do? He could only suppress the shame in his heart. He had never thought that he would have the chance to take revenge after so many years. He had been waiting for this slap for a very long time. Sir Yellow Emperor. Old man Qingyun, you dare? They knew about old man Qingyun's past and knew that he was using his position to avenge a private grudge. But even if they were angry, it was useless. They could not resist old man Qingyun. That slap would most likely be a sure thing. Pitiful. The various deity clans were watching a good show. With the deities of the Silvermoon clan, the Rotten clan, and the Myriad Sea clan as the leaders, there were 3 main deity clans. Hong Long Long. This slap went straight for the Yellow Emperor's face, sweeping everything in its path and unstoppable. However, at this moment, a punch came from afar. This terrifying punch had the power to destroy everything in its path. It actually shattered the 18 Grey Mountains with a single punch. It was as if the universe had been shattered. Old man Qingyun's palm collided with old man Qingyun's palm in midair. Who is it? Everyone's expression changed drastically, especially the 3 god clans. They all frowned. The strength of this person seemed to be quite impressive. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the Yellow Emperor. It was a man in a blue and white robe. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he had a huge sword hanging from his back. This figure was extremely familiar to the Yellow Emperor and the others, because this person was also the true leader of this powerful force of theirs. Lin Ling. The Yellow Emperor and the others all roared loudly. The familiar white hair, the broad great sword, all of this was proof. Everyone, we're back. At the same time, Longyang and Xiaoluan flew over excitedly. Lin Ling. Longyang, Xiaoluan. Lei Gong looked at the 3 of them happily. His eyes were a little moist. Especially when he looked at Lin Ling, his lips curled into an excited smile. The main reason was that Lin Ling had disappeared for too long. I'm back. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the Yellow Emperor and the others and smiled. He was now at full strength. His innate talents had fused, so he had returned to his white hair appearance. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's power of divinity had already reached the level of 150 trillion. His physical strength was 50 trillion. Together it was 2 million. If he fused his innate talents, it would reach 400 trillion. In addition to Penga's powerful physical strength, it was not difficult for him to resist Old Man Qingyun's attack. Most importantly, Lin Ling was now only at full strength. He still had trump cards that he had not used. For example, Lin Ling's universe's 3 extremes break, and the will of the world. Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, the 3 divine tribes looked coldly at Lin Ling. Their divine tribe's greatest enemy was here? In fact, the various divine tribes had been looking for Lin Ling all this time. However, Lin Ling had been hiding in the 18 Dragon Mountains. Later, someone said that Lin Ling had entered the Dragon Tomb. However, they did not see him after entering. This caused them to miss the opportunity. Although Lin Ling was extremely famous on the 6th level, to them that was all. They just did not see him. Great, they're all here. We can catch them all in one fell swoop. Looks like luck is on our side. The experts of the 3 divine tribes were very happy. They felt that this was a gift from the heavens. Then they looked at Old Man Qingyun and felt that this person's luck was extremely good. He had a chance to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, be careful of them. At this time, Yellow Emperor and the others calmed down and immediately warned. They had not seen Lin Ling for a long time. They did not know how strong Lin Ling was, but if it was the same as the last time they met, Lin Ling would not be a match for Old Man Qingyun. This person was in the top 100 of the 6th level and was ranked in the top 50. The so-called top 100 was excluding the leaders of the various divine tribes. Only those who had cultivated on the 6th level for 1,000 years were qualified to be in the top 100. The experts who passed through the 6th level could not be in the top 100. After all, they would leave the 6th level soon. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly turned to look at Old Man Qingyun and the others. The experts of the various divine tribes sneered. Their eyes were full of mockery as if Lin Ling was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. They even thought that Lin Ling would be having a headache facing so many strong people at the moment. Old Man Qingyun. Someone shouted at Old Man Qingyun. What he meant was, Old Man Qingyun, your chance has come. You're Lin Ling. Old Man Qingyun frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. You have a problem with that? Lin Ling sneered. He was ready for a big battle. What happened before was a misunderstanding. I was just passing by. Since everyone is fine, this has nothing to do with me. Old Man Qingyun immediately said. What he said directly stunned everyone. Even the Yellow Emperor was stunned. Old Man Qingyun was so domineering and invincible. But now he seemed to be cutting ties. One had to know that the Yellow Emperor and the others were ready for a big battle. Old Man Qingyun. The gods of the 3 divine tribes widened their eyes in disbelief. Old Man Qingyun was so powerful. Lin Ling dared to go against his will. Shouldn't he be furious and kill Lin Ling? It has nothing to do with you? Lin Ling frowned. Yes. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not a member of the divine tribes. I'm just an itinerant cultivator. This has nothing to do with me. Old Man Qingyun nodded. In fact, he felt extremely helpless. After all, his previous attack seemed simple. In fact, he had used 80% of his strength. However, Lin Ling had broken through it with one punch. The difference between them was obvious. If they were to fight, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. It would be strenuous and unrewarding. He wasn't stupid enough to get into trouble for no reason. Old Man Qingyun. Seeing Old Man Qingyun admitted himself, the 3 divine tribes cursed. However, Old Man Qingyun ignored them and was about to leave. Did I say you could leave? Lin Ling suddenly stopped Old Man Qingyun. I don't care if you have anything to do with this. Anyway, all of you will die. Chapter 5291. What did you say? Old Man Qingyun's eyes widened. He felt as if he had misheard something. He had at least humbled himself in front of Lin Ling. Moreover, although he was afraid of Lin Ling, it didn't mean that he couldn't win against Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling might be stronger than him, but not by much. If he joined forces with the other god tribes, it was hard to say who would win. Lin Ling, don't push your luck. A cornered dog will jump over a wall. Don't push it too far. Old man Qing Yin said coldly. The Yellow Emperor and the others' expressions changed. Although they hated old man Qing Yin, he was right. If they pushed their luck, it would be like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. With their current situation, they should let old man Qing Yin leave. Then they would have one less great enemy. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would reconsider. Lin Ling was still staring at old man Qing Yin. He said indifferently, "Push my luck? Are you even human? You're just a dog." A cornered dog jumping over a wall is indeed suitable to describe you. Old man Qing Yin couldn't hold it in anymore. The other god tribes were also very surprised. This Lin Ling was really arrogant. Luoluo stopped blabbering. Die. Lin Ling didn't care to talk too much nonsense. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and his divine power and physical strength surged into the sword. Terrifying killing intent surged, turning into a physical form, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Old man Qing Yin looked around, and saw that the other god tribes didn't make a move. Instead, they looked at him indifferently. He couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling, and the anger on his face grew stronger. Lin Ling, do you really want to fight? Even if Lin Ling said something nice, old man Qing Yin would find a way out. However, Lin Ling didn't. Damn it. He was clearly in a difficult position, but the dignity of a god-level giant universe god could not be disgraced. Fine, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Old man Qing Yin controlled the 18th Song Mountains to revolve around him. The dense mist that filled the sky gushed out from the Tsang Mountains like 18 ancestral dragons. His power of divinity had reached the level of 500 trillion. Come on. However, even though he had unleashed his full strength, he did not immediately attack. He was still hoping that Lin Ling would be able to sense his strength and refrain from attacking him. After all, he really didn't want to fight. He even felt that even if he won, he would have to pay a great price. However, Lin Ling did not hesitate at all. He held the Tyrant Song sword and charged forward with killing intent. Now that he had fused his innate talents, his power of divinity had reached 150 trillion, and his physical strength had reached 50 trillion. After fusing his innate talents, his power had reached 400 trillion. Although it was not comparable to old man Qing Yin's 500 trillion, his physical strength could be used to attack and defend. It was stronger than the power of divinity. It was not difficult for him to fight against 500 trillion. He slashed out with his sword and slashed the 18 Song Mountains. Old man Qing Yin was desperate. He had no choice but to fight. He pushed with both hands and the 18th Song Mountains rotated and charged toward Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's power of the universe appeared and blocked the 18th Song Mountains with difficulty. The 18th Song Mountains collided with Lin Ling's universe. Golden stars shot out in all directions like the collapse of the sun and moon. However, it could not cause any damage to Lin Ling. What? Old man Qing Yin's expression changed greatly. He thought that Lin Ling was strong because of his power of divinity. Who would have thought that the power of the universe was so terrifying? It was probably within the scope of the Four Realms universe. At that moment, Lin Ling slashed with his sword and a ferocious power bloomed in the air. Initially, he was barely able to block old man Qing Yin's 18 mountains, but after this slash, the 18 mountains were cut apart. The 18 mountains that looked like ancestral dragons fell from the sky and completely collapsed. Then Lin Ling slashed out more than 10 times. The 18 Song Mountains were separated and their tails could not be connected. Their power was greatly reduced. Old man Qing Yin looked at this scene with his mouth agape. One must know that he was one of the top 100 in the 6th floor. His strength could be considered to be above average in the 6th floor. However, Lin Ling only needed to slash out a dozen times and his powerful means were like paper. The gap was so big that it could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Wait a minute. This time, old man Qing Yin was finally willing to bow down. Xiao. However, a sword slashed down, followed by a deafening roar. Old man Qingyun's body was slashed apart by the sword and his murderous aura wreaked havoc. P thump. P almost at this moment, the people from the various god clans felt their hearts skip a beat. P too strong. P he was different from the Lin Ling they imagined. P, what should we do? P they looked at each other and hesitation appeared in their eyes. P Lin Ling is the enemy of all the god clans. Whoever can kill him will be greatly rewarded. Why don't we fight it out? P, it's just that his combat power can easily kill a late-stage deity giant cosmos god. P, previously he might have used his full strength. After this attack, his combat power will be greatly reduced. So if we don't test it out, how can we be satisfied? P, okay, let's fight. P, all the god clans looked at Lin Ling. There were the Silver Moon clan, the Myriad Sea clan, the Nine Conch clan, and the Rock clan. P, of course there were other clans, but they were not the main force. For example, the Ceiling Cave clan and the Mountain Push party. P, they interfered in this matter because they wanted to get a share of the loot. P hong. P greater than a deafening roar could be heard. All the god clans made their moves. P, they were the oldest god clans in the universe. They had powerful godly bodies and were the strongest clans in the world. After joining forces, their strength increased greatly. P, no wonder they did not retreat even after Lin Ling killed the Green Mountain Elder. They did have the ability to do so. P, Lin Ling, we will help you. P greater than P, the Yellow Emperor and the others also used their full strength. They knew that their survival depended on this moment. P, okay. P, Lin Ling looked at the densely packed experts rushing into the sky. His blood was boiling. P, it had been a long time since he accompanied the Yellow Emperor and the others to battle. P, kill. P, Lin Ling shouted and took the lead to charge into the god clan's camp. P, he was the leader of the Yellow Emperor and the others. At this moment, he naturally took the lead. As expected, when they saw Lin Ling's imposing manner, everyone laughed excitedly and used 120% of their strength. P, the sword in Lin Ling's hand quietly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already the Sword of Faith. The dazzling light made the leaders of the various god clans dizzy. They could not see Lin Ling's figure clearly. P, whoosh. P, blood spurted out. The Sword of Faith and the fusion of his talent were even more terrifying than before. Who could block it? P greater than one of the leaders of the Nine Conch clan wanted to join forces with everyone. In the end, he saw Lin Ling's sword coming at him. When he reacted, he was already killed. P, everyone joined forces. P, the leader of the Silver Moon clan roared. He realized that Lin Ling's strength was still increasing. P, they had made a mistake in their estimation. P, the dazzling sword came again. This time, it slashed at another leader. This person was the leader of the Myriad Sea clan. However, he reacted instantly and used his godly body to transform into an island in the sea. P, it had to be said that this leader's godly body was incomparably powerful. In addition to his own universe, the sea appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. In the rolling sea, the island sat there. P, holy and magnificent. P, whoosh. P, Lin Ling's sword slashed over. The sea was split open, the island was directly cut in half, and even the universe was cut in half by the sword. P, huh? P, the leader's eyes widened. His all-out attack couldn't even withstand a single blow? Could it be that Lin Ling's strength was more than twice as strong as theirs? P // Mobile version of reading website frowny face bookmark for easier reading.